Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 69. Karakura General Hospital. Ryotsuo is gone. Standing on the rooftop of the hospital, Ishida Yurio looked into the distance with uncertainty, at the land that belonged to Vizard. In the end, what happened? He could feel several extremely terrifying Ryotsuo coming from the other side a few minutes ago. No matter which Ryotsuo it is, it brings huge pressure to him playing on the other side. Especially the most terrifying one, Ryotsuo, gave Ishida Yuri a sense of death as if he had been wounded by a knife on his neck. It's as if as long as the other party has this idea, he will die directly on the other side. Ishida Yuryu is no stranger to this feeling. Is it that guy? Ye Chen's face appeared in Ishida Yulong's mind. He was extremely impressed by the Shinigami who brought him humiliation and forced him to admit his mistakes. Speaking of which, something similar happened a month ago. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be the day after he used false bait and was taught a lesson by Ye Chen. At that time, several strange Ryotsuo appeared in Karakura town in a short period of time, and each of them brought the same pressure as before. Later, Ye Chen seemed to have a fight with the other party, and Ryotsuo between the two parties disappeared in Karakura town. This time he fought with a strange guy in Karakura town again. Is there any connection between them? Why? Even if there is a connection, it's not something you should consider. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Ishida Yuryu suddenly turned around and looked behind him, with a look of surprise on his face. Long Xian? When did you come? Call your father by his first name. Is this your attitude? Pushing up the glasses on his face, Ishida Ryuxian, wearing a white coat, stood at the door of the rooftop, looking at Ishida Yuri with an indifferent expression. Don't stand there in a daze, too much contact with Shinigami will only bring you misfortune, come with me. Hey! Wait a minute. 067 noticed the keywords in Ishida Ryuxian's words, and a look of surprise flashed in Ishida Yuri's eyes. How do you know it's Shinigami's Ryotsu? Didn't you inherit the Quincy inheritance? You seem to have made a mistake. Ishida Longxian frowned slightly. I'm not interested, but you have no talent, do you understand? You, hey! Just wait for me. After seeing Ishida Ryuxian say this, he walked towards the depths of the hospital without looking back, and Ishida Yuri quickly caught up. But as if to prove that what he just said was not a lie, a faint wave of spiritual energy appeared at the feet of Ishida Longxian. Whenever Ishida Yuri gets close, he takes a step forward to create the same distance. Even if Ishida Yuri got serious and used his flying kick, the distance between the two parties was still not closed in the end. Damn it! Is that guy so strong? After such an experience, Ishida Yuri now fully understood the meaning of the words Ishida Ryuxian just said. But just when he was about to say something, a familiar and dangerous Ryotsu suddenly flashed through his perception. Before Ishida Yuri could confirm the direction of this Ryotsu, Ishida Ryuxian who was walking in front of him suddenly let out a surprised sound. Then, Ishida Longxian, who had just arrived at his destination, stretched out his hand, pushed open the door of his office, and looked inside. Hey, it's you. Ishida Yuri, who was following behind, immediately noticed the figure sitting in the office. Why are you here? Weren't you just fighting with someone on the other side? Because the battle is over, of course. And you? Stop talking nonsense. Reaching out to interrupt Ishida Yulong's speech, Ishida Longxian came to Ye Chen and looked at him calmly. As the new captain of Godi I-13, you came here to find me. Just tell me your purpose. Readily. Ye Chen raised his palm, absorbed the spirit in the air, formed a spiritual bow in his palm and gestured towards Ishida Longxian. Well, you should know this thing. Of course we know each other. The usually calm Ishida Ryuxian had a rare look of surprise in his eyes. As the last pure-blood Quincy in the world, he can be sure. The thing in Ye Chen's hand is the crossbow used by the Quincy in battle. It seems you have recognized it. Just when Ishida Longxian fell into silence, Ye Chen's voice came from the front again. That's right, in addition to my identity as Shinigami, I also have a part-time identity as a Quincy. Then what? What's the purpose? In terms of purpose, I want you to sponsor me something. What? The Ishida family's inheritance about the Quincy, and the sun wheel left to you by your father, Ishida Sojuru. Wheel of the Sun. Ishida Longxian's expression became completely serious now. If Ye Chen only wants to know about the Quincy inheritance, he can also understand that Ye Chen wants to improve his strength and prepares to hone his own Quincy abilities. But if the other party mentioned the Sun Wheel, it would be another matter. The Sun Wheel was one of the items that his father, Ishida Sojunu, smuggled out from World City, the Quincy's headquarters, when he left World City. This thing is equivalent to a key. As long as you find the sun gates set up by the invisible empire around the world, you can activate it and directly enter the interior of the World City. When Ye Chen mentioned the Sun Wheel at this moment, it could only mean one thing. He knew that Waiwak, the founder of the Quincy, did not die in the war 1,000 years ago. Yulong, get out of here first. Why? Because what's next is not what you should hear. Seeing that Ishida Uriuhu didn't seem to want to leave, Ishida Ryuuxian, who was not prepared to let him know too much, replied directly. If you really want to know, just hone your strength for me and at least have captain-level strength before you participate. I don't think you have the right to control me. Pushing up the glasses on his face, Ishida Uriuhu, who vaguely realized that the next topic was important, refused. Since it is about the Quincy, as my grandfather's heir, I am qualified to know everything. I'll let you out. I reject. This is my office. I am your son by blood. Is there any problem in your office? Okay, now you will become my son, right? Ishida Longxian's eyes twitched, and he became a little helpless. Since he doesn't want to leave, then he can stay here. Ye Chen's voice came from the side, after all, our next conversation has something to do with him. Is it related to me? To be precise, it has something to do with your mother Katagiri hat. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Ishida Yulong noticed that the Ishida Uriong standing in front of him had changed. If we talk about the image that the other party displays in front of him on weekdays, he is a father with poor relationship and emotional indifference. So at this moment, Ishida Longxian's aura is somewhat similar to Ye Chen, like a ruthless monster. It seems that you also realize what I am going to say. Looking at the changed momentum of Ishida Longxian in front of him, Ye Chen smiled slightly and dissipated the spiritual bow in his hand. Yes, the real purpose of getting the Sun Wheel from you is to target Waiwak, the founder of the Quincy. The other person is your wife-killing enemy and the culprit who caused the death of your friend Masaki Kurosaki. No matter how you look at it, there is a blood feud between you and Waiwak. You give me the Quincy inheritance and the Sun Wheel, and do something for me. In exchange, I can help you kill Waiwak and make him disappear forever. How about it? Ishida Longxian, do you want to take this deal? Ishida Longxian did not reply immediately, but silently evaluated Ye Chen's trustworthiness. In terms of identity, the other parties are Shinigami and Quincy. Not to mention the former, it was Shinigami who defeated Waiwak 1,000 years ago. The two sides are absolutely antagonistic. As for the Quincy, since Ye Chen needs the Quincy inheritance, it means that he is not a Quincy from the Invisible Empire. Quincy who came from outside the Invisible Empire should have noticed the consecration of all Quincy 7 years ago. Even if the opponent is pure blood or has escaped through other means, he will definitely be hostile to Waiwak. From this point of view, it is very reasonable for the other party to want to target Yulhabak. In addition, the other party seems to have the purpose of ascending to the Soul King's palace, which also conflicts with Waiwak. Recalling the information he had received from Kurosaki Ishin and Urahara Kisuk, Ishida finally responded. How sure are you? Here are 2 pens. Ye Chen did not answer directly, but took out 2 black gel pens from the pen holder on the table beside him. Click. Breaking off the pen on the left, Ye Chen threw part of it out and inserted it into the wall. Don't blink, keep an eye on it. Raising the remaining intact pen in his hand, Ye Chen smiled and activated the full reverse stand. Seeing the pen that suddenly turned into half in Ye Chen's hand, Ishida was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the wall on the right. I saw that the half gel pen that had just been inserted into the wall had quietly turned into a complete gel pen. This is one of my abilities, completely anti-independence. After being activated, this ability can replace cause and effect, exchanging 2 things that have happened. Under the watchful eye of Ishida Rias, Ye Chen threw half of the gel pen in his hand into the air and turned it over again to form another intact pen. Understood? As long as you are willing to give me the silver blood clot arrow in your hand, my winning rate in defeating Wywak is 100%. I can hand you the sun wheel first. As if he was used to Ye Chen knowing everything, Ishida Longxian didn't care about what the other party said about the silver blood clot arrow, but went straight to the point. As long as you can bring me the head of a member of the Knights of the Friends Star Cross, I will give you the arrow. This is too challenging for you. Do you need me to bring you ahead of the guards? No, the Knights of the Star Cross are enough. If they go too far, they will stress the other party. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ye Chen stretched out his hand, give me what I want. It will take a certain amount of time to sort out the Quincy's inheritance. Ishida Rias came to the ground aside and urged Ryatsu to step towards one of the floor tiles. All I can give you now is the sun wheel. Click. Recognized Ishida Ryajin. After Ryatsu, a groove suddenly popped up on the wall beside him, with a pendant inside. Taking out the pendant, Ishida Longxian threw it towards Ye Chen. Take it. Punch in mission, Ishida Dragon String obtain one of 2 items, the Wheel of the Sun or the Silver Blood Throttle Arrow, from the opponent's hand. Successful check-in will reward Ishida Longxian's static blood equipment, Ishida Longxian's blood moving equipment, and the coordinates of the Gate of the Living Sunday. Is this the Sun Wheel? It looks like the technology content is lower than I thought. Ignoring the sound of a successful clock-in notification ringing in his ears, Ye Chen looked at the pendant in his hand, a flash of thought flashing in his eyes. Perhaps if we go back and study it, we can make a copy and return this to you. Can. Ishida Ryajin did not reject the offer. In any case, this sun wheel is one of the few relics left by Ishida Sojin. If you can take it back, it would be better to take it back. Anything else? No, it's enough to get the key. A faint Ryatsu appeared on Ye Chen's body, and disappeared directly into the office the next second. Next, you just need to wait for my good news. And he left just like that. Seeing Ye Chen leave, Ishida Yulong was stunned for a moment and looked at Ishida Ryuxian standing in front of him. Before today, he always thought that the other party had given up on the Quincy inheritance and devoted all his energy to the development of the hospital. But now it seems that his guess was wrong. Ishida Ryuxi hides a lot. Whether it was his strength or the sun wheel and silver throttle arrow mentioned by Ye Chen, Ishida Yuryu had never heard of it before. Unknowingly, Ishida Ryuxian suddenly became unfamiliar in his eyes. Why are you still in a daze? Ishida Longxian's voice sounded, don't forget the purpose of your coming here today, it's time to set off. Ishida Yuri. Speaking of which, today is his mother's death anniversary. Recalling Ishida Ryuchen's performance just now, Ishida Yuri could not help but be silent for a moment. The other party didn't seem to be as cold-blooded as he imagined. Seoul Society, Japanese Drama Series C. After leaving Ishida Yuryu and his son, Ye Chen did not stay in this world for long. In fact, the main purpose of his trip to the world this time is the sun wheel in the hands of Ishida Ryus. The sun wheel is a prop that only appears 2 or 3 times in the original work, and is hardly described in detail. But Ye Chen was deeply impressed. After all, in the original work, with this prop, Ishida Rias and Kurosaki Ishin directly came from the real world to the real world city that had moved to the permanent position of the Spirit Master at that time. This is equivalent to a 2.9 ticket to enter the Invisible Empire. Now Waiwak has not fully recovered his strength and is still in a state of closing his eyes. As long as he is prepared, Ye Chen is confident that he can sneak into the Invisible Empire without anyone noticing. This is his true purpose. Many of the Knights of the Star Cross in the Invisible Empire have extremely powerful abilities. Ye Chen plans to approach these targets first and check in to get their abilities. As for starting a war and capturing everyone alive? To be honest, Ye Chen has had this idea. But the problem is, this plan is not reliable. He can control the hands and feet of his own family but cannot control the hands and feet of the other side. As the largest reinforcement of the Godi 13 in the original work, Waiwak, who basically killed all the Quincy by himself, is a big problem. Ye Chen was worried that after he captured the members of the Knights of the Star Cross alive, Waiwak suddenly killed them with a convulsion and activated the Holy Spirit. If the target he is looking for is gone, he will suffer a big loss. In order to maximize his profits, he was ready to get the key and sneak into the Invisible Empire first, trying to check in and hit the target. Of course, the time to sneak into the Heavenly Empire is not now. There are still almost 2 years until Waiwak fully regains his power. Ye Chen recalled a little bit. Members of the Invisible Empire will not act easily until they fully regain their power. His current strength has not yet reached its limit. Since you have plenty of time, don't rush into the Invisible Empire before making all the preparations. Speaking of which, it seems that I forgot to dispose of this thing. Thinking of improving his strength, Ye Chen, who had been enjoying himself leisurely recently, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly took out a Zanpakuto. This was one of the trophies he got when he returned to the Shinigami world a few days ago and took Sui Feng and others to ransack Tsunoya Shiro's house. The ancestral tradition of the Tsunoya Shiro family, Zanpakuto Yan Luo Jing Dian. Chapter 70. Yan Luo Jing Dian. This is one of the four nobles, a Zanpakuto passed down from the Tsunoya Shiro family, and it is also one of the oldest Zanpakuto in Seoul society. Its ability is very simple, that is, after learning the liberation language of other Shinigami Zanpakuto, it can imitate their Zanpakuto Shikai. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu, which combines multiple powers and is not a serious Zanpakuto, can be imitated to a certain extent. What's even more powerful is that Yan Luo Jingdian's imitation is not one-to-one. After freeing it, he can imitate multiple Zanpakuto abilities and activate them simultaneously. As long as you have enough Ryutsu, you can even activate the power of all Zanpakuto in Seoul society in an instant through Yan Luo Jingdian. In the original work, with this bug-like Zanpakuto, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, who was still at the captain level, fought 1 against 17, and fought against 17 captain-level experts at the same time. Among them, there are even strong men like Haribal and Kirako Shunsui who are at the captain level, which is extremely exaggerated. But the shortcomings are really fatal. Ye Chen shook his head slightly. Yan Luo Jingdian's ability is indeed strong, but this sword has been shelved by the Tsunoya Shiro family, and the reason why no one uses it is very simple. This is a nitrogen life knife. If you activate its ability, you will lose your own soul. The harder it is activated, the richer the souls consumed will always be. In the original work, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata did not care about his own life, so he would use the power of this Zanpakuto unscrupulously. Ye Chen is not lacking in output, so he will not waste his life idle, so he will use this Zanpakuto to fight. Maybe we can try to optimize it. After thinking about it, Ye Chen opened the enhanced interface of the chat group. Can we remove the negative effect of consuming souls when activating Yan Luo Jingdian's ability? To remove the side effects of Yan Luo Jingdian, it will cost 100,000 points. Should it be strengthened? It's so expensive. Ye Chen silently nodded. In fact, if one can really optimize the side effects that require Krypton life, 100,000 points is nothing. But instead of directly optimizing the side effects, he now has a better idea. Integrating the ability of Zanpakut Yan Luo Jingdian into the 7 original sins and removing the side effects requires 130,000 points in the Yan Luo Jingdian body. Should it be strengthened? No. Ye Chen clicked cancel again and changed his mind. Integrating Zanpakut Yan Luo Jingdians, activating multiple Zanpakut abilities at the same time into the 7 original 25 sins, and removing the side effects requires 60,000 points in the Yan Luo Jingdian body. Should it be strengthened? Strengthen. Ye Chen didn't hesitate this time. He decided to abandon Yan Luo Kaiying Idian's ability to imitate other Zanpakut and only retain the ability to release multiple Zanpakut at the same time. It's not that he has 70,000 points, Wang is afraid that he won't be able to compare. With system check-in and chat group lottery, he has already mastered a large number of Zanpakut forms. Powerful Zanpakut such as Regen Jaka and Kaika Suijutsu were all accepted as ministers not long ago. The remaining ones that have not yet been collected are basically those with weak abilities in the Quiet Spirit Court and those from the Zero Division. Of the two, there is no need to collect the former Ye Chen, while the latter can be collected after confronting him head-on. Overall, the ability to imitate other Zanpakut is useless to him. It is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Spending an extra 70,000 points just to get Shikai with several abilities that can be obtained in the future is really too much. Rather than fully integrating Inra Kadenari's abilities, it would be better to only retain the ability to release multiple Zanpakut at the same time. Not only can it produce the same effect as before, but it can also save 70,000 points. Earn blood. Strengthening is successful, please check the strengthening props yourself. The sound of successful reinforcement sounded in Ye Chen's ears. And what sounded together with it were the shattering sounds coming from in front of him. Click. 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 Ye Chen looked down and saw that Yan Luo Jingdian, which was still shining with a cold light just now, was already full of cracks. The moment he cast his gaze, Yan Luo Jingdian seemed to have reached its limit, disintegrating into pieces and falling to the ground. Ye Chen picked up one of the fragments and looked at it. Unlike the ordinary Zanpakut that was shattered, Yan Luo Jingdian's damage was like being drained of its power star, completely losing its spirituality. The fragment in Ye Chen's hand now does not have any trace of Ryotsu's fluctuation, it is an ordinary piece of iron in the true sense. It's a good use of everything. Ye Chen waved his hand and transferred all the debris on the ground to the trash can nearby. Then, he took out the 7 deadly sins from his waist and experimented with the abilities he had just acquired. The huge Ryotsu wave flashed over Ye Chen, and the surface of the Zanpakut in his hand was covered in ice and fire in the blink of an eye. Harin Meru, Regen Jaka, and Yulu Jalayu. These are the 3 abilities Ye Chen has just activated. Under the fusion of Yulu Jalayu, the 2 opposite power stars of ice and fire were completely merged together. Ye Chen waved his hand and the door in front of him instantly split into 2 parts. The left part was burned to ashes immediately, while the right part was frozen by the bone-breaking cold current. Not bad. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. I have to say that it was right to go to Wujiandao and consider getting married before. With Yulu Jalayu's fusion ability, when he activates the power of Yan Luo Jingdian next, his maneuverability will be greatly improved. Hey? What's going on? A voice full of doubts sounded in the room. After feeling Ryotsu's fluctuation, Yoryuaki, who rushed over immediately, stood at the destroyed gate and stared at the Zanpakut in Ye Chen's hand in confusion. Soul Society doesn't seem to have a Zanpakut that has both the power of ice and fire. What a strange form you have. Secret. Ye Chen smiled slightly, dissipated the power on the 7 deadly sins, and put it back into its sheath. Shout, it's quite mysterious. Shihao and Yoryuaki curled his lips in displeasure. But she's almost getting used to it. Ye Chen is mysterious all day long, always pulling out something she can't understand. Although I don't know what happened this time, what is certain is that Ye Chen's strength has become stronger again. Speaking of which, I heard that you went to the present world to bring Hirako Shinji and the others back. Is this another big move? Well, I'm going to bring this world and Hueco Mundo under control. Ah! Stop, come and stay with me. I do not want it. Yoriuaki, who knew what Ye Chen wanted to do, refused the request without hesitation. I'm looking for a woman early in the morning. Can you pursue her a little bit? This is called planning for the day in the morning. Ye Chen smiled slightly and appeared directly next to Yoriuaki, holding him down before he could escape. While you are energetic in the morning, you have to exercise well. Are you not good at Hyuxia? The meaning of this sentence is obvious. Hey! Stop it! Time passed slowly, and days passed in the blink of an eye. After returning from Karakura town and merging the power of Yan Luo Jingdian with the 7 deadly sins, Ye Chen returned to his daily life. I usually hang out with Yoriuaki and others and hold a music party. After Yoriuaki and others were tired and went to bed, he took the time to go to the real world to find various forces and transform some puppets. In addition, the Ryotsu purification space that he is most concerned about is also being built step by step. The reason why it was not built at the first time is because the special materials used to build Wuja are relatively special and the quantity is leisurely. Even if he is the captain of Godi I-13, it still takes time to collect enough materials to build a high concentration spirit space. Of course, it only takes a while. Finally finished. In the backyard of the first team building, a black cube-shaped building with a length, width, and height of 1,000 meters stands here. This is the Ryotsu purification space built by Ye Chen. After ensuring that the masking kid was still in effect and that people outside the yard could not see the building, Ye Chen went to the entrance and created a light film. This is a new type of kid that he created using his knowledge of kid, called the Spirit Seal Barrier. The effect is very simple, it blocks the spirit in one direction. With this layer of barrier, the spirits can enter the black box building from the outside world, but the spirits inside the black box building cannot escape. Next, as long as a sufficient number of princes are poured into it, his Ryotsu purification space will be completely completed. This is not difficult for Ye Chen. After checking in Ishida Yuri, he gained the opponent's basic Quincy abilities. For Quincy's who spend most of their time fighting by manipulating spirit particles, controlling the flow of spirit particles is a simple matter. In just a few minutes, Ye Chen increased the concentration of spirit particles inside the Ryotsu purification space to the point where it is visible to the naked eye. Let alone an ordinary spirit body, I am afraid that even a captain-level expert would feel intense discomfort when entering such an environment for the first time. Of course, this is nothing to Ye Chen. It's quite comfortable. Entering the Ryotsu purification space, Ye Chen took a deep breath and then lay down directly on the big bed that had been arranged in advance. Recalling the various steps and details of purifying Ryotsu, Ye Chen once again activated the power of Hōgyoku in his body. Different from the last time when there was no response, this time after obtaining a suitable environment, the power of heaven finally started again. Ye Chen could clearly feel that the Ryotsu in his body began to compress at an unhurried speed. It will take about a day. With the power of Hōgyoku to help with the automatic purification, Ye Chen was a little idle for a while. After taking a lazy breath, he sat cross-legged and put Zanpakuto on his lap, entering the sword Zen state for the first time in a long time. Understand the power of original sin. Asuna, okay, I finally shipped it. God's tongue. Princess Honglian, congratulations. Psychic witch, what happened to Asuna sister? Asuna, it's not really a good thing, it's just an ordinary sealed state. Asuna, sealed state screenshot.jpg. Avenger, it's good that it's shipped, and you picked it. Demon Slayer Kamashira, I remember that Asuna is currently using the Ryotsu system uploaded by Ye Chen. Demon Slayer Keiho, with the sealed state, I can just practice sword zen and find the true name of the new soul sword. Asuna, hee that's true. Asuna, I hope my Zanpakuto ability can be stronger, so that I won't have to fight against the 5 scum in the future. God's tongue, damn it. We agreed to be NGS together, and you actually secretly shipped the goods. Asuna, I can't help it, luck suddenly came. Asuna. Proud.jpg. God's tongue, cut you.jpg. Psychic witch, speaking of which, I haven't seen brother Ye Chen bubble up all day today. Are you busy with something? Avenger, what else is he busy with? Of course he is busy playing with women. It has been more than 2 months since Ye Chen joined the chat group. Normally, Tian Shuokan, but now Tian Tong Mujin has a thorough understanding of the situation of other people in the group. Especially Ye Chen, who has been to the Demon Slayer world and the Pirate world, and has a lot of experience in both worlds. The character of the other party is well known to everyone. Avenger, we play in the morning and at night, and the water group will only come out during lunch. Don't expect to see him normally. Asuna, ahem, Nagisa-chan is still a primary school student. Kisara, please be careful what you say. Avenger, I accidentally forgot. Psychic witch, it doesn't matter. Yinjingshu said that learning is a very important thing. Psychic witch, if you learn more knowledge, you might be able to use it sometime. Asuna, no, you are still just a child. If you need to use this knowledge, you have to consider calling the police. God's tongue, indeed. Princess Honglian, hey? Why do you feel so serious about all of you? Am I the only one who reads pornographic books? Asuna. God's tongue. The Avengers. Demon Slayer Hanashira, oops, I seem to have accidentally heard something terrible. Princess Gurren. 780. What's happening? In the dormitory room, Stella's face turned red. After looking at the pornographic book on the bed beside her, she suddenly turned to look at a girl with short silver hair not far away. Hey! Tamash Izuku. You told me yesterday that all high school girls read these things. Is it true or not? Why do you suddenly ask such a strange question? Hey, Taizuan raised her eyebrows, and a nasty smile suddenly appeared on her face. No need to ask, of course it's fake. You. Why did you lie to me before? I can lie if I want to, it will be very interesting. You guy. I'll deal with you later. Stella gritted her teeth and glared at her fiercely. Then, ignoring Shizuka Kurogain who looked like she had succeeded in her prank, Stella returned her attention to the chat group. Asuna, it's incredible. I didn't expect that Stella, as a princess, would like to read pornographic books. God's tongue, she seems quite innocent on weekdays, but I didn't expect Stella to be unexpectedly bold. Avenger, I think it's okay, isn't it normal for the princess to read the imperial letter? Princess Honglian, hey. You guys, why did you start spreading rumors when I wasn't around for a while? Asuna, spreading rumors? Did we spread rumors? Avengers, perhaps Stella is referring to the reality we just recounted. Psychic witch, it's okay, Sister Stella. Psychic witch, even if you read pornographic books in private, no one will laugh at you. Check in person, that's right, we are all buddies and we won't laugh at you, laughing. Princess Red Lotus, shut up now. Princess Gurren, I added a smile at the end. You are basically laughing at me. Check in person, oops, I was discovered accidentally. Avenger, as expected of the Red Lotus Emperor, her observation is really meticulous. Check in person, well, she is the Red Lotus Princess after all. You have to be careful not to be discovered by her when you laugh next. Princess Honglian, hey. That's enough for you too. Princess Honglian, why do you circle the word Emperor on purpose? If you do this again, I will get really angry. Princess Gurren, to prevent you from misunderstanding, I will explain it a little bit. Ding travelers join the chat group. Ding Miss Kaguya joins the chat group. Princess Gurren, I didn't originally read pornographic books. It was my roommate who told me that normal high school girls read this, so I started reading it together. It is detected that the number of chat group members meets the requirements, and the chat group begins to upgrade. Princess Honglian. Princess Red Lotus withdrew a message. Princess Honglian, welcome, welcome, this is the dimensional chat group, welcome 2 newcomers to join. Miss Kaguya. Did she just see some strange news? Chapter 71. What exactly is this? Shinomiya Terayuki looked at the light screen in front of him with a puzzled face. This thing suddenly appeared in front of her when she returned to her room to rest. Her first reaction at that time was that someone was plotting against her. But soon, Kaguya overturned this guess. The reason is very simple. If someone really wants to do evil to him, he will drug him or send someone to attack him. Suddenly creating an interface that looks like a social software in front of me, and then watching someone reveal that they read pornographic books, it feels wrong no matter how much I think about it. Princess Honglian, where is the newcomer? Why are they missing? Asuna, maybe I was frightened by your words. God's tongue, if I saw that kind of speech as soon as I entered the group, I would be scared too. Check in person, now even the newcomers know about it, laughs. Avengers, now even the newcomers know about it, laughs. Demon Slayer Hanashira, now even the newbies know about it, laughs. Princess Honglian, stop, stop, stop. Don't read it again. Princess Honglian, I just withdrew it so quickly, there's no way the newcomer could see that message. Princess Honglian, if you talk about this in the group again and ruin my image in front of newcomers, I will be angry. Miss Kaguya, actually, I saw it. Princess Red Lotus. Miss Kaguya, but compared to that kind of thing, I care more about what the dimensional chat group you are talking about is. Miss Kaguya, is this screen in front of me? What kind of special high-tech is this? Princess Gurren, the specific information of the dimensional chat group was already poured into your mind when you were in the group. Princess Gurren, you can remember it just by recalling it. Recall? Ying, who was looking at the screen, tilted her head and carefully recalled the memories of the chat group in her mind. Traveler, it's a place where people from different worlds can gather and communicate with each other. It's really amazing. Traveler, I have been to so many worlds before, but this is the first time I have encountered something like this. Asuna, other worlds. Demon Slayers Hanashira, it seems like there's an incredible person mixed in among the newcomers in this chat group. Traveler, not that powerful, just a traveler with special abilities. Traveler, and that's a thing of the past. I'm in a sealed state now and basically have no power. God's tongue, seal. Psychic witch, what happened? Traveler, I don't know. When my brother and I came to this world, we noticed something was wrong and were about to leave. Traveler, as a result, I was blocked by a strange god when I was leaving. Then I was sealed and separated from my brother. I just woke up from my deep sleep a few days ago. Demon Slayer Kanashira, it sounds like the situation is very bad. Traveler, yeah, I'm currently traveling around trying to regain my strength, and looking for traces of my brother. Asuna, this is easy to handle. If you want to restore your strength, you can use the power of the chat group. Asuna, you can earn points by signing in and completing tasks, uploading various items, and then use the points to restore your strength or purchase new abilities. You can become stronger very quickly. Asuna, it seems like I used to be just an ordinary person, but now I can beat a dozen big men at one time. Miss Kaguya, really or not? You are traveling across the world and beating dozens of people at once. You are not lying, are you? God's tongue, it seems that the world of this newbie is an ordinary world with no supernatural powers like mine. Avenger, if you are curious, just sign in and get some points. For ordinary people, no matter how few points you have, the first strengthening effect will be obvious. Sign in? Shinomiya Kagaya raised an eyebrow. As a modern person, Shinomiya Kagaya is very receptive to chat groups. As early as the interval between other people's conversations, she had already checked the capabilities of the chat group. Seeing what Tendo Mugen said at this moment, she directly switched to the function page and clicked on the sign in. Miss Kagaya signed in successfully and received 89 points. The traveler successfully checked in and received 66 points. Asuna, both newcomers are very lucky this time. Demon Slayer Hanashira, and they're all easy to talk to. Avenger, it's really easy to talk to. It's not like a certain emperor girl has been doubting our identity when she first joined the group. Princess Honglian, hey! I told you not to circle the word emperor again, but I will really get angry. Princess Honglian, and when I first joined the group, wasn't it out of caution? Princess Gurren, no matter who encounters the chat group for the first time, they will doubt that they are being targeted by someone. Miss Kagaya, indeed, when I first joined the group, I once suspected that someone was targeting me. Miss Kagaya, but I thought I should have bypassed the bodyguard assigned to me by the Shinomiya group without knowing it, so I asked in the chat group first. Princess Honglian, look! All the newcomers support me. Asuna, it seems that the newcomers have already experienced the strengthening effect of the chat group, how about it? Miss Kagaya, not bad, I can obviously feel that my physical fitness is stronger than before. Traveler, I don't feel that much has changed. Maybe it's because I used too few points. Check in person, this is normal. After all, your original foundation is not bad, and double-digit points will not make any difference. Check in person, you are not prepared to buy abilities and props. If you rely on points to strengthen your physical fitness, you will need at least 4 digits of points to feel any significant changes. Traveler, that's a bit difficult. I don't have any items on hand that can be uploaded to the chat group in exchange for points. Traveler, but I heard from my traveling companion that we will soon arrive at Mondstadt, a country that believes in the wind god. Traveler, at that time, I will do some commissions to make money, see if I can get some good things, and upload them to the chat group to exchange for points. Asuna, come on. Let's work hard together. God's tongue, don't worry, just take your time, everything will be fine after joining the chat group. Traveler, yet. Traveler, well. I still have a doubt. 17. Demon Slayer Hanashira, what's the problem? Traveler, the little pornographic book that I mentioned before, does it mean that kind of a stringent book? Princess Honglian. Did you even see the result? I saw it a long time ago, but I hid it until the end and said it was really sinister. In the Ryotsuha purification space, Ye Chen, who exuded a touch of coercion, opened his eyes. After a simple conversation, he almost confirmed the identities of the two newcomers. One is the protagonist of the Genshin Impact world, Ying. One is the heroine of Miss Kagaya's world, Kagaya Shinomiya. Overall, pretty good. There are 2 more alternative worlds to harvest original sin, one of which is a world with supernatural power. In the future, if you have a good relationship with Ying, you can take the time to develop it there. The Ryotsuha purification is almost over. Ye Chen stood up and moved his body. After a day, his body had quietly completed a reconstruction and evolution with the help of Hōgyoku's power. After compressing and purifying the Ryotsuha throughout his body, he can now feel that his whole body is full of power. As for how strong it is, Ye Chen came to the edge of Ryotsuha's purification space, raised a finger and flicked the wall. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and a small pit instantly appeared on the dark wall, surrounded by dense cracks. Good! Ye Chen had a look of satisfaction on his face. This can create an infinite prison, and in the original work, it can even bind Aizen with special materials. Being able to destroy it with a single blow, Ye Chen's current strength has almost increased 10 to 9 times compared to before. This is a very scary improvement. The original Ye Chen was able to defeat Yamamoto head-on and even deal with the shady monk in the sky. Now that the basic panel has doubled again, Ye Chen will even be able to deal with Team Zero even more easily than Waiwak in the original work. As long as he uses Wangxiang to refuse to block the opponent's pen, he can slap him to death. But it's better to deal with Waiwak first, and then go to the Soul King's palace. Ye Chen sighed silently. It's not that he followed his heart, it's because the Spirit King is too special. Even if the opponent has lost his limbs and internal organs, his condition is far worse than at his peak. But the Soul King is the Soul King after all, the ceiling of the Shinigami world, the being who has mastered the power of omniscience and omnipotence and opened up the 3 realms. It is absolutely impossible for Ye Chen to easily step into the realm of the Spirit King before making all the preparations he can. The chat group upgrade is completed and the administrator function is unlocked. The voting time is 24 hours. Group members are asked to vote within the specified time, otherwise they will be deemed to have abstained. After using Vientian rejection to repair the gap he had just made, Ye Chen was stunned for a moment as he was about to leave the Ryotsu purification space. Speaking of which, when Kaguya and I joined the group just now, the chat group did have a prompt to upgrade if it met the number of people required. But at that time, he was busy teasing Stella with others, and he just finished the purification of Ryotsu, so he forgot about it. Opening the chat group page again, Ye Chen looked at the introduction of the administrator function he had just unlocked. Administrator, the manager of the dimensional chat group has privileges that ordinary group members do not have. He is responsible for maintaining the order of the dimensional chat group and needs to be voted by all members of the dimensional chat group. Note, if the votes are the same, the selection of the administrator will be cancelled, and the selection will be carried out next time when new members join. The manager of the dimensional chat group. After reading the administrator's introduction, Ye Chen suddenly switched the page to the main page of the chat group without thinking. Asuna, wow, have you seen it? The new features unlocked after the chat group upgrade are so exciting. God's tongue, of course I did. Miss Kaguya, when I saw this chat group before, I felt like I was using a modern social software, but I didn't expect that even the administrator came out. Psychic Witch, looking at the introduction, the administrator's privileges seem to be very powerful. Avenger, let me recommend myself. Do you have the impression to vote for me as the administrator? Princess Honglian, you? Think too much. Stella has not forgotten what happened just now when Tendo Mu even laughed at her crazily. Seeing that the other party was now recommending himself, she launched a counterattack without hesitation. Princess Honglian, as mentioned in the administrator's introduction, this is a position used to maintain order within the group. Princess Honglian, since we want to maintain order, we naturally need enough power. If you want to be the administrator, I will be the one. Avengers, hey? Let the Red Lotus Emperor be the administrator, no matter how you think about it, it won't work. Avenger, I'm afraid that in a few days, the order of the chat group will change. Princess Gurren, Kisara, you guy. If you have the ability, let me go and have a fight with you. Avengers, I don't want to. Being together in the water group every day, Tendo Mugen had long understood Stella's ability called Dragon God Possession. Just like the name of the ability, it is an ability to attach the concept of a dragon to the body and gain the power of the dragon. After entering that state, Stella becomes a true giant dragon. She can send a village flying with just one roar. Unless she was stupid, how could she let Stella come over? If we really start a fight, we will be humiliating ourselves. It's impossible to embarrass her first. Asuna, calm down, you two should stop arguing over this strange issue. God's tongue, it's really meaningless, let's continue discussing the administrator. Check in person, ahem, I think I can get the upper hand. Check in person, not only am I strong, but I am also not a princess. I perfectly meet your requirements, right? Thief Cat. Asuna. The Avengers. Princess Honglien, as expected, in this group, you are the most thick-skinned, Ye Chen. No matter how much she is ridiculed, she just reads pornographic books. He is not at the same level as Ye Chen, a guy who runs a harem wherever he goes and hangs out with women all day long. If you really want to eliminate those with evil thoughts, this guy should be the first to be eliminated. But Princess Honglien, let me tell you, letting Ye Chen be the administrator is indeed a good choice. Princess Gurren, aside from being a little lecherous, he at least really does things and helps solve problems in various worlds. Demon Slayer Hanashira, I support Ye Chen. Thief Cat, +1. W. As the beneficiaries who have been helped, Butterfly Kanae and Nami immediately stood up and voted for Ye Chen. Avenger, I think so. Tendo Kisara, who originally wanted to ask Ye Chen for help, saw the opportunity to build a relationship with Ye Chen and immediately voted for it. Miss Kaguya, hey? Is that the choice? Traveler, it seems Ye Chen is very popular. Kaguya, who had just joined the group, was a little surprised. The two of them didn't know what had happened in the group before, so their understanding of Ye Chen was limited. However, there are only 10 people in the chat group. If you include Ye Chen himself, this is equivalent to 5 votes for him. If the votes are the same, the chat group will cancel the current round of administrator selection. With 5 votes, Ye Chen is basically locked into the position of administrator. Miss Kaguya, since everyone chooses Ye Chen, I might as well vote together. Asuna, I've finished voting for Ye Chen. Traveler, +1 after casting. God's Tongue, +2 after roll. Psychic Witch, +3 after rolling. It is detected that all group members have finished voting, and this round of administrator election has ended. The statistics are over, group member Ye Chen is promoted to administrator. Miss Kaguya, I originally thought it would take a lot of time, but I didn't expect that I was selected in no time. God's Tongue, it's normal. Ye Chen is not only strong, but also has a reliable personality. He is willing to help at critical moments. God's Tongue, in addition, his ability is also very special, and he can absorb the 7 deadly sins. God's Tongue, this is a world purifier. As long as the social stability of the places he visits is greatly improved, it meets the administrator's requirement of maintaining order. Traveler, that's it. Miss Kaguya, listening to what you said, he is indeed very suitable to be an administrator. Avenger, speaking of which, where are the Ye Chen people? Avenger, I'm still waiting to see the admin privileges. Asuna, wait +1, screenshot Kong at Puncher. Psychic Witch, expectation.jpg quality. Check in person, don't worry, I'll take a look. After obtaining the administrator status, Ye Chen became happy. Sure enough, he was right to call it a day in Summit War. If he had killed Marine because of his original sin and left a bad impression on the people in the group, he might not be able to get the administrator now. Opening the administrator function that just appeared, Ye Chen looked at the privileged page that appeared in front of him. Mall Privileges. Chapter 72. Mall Privileges. When purchasing items in the mall, you can designate one item each month and purchase it at a 20% discount. Guarantee Privilege. When selecting a guaranteed item, the guaranteed value of the item can be reduced to the normal price once every 3 months. Travel Privileges. Freely decide the length of stay when traveling through the world, and the daily consumption of points is 10 points. After obtaining permanent station permission, you can pay 100,000 group points in one time and travel through the world for free forever. Administrators do not have many privileges, only 3 in total. With one glance, Ye Chen quickly read the entire content. Not bad. A look of satisfaction flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. It was true that he went out of his way to strive for the status of administrator. No matter which of these 3 privileges he got, he was not disappointed. As long as he makes good use of these 3 privileges, he can save millions or even tens of millions of points in the future. Earn blood. After taking screenshots of the effects of these 3 privileges, Ye Chen switched back to the main page and threw them into the group. Check in person, I'm back after reading it. Punch in person, administrator privileges.jpg. Check in person, I can only say it's okay, just okay. Asuna. Princess Hōgyoku. Miss Kaguya. God's tongue, is this what you call making do? Avenger, you guy, I knew you were the administrator who ordered dogs to bark. You don't like me. Check in person, I would like to give it to you, but I don't have this function. Avenger, damn it. I regret voting for you. Asuna, regret +1. God's tongue, regret +2. Thief cat, regret +3. Check in person. Check in person, what are you doing? Check in person, one by one, are you going to rebel? Asuna, we are going to rebel today. Take back our administrator rights. Check in person, you? It's better to go to bed. Check in person, look at your points balance, Asuna. Check in person, these 3 privileges are indeed very powerful, but in general they all save points. Check in person, for a poor guy like you who has no points, even if you get privileges, it will be of no use. Asuna. Damn it. Just wait for me. Asuna, I will also have points in the future. God's tongue, I don't know why, but the doctor is having a hard time. Avenger, I feel like I've been stabbed for some reason. Miss Kaguya, indeed. Traveler, I just joined the group, I will have points after a while. Psychic Witch, I always feel that Asuna sister's momentum has suddenly dropped. Demon Slayer Kahi 200, sure enough, lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharpest weapon. Check in person, ahem, to celebrate becoming an administrator, I'm going to give out a red envelope. The administrator punch-in releases public red envelopes. Group member Asuna receives a red envelope. Group member Demon Slayer Hanagi receives a red envelope. Group member Red Lotus Princess received the red envelope. Group member Avenger is the lucky king of public red envelopes. A series of prompts sounded, and the red envelope Ye Chen just sent out was all divided up by Asuna and others in the blink of an eye. Asuna. Asuna, it's true, I actually got 98 points by cheating. God's tongue, I have more points than you, 112 points. Demon Slayer Hanashira, it seems my luck is a bit bad, I only have 78 points. Princess Hōgyoku, hey. I took a look at the red envelope Ye Chen sent out this time. It seems to have 1,000 points in it. Psychic Witch, thank you, brother Ye Chen. Avengers, I won't rebel anymore. Avenger, now I am a die-hard supporter of Ye Chen. Asuna, Ye Chen, you know me, and I have always supported you as an administrator. Thief Cat, support +1. Traveler, support +2. Miss Kaguya, support +3. Asuna and others who were still protesting at first jumped into the water after receiving the red envelopes and returned to a supportive stance. Looking at this scene, Ye Chen, who had just handed out the red envelope, didn't pay much attention to it. He temporarily closed the chat group and walked out of the Ryotsuwa purification space. 1,000 points is nothing to him, and it is also not much after being divided into 9 people. The conversation between the two parties just now was meant to be a joke, and he just wanted to further improve the friendship of other people in the group by sending a red envelope. In this way, when there is something similar to the administrator's vote in the future, it will be easier for him to canvass votes. Go back and rest first. Looking at the moon in the sky, Ye Chen prepared to return to the room. But just when he was about to take action, someone suddenly liked him in the chat group that had just been closed. Red Lotus Princess, speaking of which, Ye Chen, are you free recently? At punch in person. Check in person, I'm free, what's the matter? Princess Honglian, of course it's the promise I made with you when I first joined the group. Princess Honglian, you won't forget, right? Check in person, of course I didn't forget that. When Stella just joined the group, she said that she was currently looking for strong people and wanted to fight with them to train herself. At that time, Ye Chen happened to be targeted by Aizen, and Yamamoto, the old guy with bad brains, kept sending people, so he pushed back the time. After dealing with the world of Soul Society and when he was about to fulfill his agreement, Stella said that he would deal with Nami's matter first. In this way, the time for the two people's fight was postponed. If Stella hadn't reminded him, Ye Chen would have almost forgotten about it. Check in person, punch in now. Princess Honglian, yes, it just so happens that you have administrator privileges, so I don't have to pay so many points. Group member Red Lotus Princess sends exclusive red envelopes. Princess Honglian, this is the travel expenses. You can stay a few more days after the fight. I will take you around. Administrator Punchin receives exclusive red envelope. Check in person, okay. Ye Chen was not polite about the red envelope sent by Stella. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. If the other party treats you, it will be free of charge. Leave a message. After thinking about it, Ye Chen returned to the room and wrote a small note. After briefly explaining his plan to rule the present world and Hōgyoku Mundo, and saying that he would be away for a while, he directly opened the time travel interface. The next second, under the power of the chat group, Ye Chen's figure disappeared. Why do you suddenly want to go to the training ground? In the double dormitory, a petite girl with short silver hair raised her head and looked doubtfully at Stella, who was getting ready not far away. Could it be that you are still angry about Xiao Huangshu and want to? Shut up! Stella, who had just forgotten about this matter, paused and glared at her in embarrassment. I'll settle the score with you later when I have time. Don't mention it now. Hey? Aren't you going to start a fight with me on the training ground? Shizuka Kurogain tilted her head in confusion, then why are you going to the training ground now? Are you randomly picking up a few unlucky passers-by to find out the anger? How could I do that? A friend of mine is here. I had a private fight with him before, so I have to go to the training ground. It's amazing that you can make friends. Hey! Are you going to fight me? Don't worry, I don't want to sin with you today. Kuroyukahime Shizuku stood up and walked towards the clothes rack on the side. I'm just curious about what your friends are like. He is a very strong guy, but, Stella, who was about to reply, was stunned for a moment and looked behind Haitaizuwen. Why did you arrive so quickly? Well, I don't have anything to do over there. I just left a message and came right over. Ye Chen smiled and looked at Shizuka Kurogain, who was staring at him with an indifferent expression not far away. But looking at the situation, it seems that my arrival was not a coincidence. Curious about Stella's special friend, Haitaizuwen, who was going to the training ground with her, was still changing her clothes just now. The pajamas worn at home were hung on a hanger nearby. The girl holding the school uniform in her hand showed a large area of fair skin on her body. Seeing that Ye Chen not only did not look away, but also admired his own condition, the chill on Kurogain Shizuku's delicate and lovely face like a porcelain doll became stronger and stronger. Buzz! Rich magic power fluctuations appeared on Haitaizuwen's body, and a small silver-white sword quietly appeared in her hand. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it to your heart's content. Aiming his spiritual equipment at Ye Chen, the black iron bead vibrated and activated his own force skill for a second. Water prison bomb. Little drops of water condensed on the tip of the Kodaki, and in the blink of an eye they gathered into a huge water ball. Bang! 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 3 consecutive sounds floated up, and 3 huge water balls ejected, blocking all directions around Ye Chen. This is one of the most commonly used moves by Black Iron Zuwen. Once hit, the water prison bomb will cover the enemy's face, making it impossible to breathe. Obviously, Hai Tai Zuwen was planning to teach Ye Chen a lesson without killing him. But it's not enough if it's just this level. Ye Chen stood there without making any dodge movements. The power must be increased at least 10 times before the Ryotsu wave on my body can be shaken. Why? 3 crisp explosions sounded in succession. In Hai Tai Zuwen's surprised gaze, the 3 water prison bombs seemed to have hit some invisible wall and instantly shattered. Punch in mission, Kurotetsujo Shizuku make his mood change drastically 3 times in a short period of time. Successful check-in will reward the unique spiritual equipment, Yashijir, the magic power of Black Iron Pearl Cloud, and the magic control skills of Black Cloud. How can it be? Kuroganja Shizuku's expression instantly became serious. She didn't feel the magic aura just now. This means that Ye Chen did not use any sword-cutting skills. It's really weird to be able to silently erase her attacks without activating her sword-cutting skills. Hey, hey, hey! You two, stop for a moment. Just as the atmosphere at the scene became more solemn, Stella on the side finally reacted and quickly walked between the two. Zhu Shizuku, calm down, Ye Chen is not malicious. So you wanted to watch me change clothes on purpose? That's not the case. Anyway, the reason is very complicated. Stella's expression was a little helpless. When teleporting through a chat group, the traveled group members will appear around the local group members. Regarding this point, Stella had heard about it from Nami and others before. Pass. Because of this, she got up and prepared to leave the dormitory immediately after notifying Ye Chen. Who would have thought that the other party would come so quickly? As soon as the front foot agreed, the back foot person arrived. Aren't you the boss of Soul Society? Don't you need to explain something to the people below? Looking at Ye Chen in front of her with a complicated expression, Stella sighed helplessly, pulled his sleeve and prepared to walk outside. Stop being so angry, Shizuku, if she continues like this. Hey? I think I saw something interesting. Just when Stella was mid-sentence, she saw Ye Chen suddenly stop, pick up a book on her bed and start reading. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Although I heard you say it in the group before, I didn't expect that the size of the pornographic book you read was quite large. Put it down quickly. Because the pornographic book I secretly read in private was discovered, so I blew up the dormitory in excitement. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Shingyuji Kurono had a look of helplessness on his face. As the chairman of the Pajun Academy, she has experienced ups and downs and encountered many problem children. But it was her first time doing something as abstract as Stella. Under normal circumstances, such behavior as using abilities without permission or even destroying the dormitory would be punished. But not long ago, Shingyuji Kurono had a conflict with Stella over the issue of dormitory allocation. In that incident, Shingyuji Kurono was at fault. Stella was able to forgive her and not drop out of school, which was a favor to Shingyuji Kurono who needed a certain amount of performance. With this favor, even if Stella made a mistake now, it would be hard for her to say anything. This time, let's just pretend it never happened. Raising the pistol that suddenly appeared in his hand, Shingyuji Kurono pressed the trigger towards the ruins in front of him. A clear sound floated up, and a magical bullet was shot out, landing on the eroded ruins in front of him. The next second, the fluctuation of time enveloped the ruins and began to reverse rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, what was just a mess of ruins has been restored to the original dormitory appearance. Okay, the dormitory problem is solved. He did not immediately take back the spiritual equipment in his hand. Shingyuji Kurono, who had just finished dealing with the ruins, turned to look at Ye Chen. So Stella, Can you explain to me why a strange man appears in your dormitory? Stella's eyes dodged, and she didn't know how to answer this question for a while. This is caused by my ability. Seeing that Stella seemed to be unable to lie, Ye Chen took up the topic. My ability is space teleportation, which allows me to teleport myself to a fixed target. I made an appointment to meet Stella this time, so I teleport directly to her side. Is it the ability of the space system? Shingyuji Kurono looked at Ye Chen with some confusion. It's strange, since you have such a strong ability, why I haven't heard of you before. Of course it's because I'm relatively low-key. Low-key. As the former third player in the alliance, Shingyuji Kurono once had half a foot in the realm of demons, and his strength is undoubted. But even so, she still felt an extremely dangerous aura on the man in front of her. There are only a handful of strong men of this level in her memory. No matter how low-key you are, it's impossible that you haven't heard of it. It seems like you are still confused. Ye Chen's voice sounded again. Under the gazes of Shingyuji Kurono and the others, he took out the zanpakuto from his waist without any warning and pointed it at the opponent. How about this, let's have a fight. Just fight once and you'll understand why you haven't heard of my name. Hey! Before Shingyuji Kurono could reply, Stella on the side suddenly couldn't sit still and quickly intervened. Obviously I came first. Even if I have to fight, I will fight first. You want to join us? Snap! There was a crisp snap of fingers, and the surrounding scenery began to change crazily. In just the blink of an eye, Ye Chen and others appeared in a forest. This is an uninhabited island I just found. You don't have to worry about causing any damage. Looking at Stella and others ahead who had not yet reacted, Ye Chen said with a smile. This is a rare opportunity, Stella, please come together. If you two cooperate, we can hold on for a few more seconds. Shingyuji Kurono. Chapter 73. Is there something wrong with this development? Shingyuji Kurono looked at the situation in front of him with some confusion. Why did it develop like this? Didn't she just hear the explosion coming from the dormitory and come over to check on the situation? Why are they starting to fight out of nowhere? Is it an uninhabited island? This is pretty good. Just when Shingyuji Kurono was puzzled, Stella's excited voice suddenly sounded. In a place like this, I can let go. Come and serve me Fei Longxin's sword. Boom! Huge magic power erupted from Stella's body, and the temperature of the surrounding air began to slowly cool down. Holding a two-handed sword wrapped in flames, Stella's face was full of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Shingyuji Kurono on the side twitched his eyes. Why do you really want to fight? Stella, I think you and your friend across from you need to calm down for a while. I'm sorry, Dean. Stella smiled brightly and refused without hesitation. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Now that the battlefield has been set up, even you can't stop me. Using abilities without authorization is against school discipline. I was prepared to be punished afterwards. Why are you so stubborn? Shingyuji Kurono's expression became increasingly helpless. As the possessor of the strongest magic power in the world, Stella's talent is unquestionable. But sometimes, talent is not everything. More importantly, it is the time to transform talent into strength. Stella is too young. Even if the opponent had been training hard before, the combat power he displayed still couldn't match her potential. It is really irrational to deal with an enemy who can even feel dangerous to her in a state that has not yet fully grown up. Forget it, I'll just take action according to the other party's request. Seeing that Stella had no intention of giving up, Shingyuji Kurono had no choice but to raise his guns and join in this sudden battle. Stella, I will be the main attacker. You can come back when you find an opportunity. No, when it comes to head-on combat, I'm more suitable. Stop making trouble, you. I'm not kidding. The world is twisted. The moment Stella's voice fell, the aura on her body rose rapidly at a terrifying speed. A faint phosphorescence of fire fell from her hair, and her slim body exuded a high temperature that distorted the air. Plop! 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 It was completely unlike the loud heartbeat of a human being, which sounded on this uninhabited island far away from the electric rainbow. Under the shocked gazes of Shingyuji Kurono and Kuroganezu, a shining knife mark appeared on Stella's chest, whose aura had reached its peak. Dean! This is my real power! Without hesitation, Stella entered the state of possession of the Dragon God, and her combat power reached its peak. Stella took a step forward. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the huge uninhabited island beneath Ye Chen and others shook slightly. At the same time, Stella's figure had disappeared and appeared in front of Ye Chen. Come on! Ye Chen! Let you see the results of my cultivation during this period. The momentum is good. Ye Chen gave a rare compliment. But it's not enough. Ye Chen raised his palm and grabbed it straight for Fei Longxin's sword. Boom! The palm and the blade connected, and the terrifying distance was instantly transmitted to Ye Chen, causing the ground beneath his feet to collapse and shatter. But in contrast to the tragic scene around him, was Ye Chen's motionless body and intact clothes. As if he was not affected at all, Ye Chen, who received the blow, directly grabbed Fei Longxin's sword and threw Stella towards Kurono Shingyuji, who was standing aside. Double speed time. The moment Ye Chen attacked Stella, Shingyuji Kurono, who had been watching the fight from the side, took action. Raising the white gun in her right hand, she shot herself in the head, instantly speeding up her time. 1 second is stretched infinitely, and everything around you begins to slow down. Sorry, Stella. Glancing at Stella, who was flying towards him, Shingyuji Kurono, who entered 100 times speed state, did not reach out to catch her. Being able to withstand that terrifying blow head-on, she knew without even thinking about how powerful Ye Chen's throw would be. Anyway, Stella is thick-skinned, so let her fight on her own. Avoiding Stella's flight path, Xinying Shina quickly came to Ye Chen. Zhonghua! The bullet with the power of time was shot out in an instant. This is a sword-cutting skill that can stop the target's time. Once hit, it will fall into a temporary state of control. Since he had seen Ye Chen's exaggerated spatial movement before, Shingyuji Kurono directly put the muzzle of the gun against Ye Chen's body to ensure a complete hit. After doing all this, Shingyuji Kurono retreated again to distance herself, exiting the 100-fold acceleration state that she could not bear. Boom! A violent collision came from behind, which was the sound of Stella, who had just been thrown out by Ye Chen, hitting the ground. Shingyuji Kurono ignored it and looked straight at Ye Chen in front of him, frowning slightly. Because she discovered that the shot she had just fired from zero range did not hit the enemy. Is this space solidification? Looking at the bullet stuck to Ye Chen's chest without any intention of moving forward, a flash of surprise flashed in Shingyuji Kurono's eyes. Shingyuji Kurono had expected that Ye Chen would have similar skills, so he shot closely at 100 times the speed. However, Shingyuji Kurono did not expect that the other party would actually lay a spatial interlayer on the body surface first, making her efforts in vain. It seems your attack is over. Ye Chen's voice sounded in Shingyuji Kurono's ears without any warning, causing her body to tremble. Without hesitation, she raised the pistol and pointed it at herself. Double speed time. Entering the 100x speed state again, Shingyuji Kurono distanced himself while turning around, preparing to launch a new round of attack on Ye Chen. But to Shingyuji Kurono's surprise, when she turned around and looked back, she did not see Ye Chen. Don't you understand yet? Ye Chen's voice sounded behind her, even if you enter 100 times speed, you are still clearly visible in my eyes. Tisk! Severe pain shot through his back, and Shingyuji Kurono, who realized what had happened, was cut down to the ground. The power of original sin flowed into the wound, and due to the huge gap in strength, it forcibly penetrated Shingyuji Kurono's defense line and controlled him. Check-in mission, Shingyuji Kurono. Any hostile attack hits Shingyuji Kurono. Successful check-in will reward you with unique spiritual equipment, original Father God, Thinking Goddess, Shingyuji Kurono's magic power, and the method to become a demon. Complete the chat group task World Clock, and you will be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. You're next. After casually disposing of Shingyuji Kurono, Ye Chen turned around and looked at the pile of ruins not far away. Do you want to continue? Still, we are ready to surrender directly. Boom. The moment Ye Chen's voice fell, the blazing flaming giant sword instantly penetrated the ruins and rushed into the blue sky. The college uniform on her body became tattered, and Stella stood up again in the ruins with her naked body. Surrender? How is that possible? Under the blessing of the dragon god's possession, Stella, who has the dragon's recovery power, has fully recovered from her injuries in just a few seconds. Although this consumed a lot of her energy, it was at least enough for her to get up again and launch the final blow to Ye Chen. Go! Burn the sky and burn the earth with Dragon King Flame. Holding the Filong Sin sword tightly with both hands, Stella waved the flames that penetrated the sky and slashed at Ye Chen mercilessly. Your forward swing is too long. Looking at this devastating blow, Ye Chen shook his head slightly. In a serious battle, who would face this thing head-on? Even though he said that, Ye Chen still had no intention of dodge. A faint wave of Ryutsu appeared on his body. Ye Chen raised the Zanpakut that turned white in his hand and waved it casually. The raging cold current blew by, and with the double blessing of Hiranmaru and Sodi no Shirayuki, the scorching high temperature in the air dissipated. Instead, there was the cold air that was enough to freeze everything in the world. Click! 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 Starting from the direction of Ye Chen's swing of the knife, the blazing flames that were still falling were quietly frozen. Following the connection between the flames, the ice spread to Stella's body in just a moment. Punch-in mission, Stella Familion. In the formal competition, let Stella admit her defeat. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, Fei Long Sin Sword, Stella's magic power, and Stella's physical fitness. So strong. Looking at the one-sided battle ahead, Shizuka Kurogain, who was not far away, widened his eyes and his face was full of shock. Shingyuji Kurono and Stella have tried their best. As officially certified A-level knights, both of them are strong men who can change the situation of war and destroy a country alone. In the battle just now, Stella and the two of them did use their full strength to fight Ye Chen without any reservation. But Ye Chen's strength is really too strong. The man who suddenly appeared in the dormitory and left a bad impression on her was simply a monster among monsters. Even if Hai Taizuyun tried his best, he could not keep up with any of his opponent's movements. In less than a minute, this battle came to an end. Speaking of which, is that really a spiritual outfit? Kuroji Aiza Shizuku stared at the Zanpakut in Ye Chen's hand in confusion. The so-called spiritual equipment is the embodiment of the Magic Knight's ability, a physical weapon formed by a high concentration of magic power. As a Magic Knight, Hai Taizuyun has trained his magic control and magic perception to an extremely high level. But even so, she still didn't feel any magic fluctuations from the knife. What exactly is going on? Because this is not the inherent spiritual equipment you imagined. Ye Chen, who had just helped Stella regain her freedom, turned around and looked at Black Iron Pearl Shizuku. Asking for flowers 0. This thing is called Zanpakut. You can understand it as a special spiritual equipment that does not require magic power, it consumes Ryutsu. Can you still read minds? Kuroganezu Shizuka frowned slightly, although I still don't understand, I probably understand what you mean. As long as you know. Hey, you're so strong. Manipulate the flames to make the body. It became warm again, and Stella moved her body. Although I have long known that Ye Chen's strength is exaggerated, I didn't expect that you could block my attack with your bare hands. After experiencing it once, I was a little bit shocked. I wonder why you are so confident. It's not that I'm confident, mainly because after mastering the Dragon God's possession, I haven't encountered any enemies. I just remembered the agreement I made with you before, so I wanted to invite you over for a good fight, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It's not just as simple as a big gap. Shingyuji Kurono, who had been cured of his injuries on the side, glanced at her with complicated eyes. The two sides are not at the same level at all. If you want to fight him, you must have at least close strength. It seems that what you lack now is not strength, but the judgment of the gap in strength between the two sides. It's nothing anyway. Ye Chen is not an enemy. Even if he is defeated, he doesn't have to worry about his life being in danger. Yes, I will keep it. Ye Chen smiled, and even if we really miss, it won't be a big problem. As long as the time is not too long, I can still save even the dead. You are really capable. Shingyuji Kurono looked at Ye Chen thoughtfully. Anyway, as long as everyone is fine. 0, 0. The battle is over, it's time for us to return to the Po Military Academy. If I'm missing for too long, trouble may easily occur. There's nothing to worry about. Ye Chen snapped his fingers, and the surrounding scene began to change rapidly. The next second, everyone who was still on the uninhabited island had returned to Pajun Academy. Are you back? Stella, you and Hai Taizuyun should go back to the dormitory first. After scanning the surroundings, Shingyuji Kurono looked at Ye Chen. As for Ye Chen, I have something else to ask you. Can you come to the office with me? Sure. Ye Chen waved his hand towards Stella. Then I'll go with her first. I will come back to you after the identity issue is resolved. Good. Pojun Academy, in the dean's office. Click. The door opened. After taking care of himself briefly, Shingyuji Kurono walked out of the next room. The suit that was destroyed in the battle was gone, replaced by a brand new suit. Perhaps because it was temporarily borrowed, this suit looked very compact compared to Shingyuji Kurono's previous suit. In order to make it easier, the top button on her chest was not buttoned, and she was half opened, revealing a touch of alluring white skin. Shingyuji Kurono, whose curvaceous legs were wrapped in black stockings and exuded a mature atmosphere, stepped on high heels and sat down directly opposite Ye Chen. Awaited. It's not bad. Ye Chen smiled and looked at the other person unscrupulously. I don't think it's a loss to sit here and wait for a few minutes to see a beautiful woman dressed up for me. Although I appreciate your recognition, I got married many years ago. For me, it's nice to change the taste once in a while. I'll just pretend I didn't hear what I just said. Shingyuji Kurono frowned slightly and got straight to the point. I have one thing to ask, are you a demon? Not yet. Aren't you a demon? Then who are you? I think it's better to stop this topic. It's very dangerous to pursue my secret too much. But I must understand your identity. This is my responsibility as the dean. Shingyuji Kurono's expression became more serious. Stop using the ability to control other people's bodies as an excuse. That ability can only control the body, but it cannot affect the target's spirit, let alone eliminate the traces of the battle. A high-profile existence like yours must have left traces before. Could it be that you have changed your appearance? You have so many questions. I don't mind telling you the truth, but you have to be prepared. Prepare. Yes, get ready. Pink mist quietly filled the office. Looking at Shingyuji Kurono, who seemed to realize something was wrong and suddenly covered his head and distanced himself, Ye Kong let out a chuckle. Since you want to explore my secret, you must be prepared to dedicate everything. Oops. Shingyuji Kurono's expression changed and he wanted to leave here. But at this moment, the feeling of losing control of my body not long ago appeared again. Wait a minute. Don't, Chapter 74. 2 hours later, the Dean of the Military Academy broke into the room. I have to say, your ability is pretty easy to use. Sitting on the soft armchair, Ye Chen glanced at Shingyuji Kurono lying on the table, and his eyes fell on the pistol in his hand. When he was playing with Kurono Shingyuji, he suddenly recalled the time-stop series he had seen in his previous life. Based on the principle that practice is the only criterion for testing truth, Ye Chen, who had the conditions, gave it a try immediately. In terms of results, this is indeed an interesting play. Especially when coupled with the power of shock fruit, Ye Chen felt that his combat effectiveness had skyrocketed a lot. It's a pity that your physique is too weak, otherwise I can use the Momo fruit to accelerate time and create a live version of Made in Heaven. Although I don't know what you mean by Made in Heaven, you'd better not give me a chance. After recovering from his exhaustion, Shingyuji Kurono stared at Ye Chen with an angry expression. As long as I am still alive, I will find an opportunity to kill you. Oh yeah, it sounds really scary. Ye Chen showed a troubled expression on his face, but is this really good? I remember you seem to have a 3-year-old daughter. You. Speaking of which, when I read your memory just now, I seem to see that your husband was just an ordinary E-class knight. Stop. What do you want to do? I didn't do anything. Ye Chen shrugged, I just want to remind you that not everyone is Kurogen Ikki. As the penultimate E-class, Shingyuji Takumi is more fragile than you think. If you hadn't noticed in advance, he wouldn't even be able to block the bullets fired by ordinary firearms, right? Oh, that's right, that's right. Ignoring Shingyuji Kurono, who fell silent, Ye Chen, who was talking to himself, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly let out a 470 chuckle. Didn't you ask me before if I was a demon? What I told you at that time was not for the time being. Now I can give you a new answer. I can become a demon at any time. Do not make jokes. Shingyuji Kurono didn't believe Ye Chen's lies at all. It's not easy to become a demon. Since you were not a demon before, then... Bang! Before Shingyuji Kurono could say anything, a strange aura suddenly floated from Ye Chen's body. Shingyuji Kurono had seen a similar existence before, and had half-stepped into that door himself, so he was no stranger to it. That is the aura that exists in a demon who has broken away from the shackles of the world and wanders outside of cause and effect. There was no doubt about it the moment I spoke to her. Ye Chen became a businessman. You, how is this possible? The pupils shrank into needles in an instant, and Shingyuji Kurono had a look of disbelief on his face. That's a demon. Only by tempering your own possibilities to the end and cutting off the shackles of fate with absolute will can you become a special being. Among the existing demons, a large part have experienced mountains of swords, seas of fire, and hells of Shura, and have achieved breakthroughs in the midst of fighting. Why did Ye Chen suddenly become a demon without warning when he didn't do anything? What on earth did you do? What have you done? Ye Chen smiled, of course I cut off the chain. When checking into Shingyuji Kurono not long ago, one of the rewards Ye Chen received was, how to become a demon. He did a little research and discovered that this so-called devil is essentially a group of special beings who have escaped their own destiny. The world of fallen knights is a very special world. This world, like other worlds, will grant different weights of destiny to the people within it. But unlike other worlds, the real world not only grants destiny, but also materializes this destiny. Its embodied expression is the minister of magic power. The heavier the destiny carried on the body, the greater the total amount of magic power it holds, and the deeper the connection with the world. As long as you can practice to the limit and hone your absolute will, then those who land in the world can cut off their own destiny through the connection between magic and the world. Throw away the fate given by the world and decide your own fate. This is also the reason why after becoming demons, demons can control the cause and effect involving themselves and absolutely crush the existence of non-demon. In the same way, after being able to freely decide one's own destiny, the total amount of magic power is no longer linked to destiny, and can be freely increased through practice. To be honest, I still want to thank you. Looking at Shingyuji Kurono in front of him, Ye Chen continued, I can become a demon, and you have played a big role. What does this mean? Literally, of course. Ye Chen didn't actually have the qualifications to become a demon. After all, he had no ability in destiny. Even though he came to this world and became a part of his destiny, he still couldn't see the chain of destiny wrapped around him. But after checking in with Stella and others and obtaining the corresponding magic power, he established a direct connection with this world. The total amount of magic power is equal to the fate of the world. After checking in Shingyuji Kurono and others in one go, Ye Chen was equivalent to gaining the fate of 2 A-class knights and 1 class knight. Carrying a huge destiny, although the chain of fate between Ye Chen and the world has become extremely strong, it also makes him feel the chain more clearly. With direct contact, the next step is naturally simple. Ye Chen, whose spirit had long been strong to a certain extent and could freely enter and exit the mental space, easily condensed the blade of will. It's useless if the chain is strong, the blade of his will is sharper. Like just now, after cutting off the chain of fate that appeared on his body along with the magic power, he became a so-called devil. In fact, this can be regarded as the difference between the worlds. In other worlds, there is no such simple way to directly master causal abilities. You've almost rested too. After getting a little familiar with the demon's ability to control his own cause and effect, Ye Chen glanced at Kurono Shingyuji who was standing aside. I just thought of an interesting gameplay. Let's put it into practice while we still have time. Don't come here. You. Pay attention to your attitude, Mrs. Shingyuji. Ye Chen approached Shingyuji Kurono's ear and let out a chuckle. After all, you don't want anything to happen to your husband, right? I'm finally back. Feeling the familiar scent approaching, Stella, who had changed into casual clothes, walked out of the room and looked at Ye Chen at the door. Why have you been gone for so long? Nothing unexpected happened. What else could happen to me? Ye Chen shrugged and replied with a smile as if nothing was wrong. It's mainly a matter of identity. The dean of the college thinks that I am so strong that I cannot be unknown. He suspects that I am a strong man from another country who has sneaked in disguise. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it. Stella's expression became subtle. Ye Chen is from other world, and to a certain extent, he can be regarded as a powerful person from other countries. How did you reply? It didn't cause any more conflicts. In terms of diplomacy, just be careful. Ye Chen made an okay gesture. Anyway, I am also the leader of Soul Society, and I still have some abilities. After a convincing conversation, the principal of your college no longer pursues my identity. That's good. Stella breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, Ye Chen is also a guest she invited. If there was any conflict between the other party and Kurono Shingyuji, it would be a headache for her to be caught in the middle. What are your plans next? Should I go back to Soul Society directly, or stay here for a few more days? I'm going to stay for a while. Ye Chen casually pulled out a giant sword that exuded heat and gestured in front of Stella. Hey, do you know this one? This is my concubine Dragon Sin sword. Yes, I copied this through my ability. I see. Stella had a look of understanding on her face. Since Ye Chen didn't hide it, everyone in the chat group basically knew that he had the ability to copy. Although Stella didn't know the specific principle of copying, since the other party could copy things like Zanpakut and Devil Fruit, it would be understandable to make a spiritual equipment together. But it's one thing to know, but seeing my spiritual equipment being copied like this makes me feel quite complicated. What is copied is not just spiritual equipment. Ye Chen shook his head and controlled a layer of flame to appear on the surface of Fei Longxin's sword, then let it disappear. I can also copy your dragon god possession. Hey! This is a bit too shameless. Well, that's basically what it's all about. Ye Chen put away Fei Longxin's sword and continued. I found that the unique spiritual equipment of your world is somewhat similar to the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami world. Both of them are the embodiment of soul power, but there are some differences in details. For example, inherent spiritual equipment can be put away at any time, and it is not completely bound to abilities. More importantly, Stella's Dragon God possession and Black Iron Pearl Cloud's water element control can be released without using inherent spiritual equipment. This is decisively different from Shinigami, which must be released through Zanpakuto, and will lose most of its power if Zanpakuto is destroyed. I want to try to analyze this thing and combine its advantages with Zanpakuto. If I succeed, I might be able to complete the permanent fusion of Zanpakuto in a short time and achieve effects beyond expectations. Hey? Seriously, can you even do this? There is still a certain chance. Then give it a try. Stella asked with great interest. Do you need my help? It's still needed. Ye Chen smiled and revealed the real purpose. After all, I won't be able to stay here for a long time if you don't release your authority over the world. This is easy to handle, just wait, it's done. I have given you permission to permanently station. That was a huge help. By the way, can you harvest negative emotions? Of course, it's not a bad thing after all. Stella agreed nonchalantly, but don't be like Nami, choosing. What kind of world war is going on? My side is still very peaceful and there is no need for war. Then what if I don't do anything and your world-class organization takes the initiative to cause trouble for me? Hey? Probably not. It's hard to say, after all, there are exceptions to everything. Looking at the west, Ye Chen let out a chuckle. If that happens, can I fight back? Well, if there's really no other way, then let's do it. Stella always felt that Ye Chen was not talking nonsense. Worried that this kind of thing would really happen, Stella thought for a while and then added. Remember not to make too much noise when the time comes. As long as there is no war and the overall world situation remains peaceful, the rest does not matter. No problem. That's good. After getting Ye Chen's promise, Stella breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, do you want to go shopping with me? Although I've only just arrived in Neon, I still know a few good restaurants. Then let's take a stroll. Ye Chen agreed. Anyway, he still has plenty of time, not less than this moment. At the same time, there was a beautiful country far away on the other side. A fat old man wearing white clothes and holding a bucket passed through several security checks and came to a secret research room. How's the situation? Sitting on the chair in the center, Karl Ahrens took out a pipe from his pocket and asked. Did the satellite record the specific footage of the battle that took place in Neon offshore not long ago? Why? Already got it. A researcher not far away replied, maybe it's a coincidence, but the picture observed by the satellite this time is unexpectedly clear. Not only was the complete battle process recorded, but the identities of both parties were also roughly confirmed. Oh? What a blessing! Ahrens narrowed his eyes and asked the researcher while gesturing to upload the video. Who are the two sides fighting? The world clock, Shingyuji Kurono, is the former world number 3 in the league and currently serves as the dean of the Pajun Academy. And the Red Lotus Princess, Stella Familion, who went to study in Neon not long ago and is currently studying at Pajun Academy. Princess Red Lotus. A look of surprise flashed in Ahrens's eyes. As the strongest possessor of magic power other than the devil, many powerful people from all over the world are paying attention to him. As the current chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of the United States, Allens, who has researched and created major entities such as Eddie and Superman, naturally pays attention to it. But, 1.9. Isn't Princess Red Lotus's strength not enough? In just over a month since going to Neon, she has grown enough to compete with the world clock. Judging from the video, I have indeed grown a lot, but Mr. Allens, you are a bit wrong. The researcher who had already watched the video in advance replied with a complicated expression, "The World Clock and the Red Lotus Princess are in the same camp." The battle that just happened in the Neon Sea was between these two people teaming up to fight against a strange man. It's not that the Red Lotus Princess is fighting the World Clock, but the two of them are joining forces to deal with the Second Master? Faced with this unexpected news, Aarons became even more curious about the battle that had just occurred. Raising his hand and pressing a button on the machine in front of him, Aarons turned and looked at the huge light screen not far away. The video that had been uploaded started to play, and 4 figures standing on the island appeared on the light screen. What was played next was the scene of Ye Chen fighting against Stella and others. The process is not long, not even a minute. But the amount of information contained in this battle far exceeded Aaron's imagination. He played this video over and over again, watching it over and over again. I don't know how long it took, but he suddenly laughed out loud. Perfect! It's so perfect! Not only can it easily block the attack of the Red Lotus Princess, but it can also keep up with the accelerated world clock. This man's body is simply the ultimate physical body in my imagination. That's him. There won't be another one. As long as I have his body and the ultimate soul I got from the tyrant, the ultimate creature I imagined can definitely be born. Someone! Take this video and me to the president. Yes. Chapter 75. Neon Palace, in an empty room. The above is the video that was just sent. Looking away from the computer screen in front of him, Yingmoya looked at the sturdy old man beside him. What do you think? Very strong. Feng Zhiji-san expressed his only thoughts. You also saw the posture of Princess Honglian. Even across the screen, I can feel the terrifying aura coming towards me. Able to crush Vice Admiral in the collision of forces, and chase the world clock accelerated by time. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that such a monster existed in the world. Yes, he is simply a monster among monsters. A wry smile appeared on Yingmoya's face. As the current Prime Minister of Neon's cabinet, Yingmoya's knowledge is not low, and he has even had a lot of contact with demons. But among them, there was still no one with such strength that left such a deep impression on him as Ye Chen. Yashaiji Zijing Ning Ian can't do it. God of War Nango Torajiro can't do it. Not even the League's Commander-in-Chief, Arthur Bright, had ever left such a deep impression on him. Playing the video again and watching the shocking battle, Yingmoya spoke. I want to get in touch with him. It would be dangerous. But with his help, maybe we can change that hopeless future. What if he's the cause? I have considered this. Yingmoya replied, before formal contact, I plan to contact Kurono privately to inquire about the situation. Can. Feng Japan-san didn't say anything this time, and agreed with Mekijmuga's idea. Speaking of which, do you need my help to test it out? How to test? I can send some people from the rebel army to carry out terrorist attacks near him to see if he will take the initiative. Terrorist attack. Tsukikage Muga hesitated for a moment. I remember Araswin Nagi is currently lurking in Pajun Academy, let him act together. If the other party chooses to watch, let Araswin Nagi take action to subdue those members of the Revolutionary Army and establish a positive image. Good. To the west of the military academy. In a large nationwide shopping mall, Dai La happily led 25 Ye Chen to the food court on the first floor. How are you feeling? After swallowing the teppanyaki in her mouth, Stella asked with a smile. This is something I specifically asked the dean to know about. There is a crepe shop just ahead, and the food there is also very good. By the way, if you want to eat ice cream, we can also go to the third floor. I give full marks to shop number 13 on the first floor. Foodie. Ha! Listening to the comments coming from her ears, Stella, who was happily sharing her experience with Ye Chen, her expression froze. Stopping the introduction, she turned to look at Kuroganjure, who was wearing a gothic Lolita outfit and was also dressed up carefully. Hey! What does foodie mean? Literally, of course. You guy. I'm kind enough to take you to taste delicious food in this area, but that's what you're saying about me. When will I need you to take me? Hai Taizuyun glanced at her flatly. I'm a native of Neon. I know what delicious food is better than you. Then why are you following me? Just to find a chance to choke me. It has nothing to do with you. I have something to do with the man next to you. Hey? Looking for me? Ye Chen, who was ordering food, turned around and looked thoughtfully at the cute girl in front of him who looked like a porcelain doll. What's the matter? I would like to inquire about the Zanpakuto you mentioned in the battle before, and what the Ryotsu you mentioned is. Hai Taizuyun said, I know this request is a bit offensive, so you can refuse it directly. But if you have the intention to tell me, I will try my best to compensate you with information and wealth of equal value. It doesn't have to be so serious. Seeing that the other party wanted something from him, Ye Chen patted the girl's head unceremoniously and replied with a smile. If you want to know, I can tell you. Really? Then. However, both the specific transaction and the explanation of Zanpakuto will take a lot of time. If you really want to know, wait until we finish shopping. Good. Kurogain Zhu Shizuku nodded slightly, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It must be said that Ye Chen's reply was somewhat beyond her expectation. After all, according to the other party, Zanpakuto and Ryotsu are a power system similar to inherent spiritual equipment and magic power, but different. This is equivalent to a brand new way out. Once the matter is exposed, it will even trigger riots around the world. Put yourself in Ye Chen's shoes, and if Hai Taizu is in Ye Chen's situation, she will never leak relevant information easily. Ye Chen was able to agree directly without thinking, which made Shizuku Kurogana's bad impression of him much better in an instant. But just when Shizuku Kurogane had a warmer impression of Ye Chen, she was secretly thinking about what chips she had in her hand to impress him. A series of frightened cries for help came from not far away. Ah! There are terrorists! Run! Help! Someone help me! Do not kill me! Shut up! If you shout lousy, shoot! Hai Taizuyun turned around and glanced in the direction of the sound. The next second, a figure wearing a dark combat uniform, a gas mask, and holding a gun kept appearing in her sight. Looking at the iconic clothing, Hai Taizuyun's expression changed slightly as he recognized the other party's identity. They are from the rebel army. Rebels. Stella on the side was stunned for a moment, and the next second she reacted instantly, her face also became ugly. Why are those guys here? The so-called rebel army refers to a group of criminal organizations formed by dangerous elements from all over the world. This group of people advocates the supremacy of ability and wants to overthrow the existing order and build a new world. In order to achieve this goal, rebel forces have been carrying out various terrorist activities around the world since a century ago. During World War II, this organization relied on the atmosphere at the time to gather a large number of manpower and wealth. To this day, the rebel army has become one of the three major organizations in the world, a gathering of the dark side of the entire world. If Stella remembered correctly, the rebels carried out a terrorist attack near the Pajun Academy a while ago. Although someone came to help at the time, the rebels still caused some casualties. If it is not stopped, I am afraid that the ending of this densely populated shopping mall will be exactly the same as that time not long ago. Zhu Shizuku, you. No. As if he guessed what Stella was going to say, Hai Taizuyun gave the answer first. The people are too spread out and I can't fully protect them. You really missed the mark at the critical moment. Stella, who had originally planned to let Black Iron Pearl Zero protect ordinary people and take charge of the attack to deal with the rebels, paused and looked away. Ye Chen, it seems I can only leave it to you. Good. Ye Chen's response came. The next second, a series of crisp explosions sounded. Bang! 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 In the surprised eyes of Shizuka Kuroganezu, the rebels who had just been threatening the crowd with guns and driving them to one place were seen. At this moment, the body was like a ignited firework, exploding one after another and turning into a ball of blood mist. The strong smell of blood wafted through the mall, and the already frightened crowd let out even more shrill screams, being frightened. What did you do? Hai Taizuling looked at Ye Chen with a confused expression. The opponent's attack this time was really incredible. If we talk about the previous battle with Stella, it can be described as simply powerful. Then this time's attack can only be said to be weird. Not only did he not take any action, even the aura on his body did not change at all. Could this also be related to the Ryutsu you mentioned before? Not Ryutsu. Ye Chen shook his head slightly. This is Conqueror's Haki, you can understand it as a power that embodies momentum. Due to the accumulation of clocking in all year round, his talent and understanding have already reached an extremely high level. Although it has only been a short time since he acquired Conqueror's Haki, he has already mastered this ability to a superb level. Just now, I avoided the crowd, enveloped the rebels with Conqueror's Haki, and then crushed them with force. That's pretty much it. The aura materializes, can you even do such a thing? Conqueror's Haki requires more talent. If you want to learn it, the best you can do is try Armament Haki and Observation Haki. You want to teach? It depends on your sincerity later. Ye Chen glanced at her meaningfully, then turned and walked forward. Stella, wait here for me. I'm going to catch a rat hiding in the sewer. Good. In the restroom on the third floor of the mall. In a dark corner, a man with light purple hair gradually emerged from the shadows. It seems that it has not been discovered. Recalling the shocking scene just now, a flash of fear flashed in Ariswin Nagi's eyes. It's really scary. Even if it was only for a moment, he still felt the terrifying aura that was completely incomprehensible. If the other party had directly suppressed that momentum, I'm afraid that even if he hides in the shadow space, his ending will not be any better than those members of the rebel army who died suddenly. No wonder he is rated as a monster among monsters by the people above. It seems that he should be more careful next time he comes into contact with him. The people above. Just when Ariswin Nagi was about to retreat, a voice sounded behind him without warning. Sure enough, your appearance here is no coincidence. How can it be? Ariswin Nagi's body froze, and his pupils shrank into needles. He recognized the voice. Turning around and looking, sure enough, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. I thought I hid it well, but I didn't expect it to be discovered just now. All I can say is that you feel really good about yourself. Tisk. The dazzling cold light passed through the air, leaving a huge scar on Ariswin Nagi's body. Punch in mission, Ariswin Nagi summoning Ariswin Nagi. While in the state of summoning spirit equipment, carry out an effective attack on it. Successful check-in will reward the unique spiritual equipment, Dark Hermit, Ariswin Nagi's magic power, and Ariswin Nagi's assassination talent. I don't want to talk to you too much. Looking at the person in front of him who was called the second male lead in the original work, Ye Chen asked. Tell me who the person above you is referring to. Sorry, I can't give you an answer. Bright red blood pressure continued to gush out from the wound, completely soaking the clothes on his body. Leaning against the wall and sitting in a pool of blood formed by his own blood, Ariswin Nagi replied with a wry smile. I'm just a killer. I usually receive tasks through special communication equipment. In the mission I received this time, the requirement for me is to stop the rebels at the critical moment and observe you secretly. As for the identity of the employer, even I don't know. Don't you know? Then forget it. Ariswin Nagi looked at Ye Chen with a confused expression. You just believe that? Of course, I can tell at a glance whether you are lying or not. That's it, it seems that death is coming sooner than I thought. Don't worry, I won't kill you either. Ye Chen chuckled, compared to death, your life is worth more. When he first came to the world of fallen knights, his perception had already swept through the military academy. Because of this, he discovered that after Stella joined the chat group, it caused a lot of butterfly effects. For example, Shizuka Kurogain and Stella live in the same dormitory, which is just one of them. In addition, another big influence of 990 is that the protagonist in the original work, Kurogain Iki's roommate, became Araswin Nagi. As the second male lead in the original work, Araswin Nagi is pretty good and has very interesting abilities. In addition, in the same dormitory as Kuroyuki Iki, the value of keeping it under control is much higher than that of a dead person. What a blessing! Ignoring the confused Araswin Nagi, Ye Chen left the toilet leisurely and went back to join Stella and others. Although Araswin Nagi doesn't know who the person behind him is, Ye Chen, who has read the original work, knows. Since the other party will receive a mission and appear here, it can only mean one thing. Some people started to take the bait that he had thrown out before. Thinking of this, Ye Kong couldn't help but chuckle. Since someone took the initiative, he could fight back. Neon Palace. Feng Jiji-san and Yuying Monya, who had just separated not long ago, met again. Looking at the image that had just been sent to them on the screen, their expressions became complicated. How to say? Yuying Taper-ya looked at Feng Ji-panzan, who was standing aside. Did you see clearly what he did? Maybe it's some kind of wind-type sword-cutting skill. Feng Jiwosan deduced. Because he was not at the scene, Feng Jiji-san did not know that there was no magic fluctuation when Ye Chen took action. After following common sense and reasoning about this strange situation based on abilities, the conclusion reached is wind. Use exquisite magic control skills to control the wind to envelope all enemies, and then increase the output to crush them. Although it sounds a bit shocking, the opponent is after all the monster who can defeat the World Clock and the Red Lotus Princess. It's not surprising to him that San can do it. That makes sense. Yuying Taper-ya nodded slightly and agreed with this explanation. Speaking of which, how about Araswin Nagi's side? Feng Jiwosan asked as if he remembered something. He should have been in the shadow at the scene. Did he feel the change in the wind direction? He has lost contact. Yuying Taper-ya sighed silently, his expression a little tired. Until just now, I still haven't contacted the other party. I plan to send someone to Pajun Academy to investigate later. To be honest, this trial was a bit of a failure. Normally, if Ye Chen is willing to take action at that time, his personality should be biased toward friendly communication. However, the bloody scene caused by the opponent's attack and the loss of contact with Araswin Nagi made the opponent look like a killer. It seems we need to contact Kurono in advance. Yuying Taper-ya made a decision and took out a customized phone from his arms. Only by communicating with Shingyuji Kurono and confirming Ye Chen's character can he formulate the next battle plan. But just when Yuying Taper-ya was entering the number and preparing to dial it out, a smiling voice sounded behind him without warning. Shingyuji Kurono, he's probably exhausted right now, so he should be sleeping and resting. Chapter 76. Anyone? Hearing the sudden sound behind them, Yuying and Taper-ya were startled, and immediately turned to look at the corner not far away. How can it be? Looking at the familiar figure that appeared in his sight, Yuying Taper-ya showed a look of shock on his face. Why are you here? Of course I heard you were looking for me, so I came here. Did things come to light? Yuying Mianya's face darkened as he realized the truth. Can you calm down first? I have something to tell you. Sure. Taking out Zanpakut casually, Ye Chen walked towards the two of them. But before that, let me chop it first. It seems like I can't have a normal conversation. Yuying Mianya took a few steps back, his expression becoming more solemn. In his opinion, Ye Chen had murderous intent and wanted to kill him and Feng Jiwosan. When he couldn't communicate, he was naturally not prepared to do nothing and let the other party take action. "Uma, the rest is up to you." Moon Shadow Taper Ya called out to his only guard. Bang! The moment Yu Ying Taper Ya finished speaking, the closed door not far away suddenly opened. The next second, a man wearing a kimono with long black hair appeared in front of the two of them. He is the Black Iron King horse mentioned by Yu Ying Taper Ya. His eyes swept around Ye Chen, and he stretched out his hand to summon an extra long Otaki sword. "Both of you, please leave here temporarily." As one of Neon's local A-level knights, the Black Iron King has been wandering around the world to challenge the strong since middle school. His intuition is extremely sharp. The moment he stood in front of Ye Chen that day, the pressure that hit him made him realize something. The man standing in front of him was a monster. A monster that is far inferior to even the tyrants he has encountered before. I will find a way to hold him back for a minute. Before that, please stay as far away from here as possible. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Don't die, let's find reinforcements to help you. Yu Ying Taper Ya and Feng Zhiji-san are not hypocritical people either. Seeing that the Black Iron King was getting ready, the two immediately turned around and ran towards the distance. But before the two of them could take a few steps, a roar suddenly sounded. The next second, a black shadow passed by the two of them and hit the wall in front of them. Boom! Punch in mission, Black Iron King leave any scars on his body. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, Dragon Claw, the magic power of the Black Iron King, and the physical fitness of the Black Body King. Complete the chat group mission The Gale Sword Emperor to be rewarded with 20,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. 1 minute. Ye Chen appeared in front of Yu Ying and Taper Ya, with a playful look on his face. Both that guy and you two seem to underestimate me a little bit. For guys of his caliber, as long as I get serious, I can't beat another 100 with one hand. Oops. Yu Ying Taper Ya's expression darkened. Although I have already seen Ye Chen's exaggerated performance in the video. But after seeing the opponent defeat an A-level knight with one blow, he was still greatly shocked. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and came to Ye Chen, showing as sincere an expression as possible. Oh! Tisk! There was a crisp sound of body breaking, and the sharp blade scratched Yu Ying Taper's body, leaving a huge scar. You're next. Ye Chen looked at the last person in the room, Feng Zhuosen. Without holding back his hand because of the other's age, he waved the Zanpakuta in his hand again without hesitation. Tisk! Bright red blood continued to flow from the wound, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the room. Okay, it's all over. Putting the 7 deadly sins back into the sheath, Ye Chen looked at the Moon Shadow Taper Fang lying on the ground. You seem to have something to say to me just now. Now I have time. You go ahead and I'm listening. Yu Ying Taper Ya. You've finished cutting, what else do I have to say? Covering the wounds on his body, Yu Ying Monya's aura became weaker and weaker. Although he has certain magical powers and abilities, he has not received professional training because his abilities are from the prophecy system. When it comes to physical fitness, he is just a little better than ordinary people. After being stabbed by Ye Chen, even if he is not dead now, he is half-stepped into the gate of hell and will not live long. What is your purpose? After taking his last breath, Yu Ying Myanya asked. You traveled thousands of miles from Pajun Academy to this place just to kill me. Kill? Of course not. Ye Chen casually struck out a force of rejection, allowing Yu Ying and Moya to recover. Anyway, I promised Stella not to make too much noise. If you two die, you will not meet this requirement. The wound, healed. Noticing the changes in his body, Yu Ying Taper Ya showed a look of surprise on his face. No, it's not just injury recovery. Even the blood I just shed has been restored together. Feng Zhuosen on the side noticed more, and looked at Ye Chen with an increasingly fearful expression. First attack us, then heal our injuries. What exactly is your purpose? Is it because of what happened not long ago that they are dissatisfied with us and want to teach us a lesson? You think too much. Ye Chen let out a chuckle. I'm not that petty. On the contrary, I am quite grateful for your temptation. After all, if you don't test me, I won't be able to act openly and bring this country under control. Control this country. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Yingtaperya's expression instantly became serious. What do you mean? As a puppet, you don't need to know too much. Snap. A crisp finger snap sounded, and the power of original sin in Yu Yingtaperya's body was activated, and they instantly entered a state of control. Next, just be obedient and carry out my orders. Destruction of Military Academy. After spotting a petite and familiar figure from the corner of his eye, Kurogen Ikki, who was training for a night run, paused, stopped and walked towards him. Tamashizuku this side. Brother, good evening. Kurogen Zuyun, who was in a daze and didn't know what to think, was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Kurogen Ikki. It's so late, are you still training? Yes, after all, the representative selection competition for the 7-Star Sword Martial Festival is coming to an end. Kuroyuki Ikki replied, after many rounds of screening, the remaining enemies are getting stronger and stronger. For example, Reikari, the student council president, and Princess Gurren, who defeated me not long ago, are all powerful enemies among powerful enemies. In order to avoid running into them, I want to improve my own strength as much as possible. This way, even if we do encounter each other, we will still be able to fight, and our defeat will not be as tragic as last time. Don't you want to lose again? Kurogen Shizuku recalled the posture Stella showed when fighting Ye Chen this morning. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was indeed the emperor who had not been revealed when Stella had just entered school and fought with Kuroyuki Ikki. Regardless of whether the other party learned it later, the fact now is that Stella has mastered that power. After entering that state, Stella's strength will increase to a terrifying level, which is completely unmatched by her under normal circumstances. If Kuroyuki Ikki confronts Stella again, his defeat will probably be even more tragic. To be honest, Kurotetsu Shizuku really wanted to tell Kurotetsu Ikki about this and make him give up the idea of defeating Stella. But I believe you can do it, brother. Looking at the man in front of him who had climbed up from hell and worked hard all the way to this day, Kurogen Shizuku finally concealed the fact for the time being. You were just a little bit behind last time. If you are prepared this time, you will definitely be able to defeat that foodie. This may be a little difficult, but I will try my best not to leave any regrets. A hearty smile appeared on Kuroyuki Ikki's face. Speaking of which, Zhu Zhen, why are you here? It's already very late. If there's nothing else, it's better to go back early. Well, I'm going back to the dormitory right now. Hai Taizuyun nodded slightly. Brother, please continue to exercise, I won't disturb you anymore. Okay, good night. Kurogen Ikki waved towards her, turned around and continued running at night. But before running a few steps, he suddenly stopped again and looked doubtfully at the direction Kurogen Shizuku left. Strange, if he remembered correctly. Hai Taizuyun's dormitory seemed to be exactly opposite to the direction she left. Forget it, it should be fine. Kurogen Ikki shook his head and didn't think any more. In any case, Hai Taizuyun is considered an adult, and it is normal to have some secrets. Perhaps, as his new roommate said, he, a girl, was too worried about Hai Taizuyun. After all, the other party is also a B-level knight, so walking at night is not a problem at all. Keep working out. Temporarily suppressing the inexplicable worry in his mind, Kurogen Ikki started running again at night. There was no time to think about anything else now. In order to defeat Reikari and the Red Lotus Princess, he must use all his time to adjust his condition to its peak. Only in this way can you have the opportunity to step onto the stage of the 7-Star Sword Dance Festival and compete with the masters from all over the country. The other side. After separating from Kuroyuki Ikki, Kuroyuki Shizuka did not return directly to the dormitory just as he thought. Walking along the road, she soon came to a special dormitory building. This is where the teachers from Pajun Academy usually live when they stay in the academy. At the same time, this is also the place where Ye Chen told her to stay overnight when she just finished shopping not long ago. I remember it was the room at the far end of the first floor. Entering this special dormitory building, He Taizuding walked all the way forward. In fact, she should have come back with Ye Chen to ask about Zanpakuto just after he finished shopping. It's just that after Ye Chen went shopping, she suddenly turned into a pigeon and said that she had something to do and asked her to come back at the gate time. This is also the reason why Kurogi Zuen would walk outside alone at night and bump into Kurogi Ikki. Arriving at the end of the road, He Taizuyun stopped in front of the room, stretched out his hand and knocked twice. Click! The sound of opening the door sounded, and the door in front of Shizuka Kurogain slowly opened, and Ye Chen's voice came from inside. Come in. Excuse me. He Taizuen opened the door, and a strange smell came over. She was no stranger to this smell, it was the smell of blooming heather. Recently, it was May, which happened to be the blooming season of this flower. When he first smelled the smell at this moment, Kurogain Shizuka didn't pay much attention and continued to walk into the house. Then, a scene that was beyond He Taizuyun's expectations appeared in front of her. Dean. Looking at the mature woman with long black hair and a slim figure who looked like a fairy under the moon, He Taizuyun was greatly shocked. This is how the same thing? Shocked by this unexpected scene, He Taizuyun was stunned for more than 10 seconds before finally coming back to his senses. Turning his eyes towards the man who was constantly suppressing Kurono Shingyuji during this cross-talk, Kurogain Zuyun asked with a cold face. Ye Chen. What's going on? Well, don't look at me like that, I'm a victim too. Sorry, I really don't see how you look like a victim. But I am the one who was attacked. Ye Chen replied with a smile, I just came back from taking care of things outside, and our dean came over and asked me to practice more. I can't help it. People have asked me so. I can't refuse anymore, so I have to reluctantly agree to her. That's not what I'm asking, Dean. Kurogane Shizuka wanted to continue asking. But at this moment, Ye Chen suddenly let out a shout of Mingjin Zibing, and Shingyuji Kurono also responded with admiration, indicating that the cross-talk ended perfectly. Looking at Kurono Shingyuji, who was lying on the bed and unconscious after all his energy was exhausted, Ye Chen was silent for more than 10 seconds again. Principal, what's wrong with her? What do you mean? Literally, of course. Black Iron Pearl Shizuku stared at Ye Chen with an indifferent expression. Although I don't know much about the dean, De Zhao Zhao, I have heard rumors about her. As a former world number 3, the reason why she retired at the peak of her career was because she married a certain man. It is said that she chose to retire at that time in order not to worry the other party. I don't think someone like the dean would get mixed up with you, who I just met today. It's because of what you did to her. I didn't take the initiative. Ye Chen shrugged and chuckled, I reminded her from the beginning not to be too curious about my secrets. It was because she refused to listen and insisted on asking questions that she was eroded by the power of original sin and became like this. I didn't lie to you just now, she really squatted in my room in advance and attacked me after I came back. Speaking of which, do you still want to continue? Sitting down on the leisurely bed, Ye Chen looked meaningfully at the girl in front of him and said. You should have seen the consequences of exploring my secret. If you want to continue to ask my secrets and learn about Zanpakuto and Ryutsu, you will probably end up like her. There was hesitation on He Taizuyun's face. Instinct told her that she should stay away from Ye Chen and this absurd room now to ensure her own safety. But every time Kurogain Zuyun had this thought, Kurogate Iki's face would appear in front of her inexplicably. Recalling the expression on Kuroyuki Iki's unwillingness and unwillingness to give up when they first met. Hai-Tai Zuyun, who had decided to give the other person happiness a long time ago, so that he could obtain happiness, became shaken. I want to ask you a question. After completely suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Shizuka Kurogain stared at the strange man in front of him and asked. My brother, Kurotetsu Iki, can he learn that strange power of yours? www. Chapter 77. My power. Facing Hai-Tai Zuyun's expected question, Ye Chen chuckled and asked. I have so much power. Which one are you referring to? A power that allows my brother to master it in a short time and quickly become stronger. That's so easy. Ye Chen casually took out a red orb and gestured. As long as you eat this, you will become stronger immediately. What's this? My blood can turn people into evil spirits. While improving your physical fitness to an inhuman level, you can also gain powerful immortality. Want to give it a try? This drop of blood can be given to you for free. Good. Hai-Tai Zuyun hesitated for a moment, then took the red orb in Ye Chen's hand and put it in her mouth. Like water melting into the sea, the red orb melted instantly when it entered the mouth of the black iron bead and flowed into his body. Then, a gentle warm current slowly rose in Shizuku's body and flowed into her limbs. Under the intensification of this warm current, Hai-Tai Zuyun could clearly feel that his physical fitness was constantly improving. Vaguely, she also noticed that she had a new ability in her body. Vampire magic. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. Ye Chen added leisurely, after being transformed into an evil ghost, in addition to gaining strong physical fitness and self-recovery ability, you will also gain different vampire skills depending on the person. How is it? Do you feel like you are several times stronger now than you were just now? Black Iron Pearl Cloud. Although she didn't want to admit it, the strengthening effect of Ye Chen's drop of blood was indeed beyond her expectation. Let's leave aside the improvement of physical fitness for now. Just relying on her self-healing ability and vampire skills, she was 100% sure to defeat herself a few minutes ago. Speaking of which, Kurotetsu Iki uses his physical fitness and swordsmanship to fight enemies in close combat. Just when Shizuka Kurogain was immersed in the powerful power within her body, Ye Chen's voice came again. Although according to his character, he will not easily eat something that relies on foreign objects to become fishy. Why? But as long as you find an excuse and trick him into eating it, there should be no problem. With Kurogain Iki's control over the body, as long as the physical quality is strengthened, the strength can be doubled immediately. Coupled with the blood ghost technique and self-healing ability, his combat effectiveness will definitely improve by leaps and bounds and he will become the world's top powerhouse. How about it? This should be able to meet your requirements. Is there a further way to make my brother stronger? Of course, but people can't be too greedy. Ye Chen took out another red orb and tossed it. I gave you that drop of blood for free just now, which is already a big discount. Next, if you want to get the second drop of blood from me, or other information about getting stronger quickly, you have to pay a certain price. Cost. His eyes subconsciously glanced at Shingyuji Kurono not far away, and Kurogain Shizuku recalled the other's gesture just now. Under normal circumstances, Kuroganezu Shizuku would naturally not agree to this kind of thing. But maybe it was because she had just met Iki Kurogain, whenever she wanted to refuse or wanted to find another way to pay the price. Kuroyuki Iki's unwilling face would quietly appear in her mind. Vaguely, she even saw the scene of Kurogain Iki being defeated by a powerful enemy again and falling to the ground with despair on his face. Although it was just a temporary fantasy, Kuroganezu Shizuku didn't want to see that kind of scene. The emotion of greed emerged in my heart. She longs for more ways to make Kurogain Iki stronger so that the other person can gain the right to happiness. Imagining that scene, Hai-Tai Zuyun's consciousness quietly became blurred, and her eyes were fixed on Ye Chen. I see. Taking off the small leather boots on her feet, Black Iron Zhu Shizuka walked slowly towards Ye Kong with her exquisite jailer wrapped in white pantyhose. Time passed slowly, and a night passed in the blink of an eye. In Pajun Academy, a petite figure wearing a kimono was walking leisurely on the campus. I don't know how long it took, but a rapid collection of bells suddenly rang in her arms, causing her to stop. Hey? Why is it this guy? Looking at the big characters Shingyuji Takumai marked on the phone, Zijing Ningyan frowned slightly, and her expression became confused. To be honest, her relationship with this man is not good. After all, the reason why she failed to complete the promised battle with Kurono Shingyuji on the field was because of the other party. Although both parties have each other's mobile phone numbers, it seems that Zijing Ningyan has been called by the other party for the second time in these years. As for the first time, at that time, Shingyuji Kurono was preparing to get married, and the other party felt the need to invite her, so they did it privately. Forget it, let's just take it. Zijing Ningyan pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Is that Miss Zijing Ningyan? Nonsense. You made the call yourself. Don't you know who I am? If you have anything to say, hurry up and don't waste time. Okay, let me ask Kurono, is she with you? Xiao He. Zijing Ningyan was stunned for a moment. She is not with me. That's it. The man on the other end of the phone sounded worried. That's a little strange. Where did Kurono go? Hey? Didn't Xiaohei go home yesterday? No. Shingyuji Takumai replied, I thought she was just late from get off work yesterday, but she didn't come back until early in the morning. I took the initiative to call, but it also showed that no one answered. Miss Zijing Ningyan, tell me, did Kurono encounter any danger or have an accident? How is that possible? You think too much. Zijing Ningyan clicked her tongue. No matter how depraved Xiaohei is, she will never be so weak that she suddenly disappears. It's probably something urgent, and there's something wrong with the phone. Anyway, don't worry. I happened to be on vacation today and came to Po Military Academy to look for Xiaohei. I'll go look for him. Okay, please. Toot. Before Shingyuji Takumai could finish speaking, Zijing Ningyan hung up the phone first. Did you suddenly disappear? This is indeed not something Xiaohei would do. It seems that we need to pay attention to it. Putting the phone away, Zijing Ningyan's delicate face showed a rare look of seriousness. It is impossible for the other party to disappear for no reason. Since he left home on the day he disappeared, he must have been to Pajun Academy. Thinking of this, Zijing Ningyan disappeared and rushed towards the dean's office of Pajun Academy. As a nominal teacher here, Zijing Ningyan is very familiar with the internal roads of Pajun Academy. Running at full speed, she didn't even need a minute to reach her destination. Pushing the door open and walking over, an unexpected figure appeared in the dean's room. Looking at the old figure in front of him, Zijing Ningyan's originally anxious face revealed a look of surprise. Old man! Why are you here? Isn't this Ningyan? Nango Torajiro turned around, bursts of laughter bursting out from his old face. It's been a while, but you're still as cute as ever. Is it, cute? Can you please pay attention, you are so disgusting when you say such disgusting things. Zijing Ningyan's expression became a little embarrassed. Although the other person is her master, she really can't get used to this strange enthusiasm. But soon, Zijing Ningyan remembered the serious reason why she came here, and suppressed the joy of this unexpected reunion. Old man, let's not talk about what is available and what is not available. Can you tell me why you are here? I came here at the invitation of Dao Hua. East Hall. Zijing Ningyan became a little confused. She does know Dongtang Dao Hua. The other party is the student council president of Pajun Academy. Because of his good qualifications, he was accepted as a disciple by Nango Torajiro. In terms of personality, he is a very gentle person. On weekdays, when Zijing Ningyan came to Po Military Academy for a walk, he also communicated with him many times. But why did she suddenly invite you? Because I want to ask the master to help find the dean. A sweet reply sounded like a lark, and a slim figure wearing a ragged military academy uniform walked in. I received a call from the dean's home last night, saying that he hasn't come back yet and can't be reached. Is he working overtime? After I temporarily stabilized that side, I went to the dean's office to search, and found that this side had become very chaotic. Dongtang Daehua gestured to the unusually clean surface of the desk not far away and the items scattered on the ground, and then continued, CFBF. My intuition tells me that the dean has gone out of his way. But I couldn't find any relevant clues, and I was worried that I would be incapable of doing anything if I continued to investigate, so I called the master. I see, you two are also looking for Xiao He. A look of understanding appeared on Zijing Ningyan's face. I just received a call, saying that Xiao He was missing and came to look for her. Speaking of this, Nishikyo Nyan paused slightly and looked at Nango Torajiro aside. Old man, you should have found a clue, right? As the opponent's apprentice, Nishikyo Nyan naturally knew the abilities of Nango Torajiro. The other party's power is to control the sound. It is a very comprehensive ability to not only launch attacks through sound, but also to trace the target's footprints through sound. Don't worry, I'm looking for it. After temporarily stopping the communication, Nango Torajiro raised his attention and returned to the state of searching for people. Centered on Nango Torajiro's position, invisible sound waves slowly spread from him. Like a three-dimensional image, the entire structure of the Pajun Academy appeared in Nango Torajiro's mind. As time went by, even the students and teachers in Pajun Academy and the words they said began to appear in Nango Torajiro's mind. Nango Torajiro, who eliminated useless information and kept looking for key information, finally set his target on a certain corner of Pajun Academy. That's the teacher's dormitory building of Pajun Academy. Theoretically speaking, it is the rest area for the teachers of Pajun Academy, and there is nothing special about it. But for some reason, the sound waves he had released until just now were absorbed by the building. Strangeness. Nango Torajiro frowned slightly, vaguely realizing that something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he focused all his energy on exploring the surroundings. He retracted his body and released sound waves with all his strength, rushing towards the dormitory building. The result this time was finally different from just now. Under the gathering of a large number of sound waves, Nango Torajiro noticed that there were faint ripples on the surface of the dormitory building. Enchantment. Nango Torajiro, who had seen similar abilities before, had a flash of understanding in his eyes. If there is a barrier that isolates sound and detection direction, it can indeed block his sound waves. However, setting up a barrier within the academy is indeed a bit suspicious. It seems necessary to go there. Is it fun? Just when Nango Torajiro exited the investigation mode and was about to share information with Nishikyo and Nin, a strange voice sounded in his ears without any warning. If you've had enough fun, it's my turn next. The life and death instinct he had honed over the years allowed Nangxiang Yinji to react instantly and burst forward with all his strength. But before that, a dazzling cold light fell first. Tisk. Punch in mission, Nango Torajiro leave any wounds on Nango Torajiro's body. Successful check-in will reward the unique spiritual equipment, magic flute, Nango Torajiro's magic power, and Nango Torajiro's swordsmanship. Complete the chat group task God of War to be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. Old man. Zijing Ningyan reacted immediately, summoned the fan-mounted spiritual equipment and waved it towards Ye Chen, controlling the huge gravity to press on him. Taking advantage of this gap, Dongtang Daehua, who was standing beside him, also reacted, and a dazzling electric arc flashed on his body. Rakiri! Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the figure of Dongtang Daihua appeared in front of Ye Chen in an instant, and struck with all his strength with lightning and thunder. Too tender! Under the terrifying pressure of gravity, Ye Chen raised his palm as if nothing happened and caught Dongtang Daihua's attack. Check-in mission, TD took a block or avoid Todd Tuka's Rakiri. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, Narukami, the magic power of Toda's swordsman, and the physical fitness of Yatang's swordsman. How can it be? Nothing is impossible. Ye Chen smiled and raised the 7 deadly sins with lightning flashing in his hand. Look carefully, this is how the knife is going to be swung. Tisk! Bright red blood was flying all over the sky, and the severely injured Todo Tuka instantly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. You're next. Ye Chen turned around and looked at Zijing Rongchu not far away. I think it's better for you to give up resistance. After all, the gap in strength between us is absolute. Why? How arrogant! A sneer appeared on Zijing Ningyian's face. But to be honest, if the opponent can circumvent Nango Torajiro's perception and cut him down with one blow, he does have this arrogant capital. Although I don't know who you are, but you suddenly appeared at this time, can I think that Xiao Hei's disappearance is related to you? If you are referring to Kuronojin Gyuji, she is currently sleeping in my room. Then there's nothing more to say. A strong murderous aura suddenly erupted from Zijing Ningyian's body. Since you dare to attack Xiao Hei, I... Tisk! Punch in mission, Zijing Ningyian aroused Zijing Ningyian's murderous intention through any method. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, Yan Hongfeng, the magic power of Zijing Ningyian, and the combat talent of Zijing Ningzi. Complete the chat group task Yakshiji, and you will be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. Sorry, I can't give you a chance to take action. If you really make a fuss and smash up the military academy, it will be a headache for me. Ahem, damn it, you. Hey? I heard that your daily life is chaotic, but after checking, you are still a chick. Just when Zijing Ningyian was about to say something, Ye Chen suddenly leaned over and poked her little face. The mind-reading ability was activated, and the memory of Zijing Ningyian that arose together with his question was successfully obtained by him. You deliberately made those strange rumors to make Xingong Shiji angry. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Kuronojin Gyuji. Speaking of which, have you ever thought that the other person is not a whole and that he won't have too many emotional fluctuations after hearing the rumors about you? How do you know this? That's the secret. Ye Chen picked up Zijing Ningyian and let out a chuckle. But as a dream master, I am going to fulfill your long-held wish and let you two sleep in the same bed. You don't need to thank me. Zijing Ningyian. Chapter 78. Southeast Asia, the deepest part of a vast tropical rainforest. A building with Khmer style and covered with vines stands quietly. This is where the locals once lived, but with the development of technology, the original residents here have moved outside. As time went by, this huge building gradually decayed, turning into a ruin and disappearing from the memories of its original residents. In a corner of the ruins, a window leaked a glimmer of light. Lead grey dark clouds covered the sun and poured down rain. And in the heavy rain, this brightness is particularly eye-catching. It was not fire, but light powered by electricity, a light unique to modern civilization. Finally we got in touch. In the empty room, screens of varying sizes are distributed in every corner, emitting fluorescent light. On one of the screens, the picture switched without warning, and Aaron's fat face appeared on it. Hey, Orger! Can you hear me? Yes, yes. In the room, the boy wearing a black robe raised his head and tilted his head to look at the screen where the picture had changed. Isn't this my dear rebel colleague? Why did you contact me suddenly? I have something I want to talk to you about. Oh? It sounds like a lot of trouble. Can I refuse? It seemed that he deliberately wanted to tease the other party, and there was a hint of teasing on Orger's face. Of course, Professor, if you kneel down and beg me, I might be able to help you. Oh, by the way, if you kowtow, the effect will be doubled. Tisk, when will your brain be normal again? A look of displeasure flashed across Aizen's face. In addition to his apparent status as the current chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of the United States, Aizen also secretly serves as one of the 12 apostles of the rebel army. Because of this, he has a very good understanding of Orger, who is also one of the 12 apostles. To sum up the other party in one sentence, it is a lunatic with abnormal brain. If this operation did not require the other party's strength, he would not want to contact the other party at all. After adjusting his mentality slightly, Aizen spoke again. My news this time is very special, I think it's better for you to hear me out. Special? Yes, it's related to the tyrant. Any news from the alliance leader? This is interesting. Orger became interested, then wait for 2 minutes while I deal with the puppet in my hand. As one of the 12 apostles of the rebel army, Orger's title is the Puppet King. The reason why he has this title is because he can control the target through the air and convert it into his own puppet by manipulating silk threads. Today, Orger, who lives in this tropical rainforest, controls 1,762 targets around the world at the same time. Among them, many people are rich people and politicians with great influence in the country and even the world. In order to prevent these important puppets from being disturbed when communicating with the professor, or from being found to be in a normal state, Orger planned to let some of the puppets go back to their rooms to rest, while he took back some of his energy to communicate with the great professor. But, as if he saw Orger's thoughts, the professor on the screen suddenly burst into laughter. It's okay even if you don't care about those puppets. Orger narrowed his eyes. Professor, are you planning to betray the rebel army? Betrayal? That's not right. Aizen shook his head slightly. Orger, do you know? The so-called rebel army was a lie from the beginning. The tyrant leader of our rebel army was killed decades ago. The tyrant died decades ago. Even Orger, who was mentally ill, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the news. The current world situation is divided into 3 major forces. Stella's Familion Kingdom, and the Neon Kingdom where Ye Chen and others are located, are composed of countless small countries. International Knights Alliance. The Great Power Alliance was formed by the Beautiful Country, Dragon Country, Bear Country, and other big countries signing treaties and gathering together. And a huge criminal organization, Rebel Army, composed of many criminals and people with evil intentions that gathers all the dark sides of the world. As the leader of the Rebel Army, the tyrant is also the top level among demons. He has been world famous a long time ago and is the representative of the dark side of the entire world. Orger joined the rebel army and worked seriously, partly because he heard about the existence of the tyrant. At this moment, when he first heard the news that the tyrant had died long ago, Orger couldn't help but become confused. Since the tyrant is dead long ago, who is the person who usually gives us orders? Of course it's me and the people from the Alliance. Aizen replied. The tyrant was killed by the alliance leader Bai Huizhong and the demon Black Iron Ryoma during World War II. The world was in turmoil at the time. In order to return the world to peace, the alliance joined forces with its allies to control the rebels. Alliance, and rebellion, the 3 major forces divide the world and check and balance each other. This is the truth behind peace in this world. I see, it's a false peace. After hearing this truth that shocked the world, Orger did not panic. On the contrary, he showed a hint of excitement. That's interesting. I knew you would say that. Aizen behaved as expected. It seems that you are aware of it, Orger. There are a total of 2 inner demons in Rebel Army, they are you and the tyrant disguised as Superman Abraham Carter. Abraham will listen to my orders. As long as you agree to cooperate with me again, the rebellion room will be wiped out overnight. The world will then have no more rebels to maintain balance, and will once again enter a chaotic war. You should be very eager for that kind of world full of despair and distortion, Orger. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to that kind of world. Orger pulled down the hood on his head, hiding his face from the Lord of Darkness. Not enough. I'm not a fool. You went out of your way to tell me these truths. What is your real purpose? I want to capture a man, and to do that I need your help setting up a trap and luring him into that trap. That's it. Yes, it's that simple. Aaron's nodded slightly. As long as you can do it, the beautiful country will replace the rebel army and become your new backing. Whether it's killing people and slaughtering villages, or imprisoning people to play your puppet playing game, I can help. It's really a generous reward. A twisted smile appeared on Orger's face. Now I'm even more curious about who your target is. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to lay out the spider web at the designated place and wait for the other party to fall into the trap. Okay, where is the place to lay the spider webs? The kingdom of Familion. Irons announced his only request. Use your ability to control the Familion royal family and the people below. A few hours later. Hōjun Academy, Training Ground. Zhuyun, good afternoon. Kuroyuki Ikki waved to his sister who was walking towards him. You look a little tired. It's because you didn't get any rest last night. Well, I didn't sleep well last night. That's not okay. You need to pay attention to rest. Speaking of this, Kuroyuki Ikki remembered what happened last night and added an additional sentence. If you have anything bothering you, you can tell me. I will. Black Iron Pearl Shizuku nodded slightly, took out a red ball from his arms and handed it over. Brother, this is for you. What's this? Sugar. Ah. Kurogen Ikki was stunned for a moment. This thing looks. It's sugar. Kurogani Shizuku interrupted expressionlessly. Please eat it, brother. Okay. 11. Faced with his sister's unusually tough attitude, Kuroji Ikki had no choice but to temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart and threw the red ball in his hand into his mouth. The next second, the blood of the Ghost King took effect, and Kurogen Ikki's physical fitness began to slowly but steadily improve. What's going on? With his super control over his body, Kurogen Ikki immediately noticed the changes in his body. Zhu Shizuku? You just gave me something to eat. That is sugar, and it can only be sugar. Hai Taizuyun shook his head slightly and interrupted his question again. Brother, please stop chasing me. You just need to know that the candy you eat is the only sugar in the world, and that's enough. But everything that can be said has been said. Next, brother, please adapt to the changes in your body and prepare for the upcoming competition. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Tama Shizuku. Looking at his sister who left directly without looking back after saying this series of words, Kuroyuki Ikki became a little confused. For some reason, Kuroyuki Ikki suddenly felt that this sister, who was usually very close to him, gradually distanced herself from him and became a stranger. Subconsciously, he recalled in his mind last night's night run when he met Kuroyuki Shizuku. The other persons moved towards the opposite direction of the dormitory. Could it be that the thing he just ate is related to the place where Hai Taizuyun went last night? Ask me later. Kurogen Ikki secretly made a decision. Kurogani Shizuku needs to rest now, and he also needs time to adapt to the changes in his body. Later, when Hai Taizuyun has rested, he will ask the other party to come out to meet and ask him carefully. The other side. After separating from Kurogen Ikki, Kurogen Shizuku was stopped by a familiar figure before he had gone far. The blood you just gave him must be Ye Chen's blood. Yes. Looking at Stella in front of him, Kuroyuki Shizuku asked. You have eaten. That's not true. I don't have the money to buy that thing. Of course, the more important reason is the low-cost performance. Please give me flowers. With the special ability of Dragon God, Stella is not lacking in physical fitness and recovery ability. Spending points to buy the blood of the Ghost King will only get you a blood ghost technique at most. It is not as reliable as going to the mall and choosing a devil fruit. Speaking of which, if you didn't come back last night, could it be because you wanted to get that drop of blood from Ye Chen? No. It's not impossible, it's just, how should I put it, the mood is more subtle. 17. Stella scratched her cheek awkwardly. Based on Stella's understanding of Ye Chen's style and the fact that Taizu didn't come back that night, she could probably guess what happened. However, seeing that Shizuka Kuroganija didn't seem to care about this matter, Stella couldn't say anything, so she just pretended not to know. By the way, Zuyun, do you know where Ye Chen is now? I was originally planning to take him shopping today, but I couldn't find him all morning long. As for him, he's probably still over there in the teacher's dormitory building. Recalling that when he got up and left not long ago, Nishikyonin and Toka were singing passionately, Kuroyuki added. As expected, he is sleeping. You can go find him later. Hey? Are you still sleeping at this hour? Stella looked at the big sun above her head. It's already noon, and it's a little too tender to stay in bed. Or, did you exercise too much last night? Stella looked at Shizuka Kuroganezu in front of her. There is a saying that goes, there is no bad land, only tired cows. Maybe Shizuku, who looks very weak, is actually more powerful than Shigo in combat? Why did you start to feel dazed? Seeing Stella suddenly staring straight at him, Kuroganezu Shizuka couldn't help but frown. You must be thinking of something bad. No. You think too much about beads. How could I suddenly think about those yellow wasts while talking? The problem is that I never said you were thinking about yellow waste. Facing Stella's sudden spontaneous statement, Taizuyun's expression froze, realizing that what happened last night was revealed. At the same time, Stella also noticed the problem with her speech, and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. What are you doing? Just when the atmosphere between Stella and the two became increasingly silent, Ye Chen's voice suddenly sounded. Are you playing a dark game where whoever speaks first loses, and then the loser has to show his oppai and kneel down to apologize? How could you possibly play something like that? Stella retorted loudly and subconsciously. After all, this kind of game doesn't exist at all. It does not exist. I just thought of it. I knew it was. Stella sighed and looked helplessly at Ye Chen, who appeared beside him at some unknown time. Have you had enough rest? If I have to say it, I want to take a rest. However, the spirit worm I released not long ago captured something interesting, and I feel it is necessary to share it with you. Spirit worm. You can understand that a small and moving camera is one of my recent research inventions. Originally, I just wanted to collect information and test the effects, but it seems like I recorded something amazing. Ye Chen raised his finger and tapped it casually in front of him. The next second, the air in front of Ye Chen and others trembled slightly, and a light screen quietly appeared. Stella turned around and looked around, and found that she didn't recognize the two people appearing on the screen. Who are they? The 12 apostles of the rebel army are Professor Karl Ahrens and Puppet King Orger. The 12 apostles of the rebellion. Stella was refreshed for a while, and her eyes returned to the screen. Very cooperatively, the scene that had been paused when Stella looked away began to play again. The death of the tyrant, the truth of the world, the rebel army is actually controlled by the Alliance and the Alliance. Listening to the breaking news, Stella and Taizuyun beside her opened their eyes wide with surprise on their faces. But as the video progressed, Stella's expression suddenly changed when the conversation between the two reached the last paragraph. Control the Familion royal family and those below. Yes, this is the information I just received. Ye Chen slipped his palm and dissipated the light screen in mid-air. What do you say, Stella? When will that guy named Or arrive in Familion? He flew on the beautiful country's most advanced private jet, so the time is almost up. Then there's no time left. That designates no time. After all, he came here to report. Ye Chen, I may have to trouble you again. Under Ye Chen's gaze, Stella reached out and grabbed his shoulders, her tone full of uneasiness and anxiety. Please use your space ability to take me back to the kingdom of Familion. No problem. Plan passes. Mouth. Chapter 79. Kingdom of Familion, Capital Freyjavik. Sorry, everyone. Astria Familion pushed open the door of the cotton swab and walked into a huge palace. I just had something happen, so I'm late. It doesn't matter, you came at just the right time. At the top of the hall, a middle-aged man with a thick beard reached out and patted the seat next to him, indicating that the other person should sit down first. Tell me what the current situation is. Astria sat down and asked. As the princess of the kingdom of Familion, Astria's political talent is much higher than that of Silius as the king. Because of this, when important decisions were being made in the kingdom of Familion, she would be called over to participate. But Astria had never experienced this kind of experience of sending someone to call her over urgently. What happened? You all look solemn. It's related to a special type of fighter jet. Silius replied, a few minutes ago, an unknown fighter jet broke into our country regardless of dissuasion. Although there are some attempts to block it, our attacks will be blocked by the invisible net as soon as we get close. According to the opponent's direction and speed, if we don't think of a way to deal with it, we may soon reach the top of the capital. Is the situation already so serious? After hearing the detailed report, Astria's expression couldn't help but become serious. Have you tried using heavy weapons or sending magic knights for sniping? We have tried them all, but just like the initial attack, once they get close to the aircraft, they will be blocked by an invisible net. According to Daniel, this may be the history of the magic knight on the fighter plane. The opponent is very strong, maybe, an A-level knight. A-class knight. Astria's expression darkened. Although Ye Chen usually looks very relaxed and leisurely when defeating Shi 613 Della and others. But in fact, A-class knights already have the power to influence the war situation and destroy the country. After Stella went to study abroad in Neon, the strongest person in the Familion kingdom was a C-class knight. Facing the A-level knight who clearly had malicious intentions, he had no power to resist. Send a message to the Magic Knight Alliance headquarters and ask them to send reinforcements. Before that, we will stay put and try to stabilize the enemy as much as possible and delay it. Good. Silius nodded heavily and waved his palm towards the minister below. Come here. Go and send a message to the Magic Knights Alliance headquarters. Let's just say that there are A-level knights flying in the beautiful country's fighter planes, directly invading the kingdom of Familion, and they need support. Yes. After one of the ministers responded, he was about to leave the palace to deliver the news. But before the minister could take a few steps, he suddenly stopped in front of everyone. What's wrong? Silius looked at him in confusion. Don't waste time. Hurry up and send the news to the alliance. Xi, Your Majesty Silius. It's not good. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the minister suddenly took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed the person on the side. My body is out of control. Hurry up. Stop it. Before the minister could finish speaking, Silius' figure had already appeared in front of him, grabbing him and throwing him towards the ground. Remembering the huge roar, the whole palace shook slightly. Hateful. Silius let go of the minister who had been seriously injured and then removed his limbs, and stood up with a solemn expression and looked around. Who? Get out of here. Oh? He actually took action without hesitation. Some unexpected sounds came from above, causing Silius and others to cast their gaze instantly. Under the gaze of everyone, Orger, who was wearing a black robe, stepped on the invisible silk thread and looked down with a joking expression. I thought you would let him kill a few people and then react and subdue him. As expected of the king of the kingdom of Familion, he is incredibly direct and accurate in combat. Who are you? Hey? You haven't recognized me yet. I know clearly that just now, you were all still discussing my identity passionately. Are you, the intruder on the fighter plane? Silius finally reacted and summoned a huge battle axe, burning with blazing flames. What is your purpose of invading the kingdom of Familion? Because of the commission, someone commissioned me to control all of you and make them into puppets. But I don't want to let the other party go so smoothly, so I decided to kill a few people to cause trouble for him. Looking at Silius below, Orger had a twisted smile on his face. Since you are the king, let me give birth to you. Orger moved his fingers slightly, releasing a thread and slashing it towards Silius. A hole. Don't underestimate me. Silius' body stiffened and he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. But as the king of the Familion kingdom, he was not afraid after fighting in Japan. Lifting the solace of his feet and hitting the ground in front of him, Silius threw the battle axe in his hand with all his strength. The scorching flames burned blazingly, and the rapidly rotating battle axe turned into a terrifying flame boomerang, rushing straight towards the silk thread. Compared with the mediocre silk thread, Silius's attack reached a peak in all aspects of momentum. The success made everyone in Astria, who felt huge pressure, couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in their eyes. But, as if to break everyone's hopes, the moment the battle axe came into contact with the silk thread, it was cut into 2 sections in an instant. The thread with terrifying power continued to move forward unabated, rushing straight towards Silius. Oops! There was a hint of despair in Silius's eyes. The advancing speed of the silk thread is really too much. At this distance, there was no possibility for him to escape. All kinds of memories of the past flashed before his eyes, and Silius entered a revolving stage in an instant. Faintly, he even saw the back of his second daughter who was studying abroad in Neon. Stop it! Boom! A deafening roar sounded, and a figure burning with flames appeared in front of Silius, blocking the blow. Stella. Silius was stunned for a moment, and finally realized that this was not an illusion. Why are you here? I'll explain this later. Different from her usual friendly expression, there was a rare strong murderous aura on Stella's body. The dragon has reverse scales, which will cause anger if touched. For Stella, her family and the kingdom of Familion are her enemies. She would never forgive Orger, the murderer who invaded the kingdom of Familion and almost killed his father. Go to hell. Sorry, I haven't lived enough. Boom. Manipulating the silk thread to block Stella who suddenly appeared in front of him, a flash of thought flashed in Orger's eyes. I remembered, you are the Red Lotus Princess. If I remember correctly, you should be in Neon Lie now. Stop talking nonsense. Go to hell. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent roars sounded. Stella, who had already entered the state of possession of the dragon god, unleashed all her firepower and unleashed a series of slashes that were enough to shatter the earth. But to Stella's surprise, even though he had used all his strength, Orger still blocked them all. That's almost enough. Orger picked it up with his finger, and the threads that were originally scattered suddenly gathered into one and collided with Stella's concubine Dragon Sin sword. The terrifying huge force fell, and Stella was directly thrown away, leaving 2 deep scratches on the ground. Give up, Stella, you are no match for me. No matter how strong your magic is, you can't defeat me as a demon. Orger, who had stood in the sky without moving the entire time, once again had a twisted smile on his face. But through the round of fighting just now, I have fully realized Stella's mood of wanting to protect your family. I suddenly have a good idea now. If I control you and kill all your parents, will you wake up? I don't want your so-called awakening. Stella felt a chill. Although she didn't understand what Orger meant by awakening, she was fully aware of the abnormality of the enemy. The opponent is not only powerful, but also mentally twisted. Intuition told Stella that if things continued like this, she would be afraid that she would actually kill Lu Si and others with her own hands, as the other party said. A deep sense of powerlessness emerged in Stella's heart, and a strong sense of unwillingness arose in her heart. Really? I was clearly teaching Nami a while ago that we should use all means to deal with the enemy regardless of the cost. I didn't expect that I would make the same mistake so soon. It's nothing to feel bad about. A calm voice sounded in Stella's ears. After all, the only lesson humans learn from history is to never learn any lessons. History will keep repeating itself, and when hatred comes to you, no matter who you are, you may make the same mistake. You're right. Stella exited the dragon god's state of possession, with a strong look of exhaustion on her face. Sorry, Ye Chen. I obviously invited you to come over as a guest, but I have been bothering you these past 2 days. Well, who made us friends? Ye Chen, who appeared quietly beside him, smiled. But I have helped you so many times, so thank me afterwards. No problem. With his eyes glaring angrily at Orger above, Shishi replied without hesitation. Even if you want 1 million or 10 million points, I will work hard to survive to get it for you. As long as I can kill that guy. I'm willing to pay any price. Actually, you don't have to be so serious. Ye Chen slowly pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist, and moved his eyes to Orgel, who was still standing in midair in front of him. After all, for me. Tisk. It doesn't take much strength to kill this guy. Check-in mission, Orger use any method to break Orger's Hell Spider. Successful check-in will reward the unique spiritual equipment, Hell Spider Silk, Orger's magic power, and Orger's silk thread usage skills. The sound of a successful punch-in sounded in his ears, but Ye Chen didn't stop there. Puppet King Orger, Ye Chen still has an impression of this character who occupied a lot of space in the original work. Naturally, he also knows the opponent's biggest trump card, the Undead Game. It is a unique skill that can only be activated after one's own death. It can retract all the originally scattered Hell Spider Silk and use it to control one's own body. Once activated successfully, Orger will even burst out with power beyond his life, and take away the enemy with him after death. But I don't have the patience to start the second round with you. At the moment Orger's body trembled slightly, the undead game was about to start. Raging flames spurted out from the 7 deadly sins, burning Orger's body in an instant. Boom! The spirit of original sin was activated, and Ye Chen accurately captured Orger's soul and contained it in the 7 original sins. Completing the chat group task, Puppet King will reward you with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. You're next. After solving Orgel, Ye Kong's eyes moved upward. Aren't you ready to come out? Wow, have you been discovered? As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the ceiling above the palace suddenly seemed to be aging, turning into a large amount of sand and dust falling down. Along with the dust, a man wearing black clothes and sunglasses jumped down from above, staring at Ye Chen fearfully. That guy is Xi, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment. He quickly recognized the other party's identity and quickly shouted to Ye Chen. Stella's friend. Please be careful. That guy is Desert Shinigami Nazem Salim. He is known as the strongest mercenary in history. Every war he has participated in has always been won by his side. He is a very powerful monster. You were recognized so quickly. Glancing at Silius from the corner of his eye, Nazem didn't care about his identity being exposed and looked at Ye Chen in front of him again. Although the Puppet King is a waste, he still has some strength. I didn't expect you could kill him so quickly. Who are you? A dying person doesn't need to know so much. Are you still going to fight me? A sneer appeared on Nasim's face. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know? Now even Ye Chen, who was about to kill the opponent directly, successfully aroused his curiosity. What do you know? Humph! Do you have to let me expose it directly? Nazem replied, the trick you just used to kill the Puppet King should be your trump card. I admit, your sword was so fast that even I who was watching by the side didn't see it clearly. But no matter what you do, you will never be able to use that kind of killer trump card a second time in a short period of time. 0.1 And before you recover and swing that sword again, I will blow your head off with my fist. That sounds reasonable. Ye Chen's voice sounded behind Nazem without any warning. But which fist are you going to use to hit me? Is it your left fist? Tisk. Or is it the right fist? Tisk. 2 rays of cold light passed by in succession, and Nazem's arms instantly fell off and flew into the air, and his whole body let out a scream. At this moment, Ye Chen's palm suddenly grabbed him and lifted him up by his neck. Hey, don't pretend to be dead, you haven't told me the answer yet. Tell me which fist you are going to use to hit me. How can it be? Nazem, who had grown up fighting on the battlefield and had killed countless people, felt fear for the first time in a long time. You monster! Why can you continue to do this trick? Isn't this your trump card? I see, you still don't understand. Ye Chen slowly raised his other hand holding the sword. Since you don't understand, I'll show you one last time. The so-called trump card in your fantasy can be used by just raising the sword like this, then pointing it at the enemy and swinging it down. Tisk. Punch in mission, Nazem Salim make Nazem feel the fear of death during the battle. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, dried undead, Nazem's magic power, and super war perception. Complete the chat group mission Desert Shinigami to be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. Don't worry, death is not the end. The spirit of original sin activated again. Ye Chen put Nazem's soul into the knife and imprisoned it with Orgur's ghost. Next, you two will continue to produce nourishment for me in the cage of despair. Chapter 80. Is this the end? Sileus looked at Ye Chen in front of him with some confusion. In just a few minutes, things turned upside down several times. Even Sileus, who had seen strong winds and waves, could not help but doubt his life at this moment. After thinking for a while, he looked at beside him. Stella, what's going on? Aren't you studying abroad in Neon? Why did you come back suddenly? And that man, he is Ye Chen, a friend of mine. As if she guessed what Sileus wanted to ask, Stella gave the answer first. Not long ago, Ye Chen received news that the rebels were preparing to attack Familion, and told me about it. In order to rush back in time, I asked Ye Chen to use his space ability to rush back. Speaking of this, Stella paused slightly and lowered her head with a complicated expression. To be honest, I wanted to kill that guy myself, so I didn't let Ye Chen take action at first. As a result, father, you have also seen that I am no match for that guy. It is really embarrassing. What's so embarrassing? Seeing Stella's disappointed look, Sileus, who originally wanted to ask something, suddenly became in a hurry. My spiritual equipment was chopped into pieces just now. If you can fight that guy, Stella, you are already strong. In the final analysis, you still have too little time to grow up. It's only been more than a month since I went to Neon, and you're already better than before you left. As long as I give you another year, you will definitely be able to beat that BD at will. I agree with this. Ye Chen's voice came from the side. No matter what, Orgur is a devil. Being able to compete with him for a short time with a non-demon body, Stella, you have surpassed 99% of the existences in this world. Number 99%, but that's not enough. Stella's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. Due to the special history of the kingdom of Familion, she grew up in the care of her parents and the people of the kingdom of Familion. In order to protect those who love her and not let them down, Stella chose to hold the sword and walk step by step to where she is today. It can be said that the purpose of Stella becoming stronger is to protect Familion from enemy invasion. But today, Familion was invaded by the enemy, but she had no way to defeat 25 enemies. Faced with this fact, he suffered a big blow. Ye Chen, from your tone you seem to know about the devil. Can you tell me what it is? This explanation is more complicated and takes a lot of time. Ye Chen reminded, Stella, don't forget, those two guys just now were hired thugs. The real messenger behind the attack on Familion is still alive and well. Big Professor Carl Irons. Stella responded. But at the same time, she thought of the video Ye Chen played her before. In that video at that time, Irons mentioned that the Puppet King was a businessman. At that time, Stella didn't know what the word meant, so she didn't care. Now think about it, Irons said in the video that he could command a demon named Abraham. Damn it, Familion obviously didn't do anything. Why did that guy target it? Because he likes your body. My body. Stella was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? To put it simply, Big Professor Carl Irons is a standard mad scientist. He is constantly conducting experiments on humans, and can even do things to babies, and he has always longed to create the ultimate creature. Your ability, Dragon God, can transform your body into a giant dragon. According to Irons, it can be used as the material for the ultimate creature. Of course, this paragraph is false. Ye Chen, who had released the spirit worms as soon as he landed and was always monitoring Irons, naturally knew that the other party's target was him. But that's not important. Under Ye Chen's rhetoric, which was both true and false, everyone, including Stella, chose to believe it. I didn't expect it would be like this. Stella's face was full of disbelief. Just for an experiment, he hired two demons to attack Familion. This will cause a war and even lead to the death of countless people. Is that guy a lunatic? Since the target is me, why not just target me directly? Why attack Familion? Isn't the answer obvious? Ye Chen smiled, aiming at Familion. I can fish you out of neon, which has stronger overall strength. As the former number 3 in the world, Shingyuji Kurono possesses the bug-level ability of time. Even if he has not become a demon, he still has a demon-level combat power. In addition to her, Neon also has two demons, Nishikyo-nin and Nango Torajiro. Taken together, this is the combat power of 3 demons. Even the most powerful beautiful country would have a hard time facing this lineup without starting a war. More importantly, the real target of the beautiful kingdom is not Stella, but Ye Chen, who is obviously much stronger than ordinary demons. It is obviously impossible to capture a stronger demon surrounded by 3 demons. In order for Irons to take the bait, Ye Chen leaked the good relationship between himself and Stella through Neon official channels. After getting this information, Irons set his sights on the kingdom of Familion as expected, and prepared to seduce Stella through a curve to save the country, so that Ye Chen could leave Neon together. When the time comes, traps have been laid out in advance, with geographical advantages and 2 demon-level reinforcements, the Puppet King and the Desert Shinigami. Coupled with the beautiful country's own demon-level combat power, this is the real confidence that Irons has in defeating Ye Chen. In general, we don't get a break. After continuing to use the method of 9 truths and 1 lie to popularize the reason why Irons attacked Familion, Ye Chen reminded him again. If we don't take the initiative, businessmen from the beautiful country will come to Familion tomorrow at most. Demons have very diverse abilities, and each has the power to destroy a country in a short period of time. For example, Nazim I just killed, his full blow can turn the capital of Familion into a desert in an instant. Stella, do you understand what this means? Of course I understand. Stella's expression was a little heavy. This time Orger and Nazim did not cause any casualties. It was purely because Ye Chen came quickly and crushed the opponent with strength. But it will be different next time. Whether the beautiful country launches a long-distance attack after discovering something is wrong, or it attacks a corner of Familion out of displeasure, it will cause unprecedented casualties. In order to avoid this situation from happening, the best way is to take the initiative. But when she thinks about facing the devil, Stella will remember the powerlessness she felt when she faced the Puppet King just now. The gap between demons and non-demons is really too big. No matter how confident Stella was, she didn't think she could close the gap in one day or less. If she wants to deal with the demons in the beautiful country, there are only two ways left in front of her. One is to surrender voluntarily and send yourself up as experimental material. You can take the initiative to pass this point. Even if Stella fights to the last moment, it is impossible for her to do such a stupid thing. So, there is only one option left before Stella. Biting her lower lip lightly, Stella clenched her hands into fists and suddenly raised her head to look at the man in front of her. Ye Chen. Hi, your best friend is ready. Ye Chen made an okay gesture, but before departure, I have a better plan to prevent Familion from being threatened. Do you want to refer to it? What's the plan? I think I can bring down this world, and it would be better if all the forces unite. Ah! Stella was stunned for a moment. Why did the topic suddenly jump to the unified world? Of course it's because of the devil. Ye Chen started to induce him step by step. Think about it, every one of the world's top combat demons is a potential terrorist. Even if I solve the beautiful country's attack this time, demons from other countries or neutral forces may cause trouble next time. The possibility is not low. After all, you are the famous Red Lotus Princess, the holder of the most powerful magic in the world outside of the devil. Every move you make is watched by all forces around the world. When you grow up, you will only encounter more demons. What if some demon suddenly comes to Familion to cause trouble, and I'm not here to help? Will there be a big problem? That seems to be the case. Remove the appearance, this is bound to happen. Ye Chen changed the subject again. In short, I can help Familion survive this crisis, but I cannot protect it forever. And in a short period of time, you won't be able to grow to be as strong as me. You can slap a devil in the face. Under this situation, as long as there is one oversight, Familion will suffer major trauma and suffer casualties. If it is normal, this kind of thing can only be prevented as much as possible. But it's different now. I can help you unify the world. Ye Chen raised a finger, released the hell spider silk he had just obtained, and waved it in front of Stella. You haven't forgotten my abilities, right? Even if I leave, you can replace me as the nominal top manager and manage those demons. At that time, as long as you distribute them as security guards in Familion and its surrounding areas, they will change from potential threats to shields protecting Familion. Familion will also leap from an ordinary small country to one of the safest places in the world. How about it? Stella, do you think there is anything that needs to be modified in my plan? Why did you just acquiesce to my agreement? Would you refuse? This, well, how should I put it? Stella's face showed a look of confusion. As a person who grew up in a peaceful environment, he wields a sword with protection and love as his reasons. Stella was originally somewhat resistant to Ye Chen's behavior of relying on violence to solve everything. But, the conditions offered by the other party are really great. It shouldn't affect ordinary people down there, right? Of course not. Look, after Nami and Kanae were reformed by me, wouldn't the ordinary people below still live the same life as before? That's true. With the example as a reference, Stella figured it out immediately. Then just do what you say, Ye Chen. Wait for my good news. A satisfied smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. After spending more than a day, he finally succeeded in getting Stella to propose the idea. Although you can also use what Stella said just now, willing to pay any price to force the other party to agree, but that will somewhat affect his image. It is better to induce it little by little as it is now. Having said that, just releasing a little power of original sin to guide Stella's thoughts doesn't seem to trigger the alarm mechanism of the chat group. The figure appeared in the sky above the kingdom of Familion. Ye Chen looked down at Stella below, with a flash of thought in his eyes. Did he release too little? Or is it that the rescue mechanism of the chat group will only be triggered when a life crisis is in danger? Forget it, let's not think about that. Ye Chen threw this dangerous thought out of his mind. A little guidance of the power of original sin, it can also be said that it was caused by not closing the breath just after the battle. In addition, a large number of people really triggered the rescue mechanism of the chat group, which is a bit difficult to explain. Unless he can obtain the right to forcefully enter other people's worlds and stay permanently in the future. Otherwise, it is better not to test too much, it is better to stop at this stage. The experiment is over, it's time to get down to business. Ye Chen looked to the west. The time is just right, the main targets have all been gathered. Next, he can take action. Strange, why there has been no news from the Puppet King? In a secret military area in the beautiful country, Aaron stared at the screen in front of him with some doubts, and fell into deep thought. When he entrusted Orgel and the others not long ago, he specifically asked them to report on the progress. Especially after invading the kingdom of Familion and taking control of its royal family, you must send him a message as soon as possible. But now that the fighter planes have entered the Familion kingdom for half an hour, there is still no news from Orger. That idiot, could he be playing tricks and destroying all the members of Familion's royal family? Irons thought of a terrible possibility. He still has a certain understanding of Orger. As a mentally disturbed lunatic, what the other party likes to do most is to torture others and then kill them. If Orger played a puppet game to cause trouble for him, he might actually play the game and kill all his targets. Tisk, if I had known that guy was unreliable, Nazem should have been given contact rights. Aaron's clicked his tongue in displeasure, got up and walked outside. Since he couldn't be contacted for a long time, he just assumed that his plan had been successful. After all, they were two demons. If you can't take down Familion, you're in trouble. After walking out of the room and onto the square of the military area, Aaron's looked at the middle-aged white man standing in a corner. The opponent's name is Douglas Upton, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet of the United States and one of the demons in the United States. When it comes to status, Upton is not inferior to him. However, Aaron's had helped transform the other party's spiritual equipment before, and Upton had always owed him a favor. In order for the plan to succeed this time, Aaron's specifically contacted Upton and asked him to act as insurance and take action at critical moments. Arons, have you got any news from your side? Seeing the great professor appear, Upton took the initiative to come over and asked. I'm ready to go at any time. I'm also ready. Iron snapped his fingers. The next moment, a man with blonde hair and goggles on his face appeared behind him. Abraham, call all members of Sion to assemble. Yes. Abraham responded. Afterwards, without any movement from him, figures wearing protective suits kept appearing in the square. In just the blink of an eye, a huge square formation took shape in front of Aaron's and others. Report. All members of the superpower unit Sion have assembled and are ready for action at any time. Very good, next. It will be my turn to take action next. Tisk. Punch in mission, Carl Aaron's injure Carl Aaron's body through any means. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, gun of transformation, the inherent spiritual equipment, blood-eating sword, and the wisdom of Elens. Chapter 81. What happened? Aaron stared blankly at the sword blade that passed through his chest. Isn't he in his hometown? In front of Upton and the members of the superpower unit Sion, who can do it to him so suddenly? Elens. Just when Aaron's was puzzled, Upton's voice suddenly sounded. As the person closest to Aaron's, he reacted immediately and took a few steps back to distance himself. At the same time, Abraham, who was not far away, raised his palm and pulled it towards Aaron's. Invisible space fluctuations passed by in a flash, and Aaron's body appeared next to him. After coughing twice in pain, Aaron's covered the wound that was regenerating crazily and raised his head to look at the culprit who had attacked him. How can it be? The moment his eyes fell on Ye Chen, Aaron's pupils shrank into needles, and his face showed a rare look of shock. Why are you here? Is there anything strange about me here? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, with a playful look on his face. After all, aren't you always looking for me? I took the initiative to deliver it to your door, but to fulfill your wish. I see. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Aaron seemed to have thought of something, with a look of realization on his face. It turns out that the plan has been exposed a long time ago. The two of them, the Puppet King, haven't contacted me. It's probably because of you. If you want to see them too, I can give you a ride. Do you think I will give you a second chance to sneak attack? In just a few words, Aaron's, whose wound had healed on his own, retreated behind Abraham with a sneer on his face. Although I don't know how you know this, but you dare to come here alone, which is your biggest mistake. Abraham, go and control that guy. If necessary, you can kill. Yes. Teleportation was activated again, and Abraham's figure appeared next to Ye Chen. Thoughts set fire. Thoughts control electricity. Raging flames and flashing lightnings rose in Abraham's left and right hands respectively. At the same time, he controlled the power of his mind to form muscles on his body, and the original strength of the body was added to each other and exploded instantly. Raging tornado. The heavy punch, which carried all the strength of his body, exploded together with flames and lightning in an instant, falling on Ye Chen's body. There was a bang, and violent aftermath rippled around. But to everyone's surprise, Ye Chen, who took the blow head-on, still stood there as if nothing happened. Punch in mission, Abraham Carter force Abraham to use any 3 superpowers during the battle. Successful check-in will reward superpowers, Abraham version, Abraham's magic power, and Abraham's physical fitness. Have you finished the fight? When the reminder sounded in his ears, Ye Chen looked at Abraham standing in front of him and spoke slowly. Once the fight is over, it will be me next. Danger! Abraham's alarm bells began to sound frantically. With the ability to predict the future, Abraham saw the future 1 second later. That was when he was hit by an invisible attack and died instantly. In order to avoid this outcome, he activated his teleportation to ultimate, and appeared in an area 10,000 meters away in the next second. But do you think you can run away like this? The breeze carried Ye Chen's voice to Abraham's ears. The next moment, Ye Chen's plain voice gathered together and turned into a hammer hitting him. Boom! Is this death? Sensing the death signal from the distance, Aaron's looked at Ye Chen with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Even better than I expected. You monster! What was that just now? Why can you activate the power of wind and sound at the same time? Could it be that you are a superpower with multiple abilities just like the tyrant back then? You look very relaxed. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. What gives you the confidence? Those hundreds of Abraham clones behind you. Hey? So you discovered it? Aaron's was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's right. All members of the superpower Unitsion are clones of Abraham. Each of them has power beyond ordinary A-level knights, and their strength is between that of A-level knights and demons. But, you must not know that the most terrifying thing about Abraham is that they can unify their thoughts through telepathy and unify their own thoughts. Boom! The moment Aaron's finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped Ye Chen. The solid ground of the military area collapsed in an instant, and the area of several meters centered on the dust began to sink continuously. You can easily defeat one Abraham, but you can never defeat the cooperation of hundreds of Abraham clones. Standing on the edge of the pit, Aarons looked down at the sinking Ye Chen and laughed wildly again. Don't even think about activating space abilities. One of Abraham's superpowers is called Space Blockade. This ability is the same as the telekinesis you are currently experiencing. It can be activated in a superimposed manner. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape. Boom! A huge roar sounded from behind without any warning. The wild laughter stopped suddenly, and Aarons turned his head to look. A huge bottomless pit appeared in the background. As for the hundreds of Abrahams who were standing there, they have all disappeared at this moment. Complete the chat group mission, annihilate the Xian troops, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 group points and 3 unique spiritual equipment enhancement cards. To be honest, I need to thank you. Standing above the bottomless pit, Ye Chen looked lazily at Aarons in front of him. Each of these troublesome replicants has the ability to teleport and predict the future. If they spread out, it will take me a while to annihilate them all. But you brought them together and ordered them to concentrate all their energy on controlling me, which was a big help. Abraham's plural superpowers inherited from the tyrant are indeed very powerful. But this ability has a flaw, that is, the more abilities it activates at the same time, the greater its consumption. After fully activating the 3 abilities of telepathy, space blockade, and telekinesis, these clones' reactions to predict the future will become slow. Even if they react and see the future, it will be too late to cancel the space blockade and activate teleportation. Okay, now you have no value in living. Ye Chen raised a finger, pointed it at Aarons, who still looked in disbelief, and said slowly. For your help, I will reward you with a happy death. Bang! Complete the chat group task, the Great Professor, to be rewarded with 10,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. You're the only one left. Ye Chen raised his head and looked at the sky above. In the short period of time when he and Aarons and others were fighting, a super-huge aviation battleship had quietly appeared in the sky. That was the spiritual costume of Douglas Upton, the former strongest demon in the United States, before Superman Abraham Carter was created. Not only was it blessed by the summoner's own strength, but after being modified by Aarons, a large number of turrets and 2 88-inch strong particle cannons were installed. With full firepower, this terrifying war fortress can even blow up a large city in an instant, blowing all the protection into the sky. But at this distance, don't think that you have a chance to launch an attack. Boom! Continuously flashing electric arcs, accompanied by thunder, spurted out from Ye Chen's body in an instant. Kojiro's Yanri Imaru. Todo took as lightning attribute control. With the superposition of the 2 abilities, the originally sunny sky suddenly turned dark. As if it was the end of the world, violent roars sounded one after another, and a terrifying and majestic thunder dragon sprang out from it. Facing the aviation battleship flying almost parallel to it in the sky, the Brontosaurus collided head-on with it as soon as it appeared. Boom! Punch in mission, Douglas Upton caused damage to 1/10 of Upton's Enterprise, or stop the Enterprise for 1 second. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, Enterprise number, Upton's magic power, and Upton's military literacy. Complete the chat group mission White Whale to be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. Not bad. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. This is the first time since he came to this world that he has used the power of his inherent spiritual equipment and Zanpakuto at the same time. Under the fusion and coordination of Yulu Twalayu, the power of the 2 was successfully superimposed and exploded instantly. Compared with a single activation, the superposition of the 2 not only increases the power several times, but even the usage becomes diversified. After scattering the thunder dragons that were constantly forming in the sky, Ye Chen looked towards the direction of the beautiful country's capital. As the strongest one on the surface, the beautiful country's strength is indeed good. However, Upton and others who were just killed by him are already the top combat forces in this country. In the current beautiful country, the most high-end combat power is a few A-level and B-level knights, as well as magical creatures and steel soldiers developed by great professors. Compared to Upton and others that Ye Chen had just killed, these combat powers were nothing. There was no difference between having them or not. Let's fight quickly. Ye Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. Half an hour later, inside the White House, Ye Chen sat lazily on a chair, looking down at the group of middle-aged and elderly people lying on the ground in front of him. They are the high-ranking officials and politicians of the beautiful country, as well as the rulers of the major plutocrats. On weekdays, these people are so superior that a casual order can attract the attention of the entire world. But compared with those demons who transcend their own destiny, these people are still just ordinary people. With Ye Chen's current power, he doesn't even need to open Bankai to corrupt their souls and turn them into puppets. Using the power of observation haki, Ye Chen stamped thoughts into their minds one by one, turning them into a double guarantee. At this point, the most powerful country in the world has completely fallen into Ye Chen's control. What's next? There are still many goals to be solved. A flash of thought flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. After thinking about it, he stopped temporarily and immediately. The thought of taking action instead summoned a black light group. This is the soul of the great Professor Allens who he just killed. Due to the power of the spirit of original sin, the other party was bound to the 7 original sins after his death and was controlled by Ye Chen. In this state, all the secrets of Erin's are clearly visible in Ye Chen's eyes. In just a few minutes, Ye Chen searched through Erin's memory several times. Good luck! After checking Erin's memory, Ye Chen showed a look of satisfaction on his face. As the smartest person in the world, Erin's has raised the strength of the beautiful country to the strongest in the world with his own inventions. His research on the human body and soul has reached a level of. And how profound it is! Not only can it transform other people's spiritual equipment and bodies, but also create magical creatures with different effects. It is even possible to mass-produce war weapons like Abraham, whose strength exceeds that of an A-level magic knight, through a single hair of the tyrant. Now as long as he uses his own blood as the basis and enough materials, Ye Chen can do the same thing and even surpass his opponent. But forget it about creating your own clone. Ye Chen threw this stupid idea away. Ultimately, there is no value in creating your own clone. Erin's has proven through his own experience that the transformed humans he creates have limits and are far inferior to the original master. If he had the time and energy to create his own clone, he might as well take some of Stella's hair and make a Stella bucket. Of course, the premise is that he has time to do such boring things. Putting aside the matter of creating a life-size Fiji cup for the time being, Ye Chen summoned a blood-red longsword with a thought. This is an unexpected surprise. Ye Chen looked at the longsword that exuded an ominous aura, and a smile appeared on his face. The inherent spiritual equipment blood-eating sword. This is one of the 2 unique spiritual equipment that Ye Chen obtained when he checked into irons not long ago. It is different from Shingyuji Kurono's matching double spear spiritual equipment. Erin's transformation gun and bloodthirsty sword are 2 completely different spiritual equipments. The reason why this situation occurs is because bloodthirsty sword is not Iron's spiritual equipment. It is the spiritual outfit of Adam's Goisha, the former king of the Dark World, tyrant. While controlling the rebels with the alliance, Irons not only got close to the tyrant's body but also got his hair. He even conducted human experiments on him, purified his soul that was frozen in his body, and obtained the blood sword factory that the other party's spiritual equipment was addicted to. This spiritual device is one of the 2 most important materials in Erin's ultimate creature plan, and is called the ultimate soul by him. The reason why this sword has received such high praise is also very simple. The ability of bloodthirsty sword is plunder. It can absorb the soul power from death, turn it into a part of itself, and strengthen itself. This is also the main reason why tyrants created rebel armies and controlled the course of World War II behind the scenes. The souls and soul abilities of the countless lives that died in the war will be absorbed by the tyrant and become part of themselves. If there is any disadvantage, it is that this ability can only strengthen the soul and has limited improvement to the body. In other words, this ability can only increase the output of spiritual equipment and the intensity of superpowers, but cannot increase physical strength. This was also the main reason why the tyrant was defeated in the war and was attacked and sealed to death. But for me, it's no problem. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. When he checks in on weekdays, the reward he gets the most is the enhancement of his physical fitness. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. A lot of physical strengthening has allowed Ye Chen, who follows the Shinigami system, to keep up with the progress of his soul. If this progress continues, it will only be a matter of time before his physical fitness surpasses his soul. This may not seem like much, but the problem is that the enhancement of his 7 deadly sins requires physical fitness and soul strength. Ye Chen had been worried before that one day his soul strength would not reach the standard, causing the progress of strengthening the 7 deadly sins to be suspended. But now there is no need to worry about this problem. With the power of the bloodthirsty sword, he only needs to find a dark world to have a massacre in the future, and his soul strength will immediately increase. It's just that this ability conflicts with the spirit of original sin. I'll have to make some choices when harvesting souls in the future. Putting the bloodthirsty sword away, Ye Chen stood up and looked in the direction of Neon. Although the order was a little different from what he originally expected, all the actors there were already in place. Chapter 82. Neon Palace. A woman dressed in holy white attire, with delicate facial features like a fairy, quietly appeared at the front door. Her silky long white hair was blowing in the wind, and she walked towards the depths step by step as if taking a leisurely stroll. Along the way, the guards arranged in various areas seemed to have not seen her and ignored her. In fact, these guards did not see it. As the world's strongest swordsman, Acedes, known as Bai Yi, has long since trained himself to the ultimate level. Every step that seems to be nothing out of the ordinary actually slips itself into the subconscious of these guards through a technique called foot pumping. Under this situation, although these guards saw the existence of Acedes, they subconsciously classified Acedes as unnecessary information and subconsciously ignored her figure. In this way, Acedes reached the deepest part of the Neon Palace without any obstruction. Looking at the middle-aged man who was already standing in the courtyard, waiting for his arrival, Acedes took a step forward and appeared in front of him. "Long time no see, Mr. Yuying." "Well, long time no see, Ed." Yuying Taper Ya nodded slightly. "I called you here suddenly this time because I wanted to ask you to help deal with an enemy. Please let me take action." Acedes tilted his head in confusion. Although she did have some friendship with Yuying Taper Ya secretly, the friendship was not very deep. In general, it is just a level of understanding. As the Minister of Neon, if the other party really wants to deal with the enemy, he shouldn't ask her for help. "Where are Yashahim and Nangxiang Sensei? Aren't they both in Neon?" "The two of them are in Neon, but..." Yuying Taper Ya replied with a subtle expression, "The two of them, together with the world clock, have been defeated and controlled by the enemy." "Were all defeated and caught?" A look of doubt flashed in Acedes' eyes. "Including Shingyuji Kurono, who has a relatively special ability, these are 3 demon-level combatants. If they really want to use all their firepower to fight someone, they may even be able to sink the entire Neon. But in fact, Neon is still doing well. Not only was it not affected at all, there was not even any relevant news spread. How was this defeated? No one fought back and surrendered to be defeated?" Acedes was puzzled. "Mr. Yuying, you are not joking." "Of course I'm not kidding." As if he had guessed what Acedes was thinking, Yuying Taper Ya showed a wry smile on his face. "The reason why no news came out is because the enemy has the ability of the space system to isolate the battlefield from the outside world. So the opponent won with 1 against 3 while maintaining the battlefield." "Yes, the enemy's strength is so exaggerated. I have no choice but to call you over. Mr. Yu Ying, then I may disappoint you. Edwin shook his head. If the enemy's strength is really as exaggerated as you say, even I can't win. Don't worry, I still understand this. In addition to you, I also invited other reinforcements. The moment Yu Ying Taper Ya finished speaking, a wave of magic power suddenly appeared not far away from the two of them. The next second, the space in the direction of the magic wave began to distort, flashing with dazzling white light. Under Edward's gaze, two figures, a man and a woman, slowly walked out. Edwise took a serious look at them and instantly recognized their identities. Second in the league, Poseidon Carlo Bettinai. Fourth in the alliance, Black Knight Alice Ascarid. I see, you even asked the alliance for help. Hearing Edwise's voice, Bertoni, who had just walked out of the portal, was stunned for a moment and cast his eyes at her. Are you, Bai Yi? After recognizing Edwise's identity, Bertoni turned his attention to Yu Ying Taper Ya beside him. Prime Minister Yu Ying, what's going on? Why are you with her? She is just like you, a reinforcement I invited. Yu Ying Taper Ya replied, I know that Ed's identity is relatively sensitive, but this is all to repel the enemy. Please understand. Reinforcements. I didn't expect that Prime Minister Yu Ying would actually know busy. This is a bit unexpected. Bertoni still stared at Edwise with some fear. There is no way, the opponent's talent and strength are really too good. Not only did he become a demon in his 20s, he also made rapid progress and continued to refine his strength. When it comes to true strength, the opponent will never be inferior to the leader of the alliance, Bei Hegong, who is truly the top demon. Facing a strong man of this level, even Bertoni couldn't help but feel a little pressure. But with Bai joining us, the next battle will indeed be much easier. I think so too. Alice, who had been silent, nodded silently. Kfi, since Busy is willing to join, let's do it directly. Prime Minister Yu Ying, may I ask where the enemy is currently? As for Master Ye Chen, he is already here. Bertoni. Alice. Edwards. What the hell is Master Ye Chen? Hearing Yu Ying Taper Ya's strange reply, the three of Bettinai were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions suddenly changed. There was no other reason. Just at the moment when they were stunned, the unimaginable momentum of Japan suddenly pressed on them. Boom! The solid ground shattered in an instant, and the bodies of Bettinai and the other three sank down, with their legs inserted directly into the ground. This smell, how is this possible? There was an expression of disbelief on Bettinai's face. As the second in the league and known as the strongest water warlock in history, Bettinai has seen strong winds and waves. Even the leader of the alliance, Bei Hegong, the top demon who once killed the tyrant, he had frequent contact with him on weekdays. But even if Bei Hegong's momentum exploded with all his strength, it was still far inferior to the momentum he felt now. This is like the difference between an ant and a giant. The momentum between the two is completely different. Who is it? A dark blue spear appeared in his hand, and Bettinai used it as a medium to summon a large amount of water to surround his body as protection. Stop pretending. Come out quickly. Good. There was a reply with a hint of smile, and a palm silently pressed on Bettinai's shoulder. Fulfill your requirement. Click. Check-in mission. Carlo Bettinai obtain Carlo Bettinai's approval in the field of water or ice attributes. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, Poseidon Star, Bettinai's magic power, and Bettinai's talent. Complete the chat group mission Poseidon to be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. Mr. Bertoni. The moment Bertoni turned into an ice sculpture. Alice, whose whole body was wrapped in a set of black armor, appeared in front of Ye Chen holding a battle axe and swung it down hard. At the same time, two rays of silver cold light passed through the air, striking from two different angles from behind. The cooperation is good. Ye Chen commented lightly. It's just that the strength is a bit lacking. Bang! 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 The three attacks fell together, making a crisp sound. In the disbelieving eyes of Alice and Edwise, their attacks seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall and stopped in front of Ye Chen. Oops! Edwise's expression changed, and his body accelerated from standstill to ultimate in an instant, and distanced himself from Ye Chen. Boom! The moment Edward stepped back, the raging flames instantly enveloped Ye Chen and turned into a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. Check-in mission, Alice Askaried inflict heavy damage to it 3 times or more during the battle. Successful check-in will reward the inherent spiritual equipment, invincible armor, Alice's magic power, and Alice's physical fitness. The sound of a successful punch-in sounded in Ye Chen's ears. He turned to look at Alice, who was kneeling on one knee not far away, breathing heavily. It is indeed the embodiment of the concept of unyielding. It can regenerate the body in all aspects more than 3 times in just a few seconds. This spiritual equipment of yours is stronger than I thought. After all, this is all I have. Alice stood up again. Under the power of the invincible armor, Alice has once again completed her physical repair and returned to a complete state. Not only that, under the influence of her only sword-cutting skill enhanced regeneration, her recovered body was stronger than before. Miss Bai. I will resist his attack next. Please find the right opportunity. Give him a crucial blow. Good. Edwins nodded slightly and responded. At the same time as she received the reply, Alice, who was ready, disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Ye Chen again. With her strengthened body, she exploded with greater strength and swung her axe at Ye Chen. But as if history was repeating itself, Alice's attack was blocked by the Ryotsu wall again and stopped in front of Ye Chen. I think you made a mistake. Seeing Alice, who did not retreat but launched a mad combo after the attack in front of her failed, Ye Chen slowly raised his right fist. The defense of your invincible armor is indeed very strong, but it does not mean it is invincible. One bone. Boom. The iron fist that gathered all the power fell, instantly shattering the dark armor on Alice's body. Her long, silky white hair fluttered in the wind, and Ellie's silky, delicate face reappeared in front of Ye Chen. Different from her confident performance just now, her red and blue pupils were full of disbelief at this moment. The invincible armor was shattered. That's nothing surprising. Ye Chen raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. In the end, you were able to withstand the first blow purely because I didn't want to kill you by mistake. Tisk. Complete the chat group task Black Knight and you will be rewarded with 30,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. You're next. Ye Chen looked at Edwise not far away. Did you take the initiative to come here, or did I take the initiative? Edwards did not reply, but took a step forward and came to Ye Chen without making any sound. The next second, one after another, dazzling slashes like meteors continued to fall, creating a bright meteor shower in Ye Chen's eyes. After stimulating his body and magic power to ultimate, Edwards executed hundreds of demon-level slashes at this moment. Afterwards, she showed no intention of stopping and continued to wave her hands to attack Ye Chen. A series of crisp collision sounds sounded, and under Edwise's unexpected gaze, Ye Chen did not use his body to resist this time. Instead, he waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, blocked her attack head-on, and suppressed her in place. This is not just physical fitness. Edwise could clearly see that the strength and speed used by the other party were at the same level as hers. This man with monster-like strength suppressed her simply through swordsmanship. So strong. It can be even stronger. Check-in mission, Edwise in the swordsmanship competition, obtain Edwise's recognition. Successful check-in will reward the unique spiritual equipment, Sword of Oath, Edwise's magic power, and Edwise's sword disgust. The moment the check-in was successful, Ye Chen doubled the speed of his sword swing. The dazzling cold slippery surface mercilessly crossed her body after passing through the meteor shower woven by Edwis. Tisk. Complete the chat group task by I, and you will be rewarded with 40,000 group points and a unique spiritual equipment enhancement card. It's over. Ye Chen put away Zanpakut and looked at Edwis at his feet. Is there anything you want to say? Aren't you going to kill us? Of course, you are still different from the great professors. The great professor and others were the main culprits in attacking Familion. In order to gain Stella's favor, Ye Chen killed them all after completing the check-in. But Edwin's and others are different. Not only did they not attack Familion, they also maintained the order of the world on weekdays, and they were considered to be on the lawful side. Compared to being killed directly, the value of your life is greater. Kingdom of Familion. After having a long-awaited dinner with her family, Stella returned to her room. Opening the window, she placed her hands on the edge of the window, propped up her body and looked to the west in a daze. Almost half a day has passed since Ye Chen set off for beautiful country. I don't know what he is doing now. After looking at the sky silently for a while, Stella suddenly sighed and went back to bed and lay down. To be honest, her emotions towards Ye Chen are a bit complicated now. It's not that there is any dissatisfaction, it's just that Stella doesn't know how to face Ye Chen. For Stella, who has sworn to protect Familion since she was a child and has become stronger with her sword. Saving Familion is more impactful and more effective than the so-called hero saving the beauty. After this incident, no matter how much she didn't want to admit it, she had realized that she had a crush on Ye Chen. He has perfect looks, is stronger than himself, and is willing to save Familion in times of crisis. Recalling Ye Chen's various performances, the expression on Stella's face became more complicated. If it were in the past, if such a man appeared in front of her, Stella would definitely choose to take the initiative and find a way to take him down. But the problem is, the person she likes now is Ye Chen. The other party is a true seeder, planting seeds wherever he goes. There are a group of women in every world. As a pure love warrior in every sense of the word, Stella is still a little greedy and wants to monopolize Ye Chen. Oh, it's so troublesome. Stella rolled around on the bed holding the pillow. The fair skin like the first snow flickered in and out with Stella's movements, bringing with it a wonderful spring scenery. Just like this, after weeks of rolling back and forth on the bed, she finally stopped her nonsensical movements. Lying face down on the bed quietly, she raised her long legs wrapped in black stockings and fell into deep thought. What to do next? What should I do? Ye Chen's face suddenly appeared in front of Stella. Hey! Bang! It hurts. Chapter 83. I didn't expect your voice to be quite loud. Ye Chen rubbed his ears and looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. I feel like Familion doesn't need to install an alarm bell. If something unexpected happens, just shouting will work better than the alarm bell. What do you call an alarm bell? I'm really in pain. It's okay, I don't feel anything. You have a hard head, so of course you don't feel anything. Covering her forehead with a red mark, Stella gritted her teeth, wanting to punch this guy. Really? Why did you suddenly poke your head in to scare me? Well, I saw you were so absorbed in your thoughts, I thought this would be more interesting, so I did it. Damn it. Fortunately, I just had a crush on you, but you are still as bad as ever. Stella curled her lips in displeasure. Didn't you say before you left that you were going to unify the world? Why did you come back so soon? Because it's over, of course. Ah. Why are you so surprised? I don't need time to defeat the devil. Ye Chen spent half a day mainly looking for the devil. After controlling Bai Yi and others, he directly invaded the Alliance's headquarters and captured Bai Huzhong and others. Later, through the intelligence collected by the Alliance, the whole world ran around to find those demons distributed in different areas. Even with the blessing of space movement, it took a lot of time to confirm the specific areas of these demons. More importantly, in order to prevent omissions, Ye Chen ran around the world a few more times after doing all this. It was only after repeatedly confirming that there were no missing demons that he stopped and returned to Familion. In short, the most troublesome demons now are all under my control without exception. Then we just need to let them capture the top leaders of each country, and then I will take action. That's it. Stella's expression was a little subtle. Obviously it is a major event to unify the world, but after hearing what you said, my benefactor, I suddenly felt so relaxed. Because it's really easy for me. Ye Chen shrugged, then leaned over and put his face in front of Stella again, showing a wicked smile. To be honest, now I care more about what you just said, Stella, than reviewing the process of unifying the world. Hey? What did I say? You just seemed to say that you have a crush on me. Ye Chen stretched out a hand and pinched Stella's chin. You must have fallen in love with me, right? Who would fall in love with you? Stella slapped Ye Chen's hand away. Don't be too narcissistic, you guy. I won't. Anyway, don't be too narcissistic. Stella, Tsundere has withdrawn from the environment. I'm not at Tsundere. Yes, you are not at Tsundere. Ye Chen chuckled. Speaking of which, Stella, do you still remember what you said when you asked me to take action? Of course I remember that. Stella sat up straight, with a serious look in her ruby-like eyes. Ye Chen, how many points do you want? Just ask. It might take me a while, but will you definitely save enough points to pay for this reward? Then forget it. Ye Chen waved his hand, looking disgusted. With the speed you save points, if you save 10,000 points, I can save 1 million or 10 million points. When the value expands, your points won't even be enough for me to fill my teeth. This. Stella's expression suddenly became embarrassed. What Ye Chen said is true. Looking around erratically, Stella scratched her cheek awkwardly, and a blush appeared on her skin as white as fresh snow. But that's all I can do. Even if the points I saved don't help you much, they are no better than a few points. Stella, do you know a word that would be suitable for this situation? What word? Sell yourself to pay off your debts. Ye Chen made a fist with his left hand, raised a finger with his right hand, and made two gestures inside. Stella, do you want to know more? Ah! Stella paused and her face became even more flushed. But unlike the embarrassing moment just now, this time she was purely acting on her body's instinct. Ye Chen. What did you do? It's nothing, I just had an idea and tried out a completely new way of using it that I just thought of. Oh, by the way, I can also add the effect of shock fruit to give you a local vibration massage experience. Hey! Stop quickly! Woo! The next day, the sun shines through the cracks in the room. Lying lazily on Stella's voluptuous thighs, Ye Chen sorted out the gains from his trip. Today is already the third day in the landing world. After 2 days of hard work, he has successfully brought the landing world under control. In addition to a series of rewards obtained by checking in, Ye Chen also successfully completed a large number of group tasks, earning more than 600,000 group points and 25 unique spiritual equipment enhancement cards. Which ability enhancement should I choose? Looking at the row of colorful cards in front of him, Dujin fell into a rare state of hesitation. Among the spiritual equipment he obtained by punching in addition to the very common natural interference abilities such as thunder, fire, and water, there are also some useful conceptual interference and causal interference abilities. In particular, Shingyuji Kurono's ability to manipulate time is truly almighty. From world wars to daily life, it can bring great convenience. However, even with such a powerful time-based ability, there are still some inherent spiritual equipment mastered by Ye Kong that can compete with it. For example, the bloodthirsty sword. Unlike other abilities that increase combat effectiveness and response direction, the bloodthirsty sword focuses more on plunder and development. As long as it is used well, Bloodthirsty Sword can greatly increase Ye Chen's upper limit and allow him to reach a higher level. This point alone is not comparable to other spiritual equipment. Let's try the effect with a strengthening card first. Ye Chen pulled out an inherent spiritual equipment enhancement card and slapped it directly on the Bloodthirsty Sword. The seven-colored light merged into the Bloodthirsty Sword, and Ye Chen's physical strength suddenly began to increase. At the same time, Ye Chen seemed to have an enlightenment, and various ideas for the further development of the Bloodthirsty Sword kept popping up in his mind. Among them, there are many development directions that Ye Chen has already imagined, but now with the blessing of the inherent spiritual equipment enhancement card, he has a deeper understanding of these development directions. This state of inspiration lasted for several seconds. It was not until the colorful light wrapped around the Bloodthirsty Sword completely dissipated that Ye Chen exited that state. I see, this inherent spiritual equipment strengthening card is like this. A look of understanding appeared on Ye Chen's face. The essence of inherent spiritual equipment is to manifest high concentration magic weapons in order to better display the auxiliary abilities. If you want to increase the power of inherent spiritual equipment, there are generally only two directions to start with. One is to increase the total amount of one's own magic power, making the inherent spiritual equipment stronger and more stable. The other is to improve the application of one's own abilities and make the usage of inherent spiritual equipment more diverse. As for the inherent spiritual equipment enhancement cards, we start from the same two directions. While it increases Ye Chen's total magic power, it will also allow Ye Chen to enter a state of enlightenment, improving the application and mastery of inherent spiritual equipment. For example, for the newly strengthened Bloodthirsty Sword, Ye Chen originally injected 1 unit of magic power and could cover an area of 1 cubic meter at most. But now that he has been strengthened and his mastery of the Bloodthirsty Sword has improved, injecting 1 unit of magic power can cover an area of 1.5 cubic meters, and the coverage area has been directly increased by 50%. In addition, the rate at which the Bloodthirsty Sword absorbs souls and the extent to which it consumes soul power to strengthen itself have been improved to varying degrees. Even the sword-cutting skills related to the Bloodthirsty Sword, Ye Chen has successfully developed part of it. It can be said that the effect of the inherent spiritual equipment strengthening card is very comprehensive in the direction of strengthening, basically covering all fields. But in this case, there is no need to hesitate about which one to choose to strengthen. Ye Chen let out a chuckle. As long as the total amount of magic power can be increased, his inherent spiritual equipment and abilities will all increase to the same extent. As for the rest that needs to be considered, it is just the control of the blood-devouring sword and the time gun, as well as the development of abilities. If it were anyone else, they might still need to hesitate. But for Ye Chen, there is no need to think so much. With the original owner of Shingyuji Kurono's ability, as long as he gets the opponent's memory and goes through it all over again, his control over the time guns will soon reach a highly developed state. The Bloodthirsty Sword is different. Since the tyrant died many years ago, Ye Chen cannot obtain the memory of the other party developing the Bloodthirsty Sword. Comparing the two situations, it is naturally more important to strengthen the Bloodthirsty Sword, improve its control and development. Ye Chen grabbed the remaining inherent spiritual equipment enhancement cards and slapped them all on the Bloodthirsty Sword. The next second, the huge magic power in his body began to rise rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the state of enlightenment that had just stopped returned, and the idea in Ye Chen's mind to develop the Bloodthirsty Sword began to be continuously improved. In just a few breaths, he perfected his second sword-cutting skill after robbing the power of soul, robbing the power of life. This knife-cutting skill is specifically designed to target the enemy's body. It can decompose the dead body into pure life force and absorb it into the body to increase the total amount of magic power. In this way, Ye Chen can completely drain the enemy's value after death. Both soul and body will be absorbed by the power of the Bloodthirsty Sword and become part of his power. But just talking about death is not comprehensive enough. A flash of greed flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. While he was still in a state of enlightenment, he developed the third skill of the bloodthirsty sword, blood-devouring plunder. Unlike the newly developed power of robbing life, Ye Chen's development progress this time is very slow. Using the principles he had conceived long ago as the skeleton, he gradually attached blood and flesh to it, and instilled the power of greed into it, turning it into the soul of this move. Please give me flowers. The whole process lasted for tens of seconds. It wasn't until the colorful brilliance on the bloodthirsty sword gradually dimmed and the enlightenment state entered the countdown that Ye Chen ended this round of creation. It worked. Looking at the red light attached to the bloodthirsty sword in himself, Ye Chen showed a smile on his face. And the first two sword-cutting skills used for development. Differently, bloodthirsty plunder is a standard fighting skill with a sword. In Ye Chen's vision, this ability is used against enemies of the same level or one level stronger than himself. It allows him to plunder the enemy's power and strengthen himself by causing damage to the enemy in battle. When the time comes, you will become stronger and your enemies will become weaker. After increasing and decreasing, even when facing an enemy stronger than himself, he can shorten the distance or even equal it. Not bad, this wave of enhanced cards was not wasted. After adding an opponent's card to his hand, Ye Chen was in a pretty good mood. Putting away the bloodthirsty sword, Ye Chen focused on the last thing. Fusion of inherent spiritual equipment and Zanpakuto. Inherent spiritual equipment is an extension of one's own abilities, and to some extent has a deep connection with the soul. As long as he can fuse the 7 deadly sins with his inherent spiritual equipment, Ye Chen can deepen the connection between the 7 deadly sins and his own soul. If you are lucky, you might be able to directly equip the 7 deadly sins with the characteristics of inherent spiritual equipment, greatly increasing the progress of Zanpakuto fusion. Even if the expected effect is not achieved, as long as the connection between the 7 deadly sins and one's own soul is improved, the fusion time can be shortened by the power of Hōgyoku and Yulojalayu. In general, as long as you can complete the fusion of the inherent spiritual equipment and the 7 deadly sins, you will not lose anything. As for the method of fusion, Ye Chen already has a clue after obtaining the memory of the great professor and the research results on the inherent spiritual equipment. The key to success lies in the next enhancement of the 7 deadly sins. Boom! 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 Stella, are you still sleeping? Just when Ye Chen was thinking about how to harvest the original sin of the landing world in the shortest possible time, there was a knock on the door. Then, before Ye Chen could respond, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Under Ye Chen's gaze, a girl with pink hair wearing a lace dress slowly walked in. Stop staying in bed, et. Just as she was mid-sentence, Lunao saw Ye Chen lying on Stella's body, naked. Although the impact of this picture was relatively strong, Lunao's was stunned for a moment, but did not cry out. A shy blush rose on her fair cheeks, and she asked hesitantly. Couldn't you be Stella's friend Ye Chen? You know me? Well, Stella mentioned your appearance to me at the dinner table yesterday. As she said, you are indeed a charming and handsome person. Putting her palms in front of her small and exquisite breasts, Lunao's made a breast-stroking gesture towards Ye Chen. I forgot to introduce myself, I am Stella's sister, Luna's Familion. Yesterday, I temporarily went to the neighboring kingdom of Quitolan for some matters. I only heard about your heroic deeds after I came back. Please allow me to express my gratitude. That's no need. Your sister has already thanked me. Ye Chen motioned to Stella, who was sleeping soundly next to him, with a playful smile on his face. Or, Lunaos, you think this is not enough and you want to thank me together with your sister. As expected, you really like to joke, Ye Chen, you are exactly the same as Stella said. Lunaos gave a subtle smile. Then, without waiting for Ye Chen to reply, Lunaos quickly took a few steps back and exited the room, placing her palm on the door of the room. Ye Chen, you seem to be still busy, so I won't interrupt your intimate communication with Stella. If you get hungry for a while, you can go directly to the restaurant. I will order someone to prepare food at any time. Then, see you later. Bang. It's a pity, I still thought we could fly together as sisters. Looking at the room door that was closed again in front of him, Ye Chen shook his head with regret. But Ye Chen didn't pay too much attention to this. In order to harvest the original sin of the fallen world, he will stay here for a while. Lunaus was able to escape this time, but it was impossible to escape the second or third time. When the time comes, I'll do some ideological work for Stella, and I'll have S*X with her just like a sister. Well, Ye Chen, you got up so early. Stella's voice sounded from the side. Pulling Ye Chen off, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around suspiciously. I just thought I heard the room closing. Has anyone been here? Well, your sister is here. Oh, it's sister, et. The subconscious returned to half, and Stella suddenly woke up. Sister is here. Then. I've seen it all. Stella 11. Sometimes, social death comes so suddenly. Chapter 84. Group members who check and upload unique spiritual equipment, Yeshiger, and receive 5,000 points. Group members check in and upload their unique spiritual equipment, Dark Hermit, and get 7,000 points. Group members who check and upload unique spiritual equipment, Narukami, and receive 5,000 points. Asuna. God's Tongue. The Avengers. Miss Kaguya, Ye Chen has started to stock the goods again. Demon Slayer Hwahashira, it seems that today's harvest is not bad. Asuna, damn it. I'm so envious. Psychic Witch, I think it's okay brother. Ye Chen goes to the mall. At least he has what he wants and saves money compared to drawing a lottery. Check in person, it seems that little Nagisa is still smart. Asuna, you can learn from it. Asuna, hey. What do you mean? Traveler, Ye Chen means you are not as smart as a primary school student, laughs. Thief Cat, speaking of which, Stella's world has so many different abilities. Thief Cat, Ye Chen has been on the shelves basically every day for more than 20 days, and there are no duplicates. Check in person, it's just that the names of the spiritual equipment are not repeated, but there are still quite a few with the same type of abilities. Princess Honglian, hey? When uploading this kind of ability, how are the points calculated? Should I still give them the same? Check in person, that's not true, only 1,000 points will be given to those with the same spiritual equipment ability. Check in person, then the mall will integrate the two spiritual equipments together according to their ability types. Check in person, you can choose one of the spiritual forms when purchasing, and you can unlock another form by paying an additional 1,000 points. Miss Kaguya, sounds good. This way, when selecting abilities, you can directly choose the weapon you want. Avengers, indeed. Tendo Mugen opened the mall and took a look. Due to the chat group, Tendo Kisara's strength is much higher than the 580 mentioned in the original work. In addition to collecting relevant information, she has been busy killing people in revenge these days, and has not paid much attention to the chat group. All I know is that Ye Chen helped Stella unify the world for more than 20 days, and uploaded various items in the chat group every day. Now open the mall and take a look. Sure enough, the inherent spiritual equipment in the world division in the mall is divided according to ability. For example, the more popular physical enhancement system has dozens of different forms of weapons, which is dazzling. The efficiency is still as high as ever. Tendo Mugen sighed silently and fell into deep thought. As her strength continues to improve, her revenge plan is gradually coming to an end, and she is only one step away from completion. After gradually escaping from revenge, Tendo Kisara began to care about the cursed children everywhere around him. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. After learning about the conditions in other worlds from Nami and others, she increasingly felt that the cursed child should not end up like this. The compassion that had been suppressed was touched, and Tendo Kisara set his sights on Ye Chen. Recently, she has been privately hesitating whether to invite Ye Chen to her world to help solve this problem. More than a month has passed since I had this idea, but Tendo Kisara has yet to say anything in the group. Firstly, this idea is a bit inhumane, equivalent to launching a massacre on the world. Secondly, she didn't have any suitable remuneration. The world where Stella lives is an ordinary world that has fallen into doomsday. If Ye Chen comes over, there's really nothing he can do except harvest negative emotions. But better ask. Tendomo hesitated for a while, but finally made a decision. Ye Chen's rise has been too fast. The opponent was already strong, and after entering the chat group, his strength began to improve at an exaggerated speed. If you don't try to invite as soon as possible, maybe the other party won't even be able to appreciate this negative emotion in the future. Avengers, Ye Chen, are you free recently? Check in. Check in person, it's okay. After Stella's world was unified, I basically harvested negative emotions and partied every day, but it wasn't a big deal. Check in person, what's wrong? Do you also want to invite me as a guest? Avenger, well, I want to ask you a favor. Group member Avenger uploads the group file Gastrilla and the Cursed Sun. Avengers, the details are here. Check in person, I'm Kong Kong. After downloading the group file uploaded by Tendo Mugen, Ye Chen quickly received all the information through the quantum reading function. At the same time, other people who were still in the chat group also checked the information uploaded by Tendo Mugen, and instantly exploded. God's tongue. Asuna, what the hell? Demon Slayer Kanashira, I have always heard Kisara say that her world is in a bad situation and is in a doomsday setting. Demon Slayer Hanashira, I thought it was just like my side, but now it seems it's more serious than I thought. Psychic Witch, the cursed child is so pitiful. Princess Red Lotus, obviously they are also victims, but the cursed sons who stand up to fight are being ostracized. I'm so angry. Traveler, in the world I have encountered in the past, it seems that there has never been such a bad world. Miss Kagaya, this world sucks. Avenger, yeah, it sucks. Avenger, so I've been thinking about whether to ask Ye Chen to kill them all. Check in person, I think your thoughts are a bit extreme. Avenger, I also know that this idea is a bit extreme. Check in person, if you kill them all, who will act as a slave to help you work? Avenger, but if I don't kill them all, I really can't think of any other way. The Avengers. Asuna. God's tongue. Check in person, what are you doing? Is there something wrong with what I said? Check in person, if you think about it carefully, Kisara has introduced in the message that a large part of the area where humans originally lived was occupied and destroyed by gastral organisms. Check in person, since we want to save the world, we can't just kill everyone and the original intestinal organisms. Check in person, I think we can make a little planning and kill 1/3 of the problem people in public, and beat the remaining 2/3 into slaves and let them work to rebuild human civilization. Check in person, in order to prevent them from being lazy and taking advantage of the situation, we can also set up a 697 work system and a contribution value system. Check in person, the more work you do, the higher your contribution will be. The top 3 contributors in different regions every month can take a day off. Check in person, correspondingly, the 10 people with the lowest contribution values will be thrown into the arena to duel with the captured primitive gut creatures, and the video will be played to encourage other slaves to take their lives seriously. Check in person, by the way, in order to prevent them from excessive internal fighting, it is best to set up a total contribution value system for the month. If they do not meet the standard, they will all be thrown into the arena. Check in person, this is what I have thought of so far. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be added? Demon Slayer Hanashira, this feels a bit cruel, but thinking about what those people did, I can accept it. Miss Kagaya, I think the slavery system can be optimized. I will make a plan and upload it to you later. Punch in person, then I'll leave it to you. Asuna, to tell you a joke, Ye Chen thinks Kajen's thoughts are quite extreme. JPG. The Avengers. Tendo Kisara's expression was a little subtle. When she first saw Ye Chen's words, she thought he didn't agree with the plan to kill everyone. Now it seems that she is still too kind. Compared with killing directly, Ye Chen's plan is obviously more cruel and inhumane. But it's not bad. Tendo Kisara did not reject this. In fact, she had already guessed what Ye Chen was thinking. Enslaving those evil people and allowing them to rebuild human civilization is just one of the purposes. As for the other purpose, it is not surprising that it is to reap the original sin. In an extremely oppressive environment, it is very easy for negative emotions to arise. When the time comes, send people to harvest the original sins, constantly restore those people's motivation, and then let them produce original sins again for harvesting. After going back and forth, the efficiency of harvesting original sin is much higher than that of other worlds. If it works well, I'm afraid the original sins she produces in one world will be comparable to the total number of Nami in others' worlds. Avengers, Ye Chen, when are you going to come? Check in person, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I have just collected enough power of original sin and am ready to start the first round of strengthening the 7 original sins. Check in person, when my strengthening is completed, my strength should be able to rise in stages. Check in person, it will be more convenient to wash the floor at your side when the time comes. Avenger, okay, then I'll make some preparations. Good luck. After exiting the chat group, Ye Kong felt happy. Due to the ability of the 7 deadly sins, he had been eyeing the world of black bullets since he joined the chat group and learned the identity of Tendo Kisara. This time, Tendomo even took the initiative to mention that he was finally able to let go and build the original sin factory that he had long envisioned. But before we can start construction, we must first complete the strengthening of the 7 deadly sins. Ye Chen turned around, patted Edwise, who looked tired and was still sleeping to regain his energy, and called out. Edwise, wake up! The girl who was pulled by Ye Chen for military training yesterday opened her eyes in an instant and woke up from her deep sleep. The long, white hair swayed slightly behind Edwine's movements. Looking at Ye Chen who woke her up in front of her, she tilted her head and thought for a few seconds, then silently stepped back to distance herself. I need to take a short break. If you need anything, go find Yashiji and the others. Don't be filled with pornographic waste, okay? I'm looking for you to be honest. Edwards. Isn't it your fault that my mind is full of pornographic waste? Edward's expression was a little complicated. Ever since he was defeated by Ye Chen more than 10 days ago and helped him run errands to unify the world, Edwise was promoted to personal secretary by the other party. After that, she and Ye Chen lived a boring daily life of being secretaries when they had something to do and being secretaries when they had nothing to do. Like yesterday, Edwise was just thinking about making some snacks to reward himself for his hard work, but he was dragged all the way from the kitchen to the bedroom by Ye Chen. Thinking of this, Edwise's performance became more and more depressed. In the end, she still didn't eat the cookies she baked. Don't look at me like that, make me look like. It's like he did something outrageous. Facing Edward's resentful gaze, Ye Chen selectively ignored it, then raised a finger and shook it as if nothing had happened. I have good news for you. What you have to do next is the last task in the near future. As long as I do it well, you won't be able to see me for a while, and you can eat whatever cookies you want. I have heard this sentence for the 13th time recently. Ahem, it's true this time. Ye Chen coughed, took out a bag and handed it to the other party. This is the latest 7 deadly sins orb that I took the time to make during my free time in the past 2 days. You send them to Stella, and then you don't have to come back to me. I'm going to leave for a while, and then you just need to listen to Stella's orders. Good. Edwin's instantly became more motivated. Because of Ye Chen, She also knew Stella. Of course, we met in bed. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, she probably knew Stella's character. It is better to fish with the opponent than to undergo high-intensity military training under Ye Chen every day. With these 7 original sin orbs, we no longer need to pay attention to the original sin harvest in the world in a short time. After watching Edwin's figure filled with joy leave, Ye Chen picked up the Zanpakuto beside him. Integrate into my body, the 7 deadly sins. The familiar words of liberation sounded again, and the 7 deadly sins suddenly released a large amount of black mist, and Ye Chen enveloped his ministers. Compared with the previous 2 enhancements of the 7 deadly sins, the quality of the power of original sin it releases this time is much higher. In just a moment, the palace where Ye Chen was filled, and it was ready to overflow to the outside. It seems that we have to prepare a more open place next time. After controlling the overflow of the power of original sin at the last moment, Ye Chen shook his head helplessly. Then, he gathered his mind, gathered all the power of original sin around him, and began the main purpose of strengthening the 7 original sins this time. Fusion of Zanpakuto and inherent spiritual equipment. According to the previously conceived plan, Ye Chen divided the power of original sin inhaled into the body into 7 parts according to different types. Then, he controlled these 7 parts of the power of original sin, covering them on the inherent spiritual equipment in the soul, and began to corrode it. Yes, this is the fusion plan he prepared. By corroding the inherent spiritual equipment with the power of original sin, these inherent spiritual equipment are integrated with the 7 deadly sins, making them part of the 7 deadly sins. In this way, not only can his increasingly diverse abilities be integrated, but they can all become part of the 7 deadly sins. It is also possible to add the 7 original 4.9 sin characteristics to these abilities, so that they can be strengthened to varying degrees. For example, add Sloth to Black Knight Alice's spiritual equipment, Invincible Armor, to increase its defensive capabilities. Add Rage to Stella's Fei Long Sin Sword to increase its attack power and attack range. In addition, since these inherent spiritual equipment become part of the 7 deadly sins, Ye Chen's Ryutsu can also increase them. At that time, with the double increase of magic power and Ryutsu, the power of these spiritual equipment will be greatly improved. Of course, what is more important is the fusion of Zanpakuto. Hopefully it will work out. Steadily advancing the progress of the 7 deadly sins eroding the inherent spiritual equipment, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation. A few minutes later, the erosion of the first batch of inherent spiritual equipment finally came to an end. With the injection of the last batch of original sin power, these inherent spiritual equipment were successfully integrated into the 7 original sins. At the same time, a feeling of resonance came from the depths of Ye Chen's soul. It's done. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. He could clearly feel that after these inherent spiritual equipment were integrated into the 7 original sins, the progress of Zanpakuto's integration instantly increased a lot. If this progress continues, he won't even need to fuse all the inherent spiritual equipment he has mastered. Only 1/3 of the erosion needs to be completed before Zanpakuto can completely merge with itself. Let's do a little screening of spiritual equipment with repeated abilities. His brain began to work crazily, and the information on various spiritual equipment he possessed began to emerge. After a simple classification plan, Ye Chen controlled the new batch of original sin power that entered the body and started the second round of erosion. Chapter 85. Black Bullet World, Tokyo, Sanju Nei. The strong smell of blood lingered in the air, and a large number of corpses staggered to the ground. Leaning against the wall behind him, Satomi Rentaro covered his bleeding abdomen and looked at the slim figure in front of him with a puzzled expression. Tendo. Why do you do this? What a strange question. With his long black hair blowing in the wind, Tendo Mugen turned around and looked at his former friend expressionlessly. Rentaro, don't you already know the answer? Even if it's for revenge, this is too much. Satomi Rentaro shouted loudly, isn't your only enemy the Tendo family? Why are you killing these innocent guards? Innocent? Thank you for your ability to speak out, Rentaro. Tendo Mugen, who was about to leave, paused for a moment, and a trace of murderous aura appeared on his body unconsciously. I should have shown you these people's information before departure. None of these guards who are usually aloof and responsible for guarding the holy residence is innocent. They have secretly encouraged ordinary people to oppress and persecute the cursed children. Their hands are stained with the blood of the cursed children. You know this clearly, but you still come here to stop me and insist that they are innocent. To be honest, your behavior makes me a little disappointed. But when I asked, Tendo, why didn't you explain the source of that information? Satomi Rentaro still insisted on his own ideas. Don't be blinded by hatred. Tendo, wake up quickly. I'm sober now. Tendo Mugen turned around and left. For the sake of our past friendship, I will spare your life this time. Leave here, don't let me see you again. What a joke. Satomi Rentaro reluctantly stood up and charged towards Tendo Kisara again. Wake me up quickly. Just when Satomi Rentaro was about to block the opponent's actions, a surging force suddenly fell on his back. Without any room for reaction, his body was instantly smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Boom! Check-in mission, Satomi Rentaro destroy one of Satomi Rentaro's limbs. Successful check-in will reward 25 Satomi Rentaro's physical fitness, Satomi Rentaro's marksmanship, and Tendo-style fighting skills. Hey, good afternoon, Kisara. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and Ye Chen stood on Satomi Rentaro's body and waved to the girl in front of him. You seem to be trapped by a strange maniac, do you need my help? He's not a crazy person, forget it, it doesn't matter. Looking at the dying Satomi Rentaro in the pit, Tendo Kisara shook his head, but didn't say anything else. To be honest, Satomi Rentaro's recent performance really disappointed her. Even though he already knows the truth, he still chooses to sit back and do his own thing. Even when he saw the cursed son being bullied, he did not choose to help immediately, but hesitated. The former Tendo Kisara always thought Rentaro Satomi was a kind person. But after Tendo Musera recently started taking action to take revenge, and after breaking away from the emotion of hatred and looking around, she discovered the truth. This good friend she thought was kind was actually the same as those politicians performing on the stage. The bright justice that he talks about is full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but he does nothing after he has the ability. Full of hypocrisy and selfishness, disgusting. Looking away from Satomi Rentaro, Tendo Kisara looked at Ye Chen standing in front of him. You came faster than I thought. I thought you would arrive tomorrow. Well, the process of eroding and merging the inherent spiritual equipment was much smoother than expected, and the time was indeed much shorter than expected. Ye Chen smiled and glanced around. So, what is the situation now? In order to welcome me, you went out of your way to carry out a massacre and help me collect the power of original sin. I'm not that enthusiastic yet. Tendo Mugen sighed, but did not hide it. I'm taking revenge. Thanks to your service, I didn't have to go to the lottery and waste money, I just bought the appropriate devil fruit ability in the mall. After I became stronger, I investigated the intelligence while looking for the enemies who killed my parents back then, and killed them every day. Until now, I only have one enemy left. Tendo Mugen turned around and looked at the White Palace behind, with a murderous intent in his eyes. My grandfather, Tendo Kiku no Cheng. The main culprit that caused the death of my parents. Only him, I can never forgive. Then what are you waiting for? It's time to set off. After releasing all the spirit insects in his hand, Ye Chen walked leisurely to Tendo Kisara and pushed her back forward. Let's go, let's avenge you first, and then do the real work. Tendo. In the pit, Satomi Rentaro, whose life was deliberately spared by Ye Chen, raised his head and looked at the two figures moving away with blurred vision. Is that guy the source of your corruption? Give me some time, I will definitely rescue you. In the deepest part of the holy residence, a girl who looked like a saint in a pure white dress stopped and turned around to look behind in confusion. Sir Tendo, I have been hearing constant commotion outside since the beginning. What happened? Please don't worry, Lord Holy Emperor. Tendo Kikunoho, who was wearing a white robe and following the girl, replied. It's just a few thieves who don't know how high the sky is and want to sneak into the holy residence and steal money. I have sent guards to deal with those thieves. They will be there soon. Boom. Before Tendo Kikunachi finished speaking, a huge roar suddenly sounded behind him. The next second, a black shadow flew in front of them and hit the wall in front, leaving a blood mark. Is that the captain of the protective guard? After knowing the identity of Heiying, Shang Tianzi was a little surprised. Turning around and looking back, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared in her sight. Miss Tendo? Why are you here? There is also a threat to the guard captain. I did it. Ye Chen smiled and waved his hand. That guy was blocking our way, so I cleared him away. Holy Emperor. Although it was only the first time they met, in just a few words, Shang Tianzi felt a dangerous aura from Ye Chen. Her intuition told her that the other party was a dangerous person who needed to stay away as soon as possible and should not be approached. However, as the Holy Emperor and the apparent ruler of Tokyo, no matter how innocent he is, the Holy Emperor knows that he cannot escape at this time. Suppressing the fear in her heart, she frowned slightly and looked at Ye Chen. What is the purpose of you and Miss Tendo coming here? Of course he killed someone, otherwise what else could he do? Ye Chen glanced at Tendo Kisara who was standing aside. Aren't you going to take action yet? Or are you going to have a few more words with the old guy over there? I have nothing to say to him. Tendo Mugen drew out his long sword and walked towards Tendo Ju's house. Do you know what you are doing? Noticing Tendo Kisara's movements, Tendo Kikunosei, who had been silent since the beginning, his eyes widened, and a solemn and majestic aura appeared on his body. What you do is equivalent to pushing Tokyo into a pit of fire. Once I die here, ordinary people and cursed children in the entire Tokyo area will. Shut up! Tendo Bizarre shouted loudly, and his figure appeared in front of Tendo Kiku no Chang in an instant, slashing him with his sword. Tisk! I don't want to hear your voice anymore. Looking at the old man who was chopped down to the ground in front of him, Tendo Musera raised his weapon again with an expressionless expression. Wait a moment. The Holy Emperor on the side finally reacted and quickly spoke to stop Tendo Kisara's actions. But before that, the ruthless cold light fell once again. The bright red blood couldn't stop rushing out from Tendo Kikunoho's neck, and sprayed right at the Holy Emperor who was running towards him. Seeing this, Ye Chen had a thought and directly controlled the blood to split into two branches and pass by the Holy Emperor. Don't thank me verbally. Ye Chen stretched out his hand to interrupt Shang Tianzi who was about to say something. If you really want to thank me, just go to bed and wait. After all, your face is of little use. This man is definitely seriously ill. Shang Tianzi's expression became a little confused. Faced with Ye Chen, who didn't play by the rules, and Tendo Kisara, who hacked Tendo Kikunoho to death after a disagreement, she really didn't know what to do now. After looking at Ye Chen blankly for a few seconds, Shang Tianzi asked. Are you going to control me next and occupy Tokyo? You can understand that. Ye Chen looked at Tendo Kisara who was aside. Have you ever recovered from the joy of revenge? There is no joy in revenge. Also, I wasn't stunned. Tendo Mugen shook off the blood on the knife and put it back into its sheath. I'm just thinking about whether there are any enemies I've missed. Is there any more? It should be gone. I can't think of it anymore. Then let's get down to business. Ye Chen walked past the Holy Emperor and walked towards the depths of the holy residence. The layout of the spirit worms has been completed and is ready for projection. Speed up, let's finish the Tokyo area first today. Good. Tendo Mugen nodded slightly and walked over with Ye Chen, leaving Shang Tianzi standing in a daze with a confused look on his face after being ignored. Spirit insect? So what? Looking at the backs of Ye Chen and Ye Chen, Shang Tianzi, who felt increasingly confused, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to follow. Sima Heavy Industries Tokyo branch. Isn't this Rentaro? Looking at the acquaintance lying on the ground in front of him, looking like he was about to die, Sima Weizi was a little surprised. What happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? You wait here for a while, I'll call the doctor. Tendo. Just when Sima Weizi was about to say something, Satomi Rentaro, who had just crawled over, finally breathed and replied. Tendo was taken away by a strange man. Now the two broke into the holy palace together. Sima, I need your help. Tendo was abducted. Already? And entered the holy residence. Sima Weizi was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. Although I'm not sure what you mean, I think it's better to treat your injuries first. As for Tendo, I will send someone to investigate. A look of gratitude showed on Satomi Rentaro's face. Thank you, Tongma, then I'll trouble you next. What is that? Halfway through his words, Satomi Rentaro suddenly stopped and looked behind Sima Weiwei with doubtful eyes. What's wrong? Sima Weizi looked back together. Hey? What is this? Looking at the screen that appeared behind him at some point and floated in midair like a projection, Sima Weiwei was also stunned for a moment. Sima Heavy Industries is one of the largest arms companies in the world. As the daughter of Sima Heavy Industry, Sima Weiwei has been well informed since he was a child and has seen many high-tech devices. But this was the first time she had seen a device that suddenly created a projection without any warning or auxiliary equipment. Sima Weizi took a few steps forward curiously, ready to see what the projection worked on. But at this moment, the projection screen suddenly shook. Under her gaze, a total of 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, appeared on the projection screen that was empty just now. Hey! Sima Weizi exclaimed. Qi Gang? And Holy Emperor! That's the guy! Looking at Ye Chen standing in the middle, Satomi Rentaro instantly became excited. He was the one who kidnapped Tendo. Sima Wei013. Are you sure they were abducted? Looking at Tendo Kajen who was standing behind Ye Chen with a calm expression on the screen, Tongma Weiwei's eyes became subtle. Looking at the other party's expression, there is no hint of displeasure or resistance at all. As a bitter rival for many years, Sima Weiwei even felt a look of happiness and expectation in the other party's eyes. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he was abducted. Ahem hey! Everyone, look this way. Just as various thoughts were passing through Sima Weizi's mind, Ye Chen, who appeared on the screen, suddenly coughed and made a sound. I know that everyone in front of the screen is very confused and wants to ask what this sudden screen is. Please don't worry, I will answer it soon. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ye Chen, and I am the ruler of the Tokyo area and even this world. Ruler. Sima Weizi frowned slightly and looked at the Holy Emperor behind Ye Chen, with a flash of understanding in his eyes. So that's it, Shenju has. Yes, it seems you have all guessed it. As if she heard Sima Weizi's guess, she was interrupted by Ye Chen's voice just in the middle of her words. On the screen, he suddenly stretched out his arms, hugged the Holy Emperor beside him, pinched his cheeks twice. Just as you thought, the Holy Land has fallen. Except for your dear Lord Shang Tianzi, all the other personnel in the Holy Residence have been killed by me. The Holy Residence has been occupied. What a joke! Don't touch Lord Shang Tianzi. BD. Real or fake? How could this happen? Could it be that the Tokyo area has been occupied by terrorists like this? Where are the police? Hurry up and take down this guy. The moment Ye Chen's voice fell, noisy discussions suddenly rose from every corner, resounding throughout the entire Tokyo area. Even Sima Weiwei, who was inside Sima Heavy Industry, could emotionally hear the sound coming from the next street. The situation suddenly became troublesome. Sima Weizi frowned and had a bad feeling. From Ye Chen's words, since his appearance, it can be seen that the other party is a very powerful person with great ambitions. Let such people occupy the Tokyo area, I'm afraid. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly came, interrupting Sima Weiwei's thinking and making her body sink. Subconsciously raising his head, Sima Weizi was surprised to find that Ye Chen, who had seemed easygoing just now, had turned sideways. The other party attracted everyone's attention just by standing there, making those who looked directly at him feel a sense of pressure. Stop looking around, everyone. Next is the moment that determines your fate. I hope you will all look at me and listen to my next questions. Under the spotlight, Ye Chen slowly spoke. Tell me, do any of you hate the cursed children? Chapter 86. Dislike or hate the cursed child? What kind of strange question is this? A look of doubt flashed in Sima Weizi's eyes, and he was a little confused. The other party's question was too sudden, giving people an inexplicable feeling. But, if anything, Sima Weizi's attitude towards the cursed son is more friendly. As the daughter of the owner of the world's largest arms company, none of Sima Weiwei's family members were harmed by the gastria organisms. Coupled with the correct education he received since childhood, Sima Weizi knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the cursed sons. These children who are hostile to cowardly people but still stand on the front lines and fight are actually innocent. Wrong. The thoughts in his mind stopped suddenly, and Sima Weiwei reacted belatedly, looking at Ye Chen on the screen with some fear. When she first heard Ye Chen's strange question, she was obviously thinking about Ye Chen's purpose in asking this question. But unknowingly, her thoughts wandered to her attitude towards the cursed child. As a professionally trained person, Tong Ma Weiwei has his own set of thinking logic. Things like just now would never happen on ordinary days. But now that this situation happened, Sima Weizi thought about it and could only think of one possibility. This guy's voice guided my thinking. Very good, very good. I have successfully received the attitude of everyone in Tokyo towards the cursed child. 11. The moment Sima Weizi realized the truth, Ye Chen on the screen suddenly put his palms to his ears, as if listening. Let me see. It's amazing. Only 10% of the people in Tokyo don't hate the cursed son. I have to say, you gave me a surprise. Ye Chen chuckled, this way, I don't have to show mercy when I do it. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout Tokyo, and a huge thunder and lightning beam erupted from Ye Chen and penetrated the sky. In everyone's confused and disbelieving eyes, the sky was instantly covered by thick black clouds. The electric arc exuding terrifying power flashed continuously, and huge thunder dragons showed their heads and horns from the dark clouds, looking at the crowd below. What is that? Weird monster! Run quickly! People in front of you, get out of here! I want to enter the house. The monster is about to attack. Help! Screams filled with fear echoed throughout Tokyo. At the same time, the thunder dragons in the sky opened their ferocious mouths one after another, spitting out a large number of thunder bombs and shooting them downwards. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted, instantly drowning out the struggling screams of the people. How is this possible? Looking at the huge hole that appeared on the ceiling, as well as the security guard who was hit by a thunder bullet and turned into charcoal not far away, Sima Weiwei's body couldn't stop shaking, and he let out a mournful scream. How could such a thing happen? This is simply not a power that humans can possess. Yes, I am God. The Shinigami who comes to take away your lives. Amidst the huge roar, Ye Chen's penetrating voice floated up again and reached everyone's ears. Curse! Fear! Hate me! Completely release the malice in your hearts, and I will bear it all. Then, congratulations to all of you who survived. Unlike those unlucky ones who died, what is about to greet you next is a hopeless future called eternity. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Ye Chen. Please stop your killing behavior. In the deepest part of the holy residence, the holy emperor, who had watched everything all the way, became a little excited and grabbed Ye Chen's shoulders to try to stop him. This is wrong, Be quiet. Ye Chen glanced at her calmly. The next moment, the fear of death rose in the heart of the holy emperor. As if he had been hit by a immobilization spell, Shang Tianzi instantly lost the ability to move and his body froze in place. Really, as a Fiji Cup player, why don't you even have the most basic self-awareness? It seems that you need to train yourself better. After releasing a ray of sloth power to control the holy emperor, Ye Chen turned off the projection of the spirit insect with a thought. After leaving only one-sided surveillance footage, Ye Chen stopped his speech and looked at Tendo Kisara. The Tokyo area is done. After eliminating the 10% of people who had no ill intentions towards the cursed sun, I killed 30% of those who had the most ill will towards the cursed sun or who had personally harmed the cursed sun. As for the remaining people, I paralyzed them all through lightning. Now they are all lying on the ground unable to move. As long as we send people to capture and manage them, our original Sin Factory can officially start operations. Your judgment method is really simple and crude. Wiping the hair that had fallen down by his ears, Tendo Mugen looked away from the horrific apocalyptic scene outside and looked at Ye Chen. There won't be any accidental injury to good people, right? Don't worry, after the third strengthening, my understanding of the 7 deadly sins has now reached a very high level. Ye Chen replied, in an area like Tokyo, as long as I fully use observation haki to read minds and monitor emotions, even the thoughts of rats hiding in the sewers cannot be hidden from me. Those I killed are absolutely fine. That's good. Tendo Mugen nodded slightly, but did not continue to ask any more questions. With the world of Nami and others as a precedent, she could still see how reliable Ye Chen was in doing things. Since the other party has guaranteed it this time, there is no problem with the designation. Speaking of which, it seems we don't have enough manpower. His eyes wandered twice around Ye Chen and Shang Tianzi, and a look of embarrassment appeared on Tendo Mugen's delicate face. Although she opened a private company, her only subordinate was that idiot Rentaro Satomi. After kicking the opponent, she was already a polished commander, with no one under her to use. As for the members of the holy residence, when Ye Chen and she invaded just now, they had already killed 788, and there was nothing left. They are the only 2 people who can move now. It is impossible to control those who are paralyzed and lose their mobility. Ye Chen, what should I do? Don't worry, I have already considered this situation. After randomly touching around in his arms, Ye Chen took out a few bags and threw them into Tendo Mugen's hands. What's this? Looking at the densely packed particles in the bag, which were only about 1 mm in diameter, Tendo Mugen asked with some doubts. A pill that can control those people's thoughts? Of course not. If I control their minds, I won't be able to reap the original sin. Ye Chen briefly explained, the particles in the bag are embryos made using Stella's materials before I came over. You just need to soak them in water, and those embryos will automatically hatch into magical creatures with 10 times the combat power of ordinary people. A bag of seeds can hatch tens of thousands of magical creatures. You hatch all the seeds in those bags, and that's enough to initially control the captives. I'll ask Stella to send me some materials later. It won't be a problem to create enough magical creatures. This is a bit unexpected. Glancing at the ordinary embryos in the bag, Tentong Mu looked at Ye Chen in surprise, as if he was meeting each other for the first time. I always thought you were just a muscular idiot who liked to talk with your fists. I didn't expect you to be able to research such a thing. That's your stereotype. Ye Chen shook his head slightly. In the final analysis, why should I use my brain when I can solve it with my fists? When you crush the ants blocking your way, will you still make a plan and come up with a process? It seems, makes sense. Tendo Mugen recalled his revenge experience. When she had insufficient strength before, even if she wanted to take revenge, she was still unable to take action. She could only formulate the emperor's plan and wait for the opportunity. But after gaining enough strength, she abandoned her original plans and directly entered the unparalleled state and started chasing and slashing. Having power and not having power will indeed lead to changes in mentality and behavior. I seem to understand why you like to take action directly. That means you're about to turn into the muscle idiot you say you are. Maybe. Tendo Mugen shook his head, temporarily suppressing these strange thoughts, and looked back at the bag in his hand. Anyway, with these magical creatures of yours, the next actions will indeed be much easier. I'm going to get some water to hatch them out. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Nothing to note. Those magical creatures have the most rudimentary intelligence, so they can execute orders with no problem. Well anyway, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm a little tired after working for a long time, so I'll go to the bedroom to take a rest. Grabbing the Fiji cup of the Holy Emperor that was still in a state of immobility, Ye Chen walked towards the bedroom not far away. See you later. Tendo Kijen. This guy really doesn't want to do anything unnecessary. 20 days later, the deepest part of the holy residence. Good morning Kisara. Ye Chen said hello to the girl who had just woken up. You look like you're not in a good mood. What happened? Someone should know best what happened. Taking off the cat ear decoration on his head, Tentong Mugen threw it to the sleeping Sima Weiwei aside, with a somewhat unhappy expression. Due to her close contact with Ye Chen every day, she was dragged into bed by Ye Chen in a daze the second week after Ye Chen came to the world of black bullets. Although the two parties often had S*X afterwards, at least they were one-on-one services each time and were not involved in multiplayer battles. Until after yesterday's party. Looking at Sheng Tianzi and others lying aside, Tendo Kisara's expression became increasingly unhappy. This is just great. It's all your fault, I won't be able to laugh confidently in front of them anymore. Well, it's all small details, don't worry about it. Ye Chen smiled, I'm about to leave. What's wrong with fulfilling my wish and holding a music party for me? You're just gone, not dead. Don't make it sound like you'll never see me again. Under the sunlight, Tendo Mugen stood up from the bed, revealing his body with perfect curves. She didn't show any embarrassment at all, she was just so big. Fang Fang walked past Ye Chen and entered the bathroom not far away. Then, the imaginative sound of water flow sounded, along with the voice of Tendo Kisara. When are you going to leave? Move your body and leave in an hour. Pushing Sheng Tianzi on the side to help her turn over, Ye Chen pulled up the two steering wheels and replied, 10,000 racing, 10,000. Of course, if you are willing to change into that succubus cosplay costume, I can stay with you for half a day. Forget it, I just want to rest now. Water drops slipped from the smooth black hair. Tendo Kisara, who had just washed his body, walked out and looked at Ye Chen, who was starting to work again. It has been 20 days since Ye Chen came to her. After occupying the Tokyo area on the first day, after a short stay. After getting enough materials from Stella and producing a large number of magical creature embryos, Ye Chen accelerated his progress in conquering the world the next day. In just a few hours, Ye Chen cleared the entire Neon. Although it took some time to hatch magical creatures and establish a new order. But Ye Chen still set his sights on other surrounding countries the next day, and became more and more efficient. Until yesterday, Ye Chen finally filled in the last piece of the puzzle and brought a small country in the west under his control. At this point, the world has been unified, and Tendo Mugen specially held a celebration party to celebrate this event. As a result, Ye Chen confused him and pulled him into the room to start a music party with many people. By the way, Don't you really want to stay a few more days? I originally thought I would take you around here when I have free time today. Forget it, you think I didn't say those 2 sentences just now? It's really heartless. Ye Chen chuckled and then gave a serious reply. Let's leave the visit to another time. Including the time I went to see Stella, it has been 40 or 50 days since I left home. Even though I'm out for a long time, the guys at Soul Society will probably be happy. But my adjutant is a very worried guy. If she doesn't go back, she will be anxious. Then there's no way. Tendo Mu was more understanding, then I'll wait until you come next time. Actually, you can still try to save me. For Kisara's sake, I can stay for 2 more hours. Hey! I just finished washing, ugh. Soul Society, inside the first team building. The invisible space fluctuation disappeared in an instant, and Ye Chen's figure appeared on the spot. I haven't been back for a long time, and I feel a little nostalgic. After scanning the clean environment in the room, Ye Chen looked at the door to the side. Click! The next second he cast his gaze, the door that was still tightly closed suddenly opened, and a petite figure walked in. Hey, good morning, Tao. Ye Chen greeted his adjutant. Hey! Looking at Ye Chen in this room, Hinamori Momo, who came to clean the room as usual, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly puffed up the corners of his mouth with an expression of dissatisfaction. Ye Chen! So you still know how to come back? Don't be so angry. Ye Chen reached out and grabbed the 2 corners of Hinamori Momo's mouth, pulling it to both sides. Come on and smile. Stop making trouble. Hinamori Momo took off Ye Chen's palm, looking a little helpless. Really, Ye Chen, can't you be more reliable? A few months after taking office as the Commander-in-Chief, you have been away from Soul Society for most of the time. Where have you been? Of course I'm going on a trip. Didn't I leave a note? There is no way to lose contact directly when traveling. I sent people to contact you but couldn't reach you. If it weren't for the captain of the Beijing band and the others saying it was okay, I would have thought you had an accident. Well, the place I travel to is quite special. I will find a way for you to contact me in the future. Ye Chen smiled, then ended the topic and turned to ask about business. Speaking of which, how is the mission of unifying the present world and Hueco Mundo that I left behind before I left? Well, there's a little problem with the current world. Hinamori Momo hesitated for a moment and replied, there is a group of perfectionists who claim to be Skyushin and have been causing trouble secretly. The leader of the Beijing band said that their status is quite special, so he will not deal with it for the time being. He will make a decision when you come back. A master of the art of perfection. After recalling the information about Skyushin, Ye Chen said clearly. Then I'll go for another run in this world. Chapter 87. Present World, Nakiri City. Located in an old apartment at Choihara 7 Chome. Click. Taking the special access control card and swiping it, Jinjo Keigo walked into the room converted into a bar. What do you want? Tongzi, who was standing at the bar cleaning glasses, asked. Still the same. Good. Yus Tongzi nodded slightly and asked while mixing the wine. What's the situation at Shinigami? What else could it be like? After coming to the bar and sitting down, Jinjo Keigo replied. As before, they are still sending people to control high-level officials and corporate tycoons in major regions in the world. What's the reason? This is quite rewarding. It is said to be an instruction from the newly appointed captain of Soul Society. In the corner of the room, Yukio, who was playing with a game console, heard this and cast a curious look. The new one? The leader of Soul Society has been replaced. Yes, someone has changed. Picking up the wine he had just mixed and taking a sip, Jinjo Keigo's eyes flashed with a haze, and he replied in an unhappy mood. Do you still remember those captain-level pressures that broke out in a short period of time in Karakura town next door more than 3 months ago? Of course I remember. At first you said you were going to check the situation, but it seemed like you didn't get much. That's right, there was really nothing gained at the beginning. However, when I was investigating the situation of Soul Society recently, I accidentally discovered a strange thing. You mean? On the sofa next to Yukio, Hidekuro Tsukishima, who had been silent, closed the book in his hand and looked up. The change of Soul Society's leader is related to the several Ryotsuo outbreaks in Karakura town 3 months ago. I'm not sure about that yet. However, the new leader of Soul Society took office 3 months ago, and the time is very consistent. I see. No wonder you suddenly mentioned this matter. Tsukishima Hidekuro nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something and asked again. I remember that 2 months ago, there seemed to be a large number of captain-level Ryotsuo in Karakura town. Now that Soul Society is constantly attacking the upper echelons of the world, is this also related to that matter? Maybe. Jinjo Kyujo gave a vague answer. In fact, he believed the two events were related. Just like after the captain-level Ryotsuo broke out in Karakura town 3 months ago, Soul Society's captain changed soon after. After Captain Ryotsuo broke out again in Karakura town 2 months ago, it didn't take long for Soul Society to begin to control the world. Even if there is no evidence, this time point 633 is too coincidental. Anyone who is not a fool will feel that there is a connection. Yukio, how are your preparations going? It's almost done. Yukio replied, I recently made several transactions that looked like losses on the surface. In the eyes of others, the current Vihans Industrial is a small company that is declining and will not be favored by Soul Society. That's good. Jinjo Kyujo felt relieved for the time being. Although Yukio is not very old, due to family factors and past experiences, he inherited the property of his deceased parents and has a company called Vihans Industrial under his name. In terms of wealth, the other party is not only the richest one in Skyushin, but also one of the richest among ordinary people. For example, this time when Soul Society took action to control the world's high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen, Yukio, who belonged to this social circle, initially discovered the problem. After that, it was up to Jinjo Kyujo and others who were hostile to Shinigami to interfere with Soul Society's actions and buy time for Yukio. Since Yukio won't be targeted, we should stop now. Jinjo Kyujo made a decision, revenge on Soul Society cannot be rushed. The power we currently have is far from enough. Everyone should be as low-key as possible from now on. Don't, until the right time comes. Just in the middle of what Jinjo Keigo said, he suddenly stopped and looked sharply at the door not far away. Click! The door opened, and 3 figures, 1 man, 2 women, walked in from outside. One of the figures is very familiar to Keigo Jinjo. He is one of their Skyushin companions, Ryrika Poison Peak and Fergie Tristan. As for the man who walked in at the end, Jinjo Kyujo looked at the other party carefully, and after confirming that he had no impression, he asked. Who is he? A perfectionist we met while shopping. Putting down the shopping bag in her hand, Venomous B. Lilica replied. He said he was looking for a companion. I thought about it and thought I could recruit him to join him, so I brought him back. That's it, that's good luck. Jinjo Keigo frowned slightly and looked back at the figure that had a vague aura of danger. I am the leader of Skyushin, Jinjo Keigo. Since you want to join us, you will be our companions in the future. Can you briefly introduce yourself? Sure. Ye Chen chuckled, my name is Ye Chen. Boom. Before Ye Chen could finish speaking, a huge wave of Ryotsuo suddenly rose from Jinjo Keigo. He pulled off the cross necklace around his neck, transformed it into a giant sword and slashed at Ye Chen. In just a moment, the giant sword in Jinjo Keigo's hand fell on Ye Chen, making a dull sound. How can it be? Looking at the unharmed Ye Chen in front of him, Jinjo Keigo's pupils shrank into needles and he made a sound of disbelief. What have you done? Shouldn't I be the one asking this? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, with a playful look on his face. Mr. Jinjo Kyujo, how about you introduce yourself as promised? Why do you want to launch a sudden attack? Could it be that this is also a part of self-introduction? Stop pretending, UBD. Jinjo Keigo took a few steps back and stared at him solemnly. I just heard not long ago that the name of the new leader of Soul Society is Ye Chen. You have the same name as him, I don't think it's a coincidence. Is it true or false? Venomous Birilika exclaimed. He is the leader of Soul Society. But in order to verify his identity, GG, and I had the ability to let him use the perfection technique. Because I am indeed a perfect master, but... Ye Chen summoned the hollow mask and Zanpakut with his right hand, summoned a spiritual bow with his left hand, and replied. In addition to the power of the perfect master, I also have the power of Kyun, Shinigami, and Quincy. Ah! Venomous Birilika's eyes became dull. To be honest, she really couldn't understand why one person could master so many powers at the same time. However, since Ye Chen has mastered the power of Shinigami, he has not yet denied what Jinjo Kyujo said just now. That means one thing. Are you really the captain of Soul Society? Yes, he just took office not long ago. Ye Chen smiled, put away the mask and spiritual bow in his hands, and looked at Jinjo Kyujo and others who were in combat mode. What should I say? Even if you have seen my power and know my identity, are you still prepared to resist to the end? Stop talking nonsense. Jinjo Keigo raised the giant sword in his hand, gathering the huge Ryutsu on the sword's edge. To you hateful Shinigami, Tisk. Severe pain suddenly came from Jinjo Keigo's chest, interrupting his speech and movements. Subconsciously inserting the giant sword on the ground to support his body, Jinjo Keigo stretched out his hand to cover the wound and looked at Ye Chen with a shocked expression. What did you do again? Nothing, just controlled the wind around you a little bit. Ye Chen raised his finger and made a casual stroke towards Ginjinj Keigo. Probably like this. Tisk. Another scar appeared on Jinjo Keigo's body, and surging blood spurted out from it uncontrollably. This time, even Jinjo Keigo couldn't hold on anymore and lost the strength to hold the sword and fell to the ground. Silver City. Seeing that their leader was seriously injured and on the verge of death as soon as he met him, Tsukishima Hidekuro and others beside him couldn't sit still. In just a moment, they appeared in front of Jinjo Keigo, standing between the two of them. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Facing the looks of Hidekuro, Tsukishima and others that were full of hostility, fear, and other emotions, Ye Chen replied leisurely as if nothing was wrong. I am very generous to talented and capable people. Are you going to kill us? Of course, if I want to kill someone, you won't even have the chance to meet me, let alone talk to me. Although I don't want to admit it, it seems to be the case now. Recalling the tragic situation of Jinjo Keigo just now, Tsukishima Hidekuro's expression became increasingly vigilant. Then what is your purpose of leaving us alive? I am ready to take you as my subordinates. Ye Chen replied, you should be very aware of Soul Society's recent actions in reality, which have been causing destruction. My purpose is to rule the world. To do this, I need a large number of talents with sufficient strength and ability to manage it. As professionally trained perfectionists, you all meet this condition. I see. A flash of thought flashed in Tsukishima Hidekuro's eyes. After thinking for a while, he looked at Jinjo Keigo who was lying on the ground. Yinchenj, what do you think? There is no way I can compromise. Raising his head with difficulty, Jinjo Keigo, who had just recovered his breath, was lying in a pool of blood, glaring angrily at Ye Chen in front of him. You bastards killed our companions, and now you have the nerve to say such a thing. Even if I die, I will never surrender to the enemy. What about you? Ye Chen looked at Tsukishima Hidekuro and others. Are you the same as him? Are you ready to refuse to surrender? Although I want Yinchenj to live, Yinchenj has said so, so naturally I have to support his idea. Let's fight. That's right, we won't back down. We are Skyushin. Don't underestimate us. The god of time will give me the power to defeat you. Hidekuro Tsukishima and others were all perfection jutsu practitioners who had been helped by Jinjo Keigo and gathered together. Regardless of their normal relationship, after Jinjo Keigo made his decision, they all chose to support him. Facing strength, I'm afraid. Ye Chen, no one in Skyushin retreated, and resolutely launched the battle. Remarkably brave. Looking at Tsukishima Hidekuro and others who were all activating their genjutsu and preparing to fight, Ye Chen let out a chuckle. But I have to add one thing to you. In front of me, you have no right to refuse. Chi. 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 Without any warning, a hideous wound appeared on the bodies of Tsukishima Hidekuro and others. Just like Jinjo Keigo just now, they fell to the ground instantly without even having time to react. The rich power of original sin continued to flow into the bodies of Tsukishima Hidekuro and others along the wounds, invading the control of their bodies. Successful check-in will reward you with the full Senjutsu, Book of the End, Tsukishima Hidekuro's Ryutsu, and Tsukishima Hidekuro's Swordsmanship. Successful check-in will reward you with the perfect technique, Toki no Lies, Shibusawa Kiriko's bartending skills, and Shibusawa Kiriko's Ryutsu. Successful check-in will reward the perfect technique, Soul Burial Boots, Jackie's physical skills, and Jackie's Ryutsu. 3 consecutive reminders of successful punch-in rang in his ears. Ye Chen walked slowly to Jinjo Keigo and lowered his head to look at him. You just seemed to say that I was your enemy. Ahem, so what? Seeing that Tsukishima Hidekuro and others were wiped out, a flash of despair flashed in Jinjo Keigo's eyes. But even so, Jinjo Keigo still did not retreat. Tianfen replied forcefully. You Shinigami killed my companion. If I don't call you an enemy, why should I call you a BD benefactor? You really should call me your benefactor. It's already here, do you still want to humiliate me? This is not a shame, but a fact. Ye Chen let out a chuckle. The culprit who sent people to kill your companions back then was the Tsunoya Shiro family, one of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. As the new ruler of Soul Society, I purged the Tsunoya Shiro family and killed them all as soon as I took office. If this is not considered your benefactor, then what else can you do to be called a benefactor? Do you have evidence to prove that you are not lying? Maybe Sui Feng has one. I can't believe you if you don't have it in your hand. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Ye Chen shook his head slightly. I just want to tell you the truth, it's that simple. Punch-in mission, Jinjo Keigo tell Jinjo Keigo the truth about the murder of his companions through any method. Successful check-in will reward the complete technique, Cross Gallows, Jinjo Keigo's Ryutsu, and Jinjo Keigo's potential. Okay, now just be a puppet. After injecting more power of original sin into Jinjo Keigo's body and converting him into a puppet, Ye Chen walked past him and came to Yukio, who was lying at the back. Come, let's play a little game. Rock scissors paper. As the words fell, Yukio and Ye Chen, who had been made into puppets, stretched out their palms. Punch-in mission, Yukio Han's defeat Yuki Lien in any game. Successful check-in will reward the complete technique, invaders must die, Yukio's Ryutsu, and Yukio's gaming skills. Well, you are of no use for the time being. Ye Chen looked at Rilika Dufeng, who was wearing a black dress and lying next to Yukio. Among the 6 members of Skyushin, the other party is the only one who has not been checked in by him. The reason why it has not been successful is mainly because the other party's check-in task is rather tricky. Check-in mission, Poison Peak Rilika. Let Poison Peak Rilika experience the feeling of a date. This is a bit troublesome. Ye Chen looked at the girl lying on the ground in front of him. Perhaps because she didn't expect Ye Chen's attack to be so sudden, Poison Peak Rilika was not prepared when she fell. The white velvet hat she originally wore on her head had rolled to the corner on the other side. The long purple hair tied into twin ponytails hangs down between the white neck, blocking the other party's delicate profile. Looking further down, Poison Peak Rilika's perfect body curves and two beautiful legs wrapped in long boots came into view. Well, think about it carefully, you still have to put your strength first and don't miss any opportunity to improve your strength. Urging all things to refuse healed the injuries of Poison Peak Lilika and others, Ye Chen reached out to pick up Poison Peak Lilika and walked towards the lounge next door. It's not too simple to experience the feeling of dating. In order to save time, Ye Chen decided to speed up the progress a little and took Lilika to Feng directly to the last step of the date. Negative distance enables in-depth communication. Chapter 88. Successful check-in will reward the completion technique, Dollhouse, Poison Peak Ririka's Ryutsu, and Poison Peak Ririka's physical fitness. The check-in process was not hindered. For Ririka, a drug addict who only exists in fantasy about dating, having S*X is indeed a part of dating. After successfully completing the Poison Peak Ririka check-in, Ye Chen left Skyushin's underground stronghold and came to the other side of Nakiri City. The hiding place is quite modern. Looking at the decent-sized mansion in front of him, Ye Chen walked directly through the wall and walked inside like a ghost. Without encountering any obstacles along the way, he walked directly into the interior of the mansion and came to a wall. Well, that's probably it. After sizing up the wall in front of him, Ye Chen stretched out his hand and poked at it. Buzz! Just like water droplets falling onto a calm lake, the originally ordinary wall began to ripple. The next second, a circular hole appeared on the door. Ye Chen walked in and came to an empty spirit space. Not far away, a huge iron gate stood quietly. Around the door, there were several figures in white clothes, standing around and looking at the door seriously. Who? There is an intruder. Everyone be on alert. Stop. Tell me who you are. Noticing Ye Chen's arrival, these white-clad Quincy reacted instantly and summoned a bunch of spiritual bows to enter combat mode. But the moment these Quincy aimed their weapons at Ye Chen, a terrifying force of gravity suddenly appeared in the spirit space. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and these Quincy didn't even have a chance to react, and they were instantly crushed to the ground. Relax, relax. Summoning his own Zanpakut, Ye Chen raised his sword and slashed it across these Quincy. The power of the Book of Ending of the Perfection technique was activated, and Ye Chen inserted his existence into the past of the Quincy's. Then, Ye Chen cancelled gravity and looked at them with a smile. How? Now you remember who I am. Master Ye Chen. I'm sorry. Lord Ye Chen, please forgive me for being rude. Strange, why didn't I recognize Mr. Ye Chen just now? Idiot! Have you forgotten that Master Ye Chen's ability is to eliminate his own sense of existence? Oh yes, I accidentally forgot again. The Quincy who were originally hostile to Ye Chen stood up and made respectful sounds towards Ye Chen. Different from the control controlled by the 7 deadly sins, these Quincy's respect for Ye Chen at this moment comes from the heart. In their eyes, Ye Chen's current identity has changed from an irrelevant passerby to Waiwaka's father. Not only did he participate in the First Holy War with Soul Society thousands of years ago, he even later contributed a lot of effort to the establishment of the Invisible Empire. When it comes to status, Ye Chen is not even half a step above Waiwaka, who has been sleeping for a long time. More importantly, Ye Chen has a very friendly personality. Faced with such a good boss who was friendly and easy to talk to, and also worked for the benefit of the Quincy, they were naturally very respectful. Master Ye Chen, may I ask about your return this time? Still the same. Taking out the sun wheel he got from Ishidarius, Ye Chen replied in a very amused tone while activating the entrance to the Sun Gate. I won't stay in the Invisible Empire for too long. After I go in and send a message, I will leave in another day or so. No matter who comes to ask about my situation later, you will treat it as if you don't know. In short, don't reveal my whereabouts. Yes. The lowest level of the invisible empire. A sturdy man with an unrelated ruggedness and a thick beard walked into the Gate of the Sun area. Lord Dolisk. The Quincy team leader who was guarding the Gate of the Sun saw him and immediately walked up to say hello. Thank you for your hard work on the patrol. The situation at the Gate of the Sun is still fine today. I see. Dolisk nodded casually, seemingly not caring much about the situation. In fact, he really didn't care much. 1,000 years have passed since the holy war between the Quincy and the Shinigami. After lurking under the Serenity Court for a long time without being discovered, most of the Quincy have relaxed their vigilance. That is to say, there have been frequent changes in Soul Society recently, and they have even started to take action against the current world and Hōgyoku Mundo, which has attracted Hasward's attention. In order to prevent accidents, the other party decided to station an additional person every week at the Gate of the Sun to ensure that no one slipped into the invisible empire. But what a waste of time! After checking the situation of the Gate of the Sun, Dolisk turned and walked directly towards the exit. Several months have passed since the incident occurred at Soul Society. In the initial period of time, the Invisible Empire really paid great attention to the situation at the Gate of the Sunday. Even the members of the Star Cross Knights who were sent here will be stationed here 24 hours a day. But as time went by, after discovering that the Gate of the Sun was as calm as ever, the Knights of the Star Cross who were sent to work began to fish. From the initial 24-hour garrison, it was gradually reduced to 18 hours, 12 hours, 8 hours. After it was Dolisk's turn to start work, he would come here for a walk every day, 7 days a week, just take a look and then leave. Anyway, his room is not far away, so if anything happens, he can rush over as soon as possible. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to go back to the room and go to sleep. After lazily breathing, Dolisk, who had just finished his day's work, was ready to leave the Gate of the Sun area. But the moment Dolisk turned around, a wave of spiritual power suddenly came from behind him. Dolisk was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked again. I saw that the Gate of the Sun, which had been in a static state in the past, was actually activated at this moment. The next second, a familiar figure walked out of it. Who are you? After carefully looking at this man, Dolisk's eyes widened suddenly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The new captain of Soul Society, Ye Chen. Good taste. Ye Chen's reply sounded in Dolisk's ears. The next second, the world in his eyes turned upside down. The last thing that caught his eye was a familiar headless corpse. Check-in mission, Dorisk Belsi. Kill Dorisk Belsi in a head-on battle. Successful check-in will reward a large number of killings, Quincy skills, Dolisk version, and Dolisk's Ryutsu. I'm so lucky. I met a suitable target as soon as I came in. Taking out a space storage bag to catch Dolisk's head, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. Now just go back and throw this to Ishida Ryusen, and you can get the silver blood cloak in the opponent's hand. The rest depends on Waka's reaction. After casually dealing with the ordinary Quincy around him, Ye Chen looked at Dolisk's body. Each of the members of the Knights of the Star Cross was empowered by Waka and had direct contact with each other. Normally, after the death of members of the Star Cross Knights, their souls will return to the body of Waka together with this power. But Ye Chen had the power of the bloodthirsty sword and the spirit of original sin, and directly restrained Dolisk's soul after killing him. Naturally, part of Waka's power was also hacked by Ye Chen and turned into part of the 7 deadly sins. Doing this will definitely alert the snake. But Ye Chen's purpose is to alert the enemy and get all members of the Invisible Empire to take action. After all, if the members of the Star Cross Knights didn't disperse, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Hope everything goes well. Ye Chen walked towards the exit on the side. After just absorbing Dolisk's soul, Ye Chen has already obtained the internal structure of the Invisible Empire. Before the members of the Star-Crossed Knights took action, he was going to take a walk around the prison of the Invisible Empire, the deepest part of the Invisible Empire. After walking through the long passage, Hasward came to an empty hall and looked at the throne in front of him. Above the throne, a dark and ferocious man with long black hair and a beard was sitting quietly. The other party is none other than the Lord of the Invisible Empire, Waiwak. Your Majesty, what happened? Hasward asked. Due to the war 1,000 years ago, Waiwak only regained consciousness a few years ago and is now slowly recovering his strength. Normally, in order to better recover his strength, Hōgyoku should be in a deep sleep at this moment. But as the half-body of Waiwak, Hasward just noticed that the other party suddenly woke up from his deep sleep. In order to understand the reason, Hasward rushed over immediately and asked about the other party's condition. Dolisk is dead. Waiwak spoke slowly. Just now, someone killed him. Dolisk. Hasward was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Dolisk should be on duty in the Gate of the Sun area today. If the other party dies, it means one thing. Someone invaded the Invisible Empire. Hasward's expression became serious. Your Majesty, do you know the identity of the intruder? The other party hid it very well and restrained Dolisk's soul by unknown means. I have no other information on this side. Although the current situation is not very good, Hōgyoku's expression was very calm when he said these words. After briefly stating the current situation, Waiwak suddenly raised his palm and pointed it at Hasward in front of him. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a spiritual beam of light shot out from Waiwak's hand and fell on Hasward. His Majesty! Feeling the increasing power in his body, he recognized that the other party was in the holy Hasward, and became a little confused. Is the enemy's strength so difficult? This way we can ensure nothing goes wrong. After giving Hasward more power, Waiwak closed his eyes and gave the last command before falling into sleep again. Please give me flowers 0. Hasward, go find the intruder and kill him. Yes. Time passes slowly. At the same time that Hasward received the news, he summoned members of the Knights of the Star Cross to start a carpet search. Ye Chen has changed the King Qi Death Domination outfit on his body. It became the battle uniform of the Quincy and walked within the Invisible Empire. Unlike these elites of the Star Cross Knights, the number of ordinary Quincy within the Invisible Empire is extremely large. Even though Ye Chen looked a little unfamiliar, he didn't arouse the Quincy's suspicion and blended in very smoothly. Moving forward unimpeded, Ye Chen soon arrived at the prison located to the west of the Invisible Empire. The two Quincy who were guarding the door noticed Ye Chen and walked up to ask about his identity. But at the same time, invisible gravity gathered and formed, falling directly on the two of them. Bang! Bang! Two crisp explosions sounded, and the two Quincy were directly crushed by the huge gravity, exploded into two balls of blood mist and floated into the air. With a thought, Ye Chen set up a barrier in front of the prison door to isolate it from the outside world before others noticed. After finishing the preparations, he opened the prison door and walked in. After crossing the not too long passage, Ye Chen came to the deepest part of the prison and saw the only cell in the prison. Inside the cell, Gremi, who was leaning in the corner and silently dazed as usual, raised his head and looked at Ye Chen. Who are you? I am a new member of the Knights of the Star Cross. I heard that a senior is locked up here, so I came over to get to know him. Telling lies without changing his face, Ye Chen stopped in front of the cell and asked with a smile. Gremi-senpai, I heard that you can create things you imagine. Is this true? It's not just objects. Gremi corrected himself and said, even abilities and life forms that don't exist can be created if I want to. What an incredible ability! No wonder others say that you, Senior Gremi, are the strongest among the Knights of the Star Cross. The flattery can stop here. You must have come here specifically for some purpose. As expected of Gremi-senpai, he is indeed very smart. Ye Chen took out a scroll and threw it into Gremi's hand. I would like to ask Gremi-senpai to use your abilities to create this thing, is that okay? Embryos of magical creatures. Xiaolimi asked after taking the scroll, opening it and glancing at it. What is this? This is the first time I've heard of it. A war weapon I developed can hatch aliens with 10 times the physical strength of ordinary people after being soaked in water. However, due to the lack of materials in the Invisible Empire, mass production is not possible, so I came here to see if you can do it. I see. Closing the scroll that recorded the creation of magical creature embryos, Gremi threw it back to Ye Chen. I can indeed make this thing, but don't expect me to help you. Because of this cell. Yes, this cell was specially built for me by His Majesty. Not only can it suppress and interfere with my mental power and affect my ability to activate, but it also has a built-in alarm function. Unless you can get permission from His Majesty, I cannot activate my ability without permission. Does it consume mental energy? Ye Chen looked at him thoughtfully. I see, that ability of yours is consumed. I thought I could do anything just by thinking about it without paying any price. If it were as convenient as you say, I wouldn't stay in this cell. Looking at Ye Chen, who summoned a pistol outside the cell, Gremi stood up with his hands in his pockets. By the way, aren't you going to continue making up your lies that are full of loopholes? No need, my goal has been achieved. Check-in mission, Gremi Tomo. Let Gremi Tomo master the principles of any item he doesn't understand. Successful check-in will reward the visionary, Gremi Tomo's Ryutsu, and Gremi Tomo's spiritual power. Listening to the prompts ringing in his ears, Ye Chen, who had achieved his goal, raised his pistol and pointed the muzzle at Gremi. It's useless. Gremi said, even if my ability is interfered with, I won't be hit by a mere bullet. Bang! Before Gremi could finish his words, a crisp sound floated in front of him. Under Ye Chen's spatial transmission, the bullet arrived in front of Gremi in an instant, leaving a gap the size of a thumb on his body. The surging power of time continued to surge, wrapping Gremi's body from top to bottom, causing him to enter a state of stasis of time. His thoughts came to a standstill, and Gremi's imaginary body began to slowly dissipate, revealing a brain sealed in a container. That was one of the purposes of Ye Chen's trip, the brain of the Spirit King. Chapter 89. Invisible Empire, the headquarters of the Knights of the Star Cross. Hasward, who had just finished giving instructions to the members of the Star Cross Knights, suddenly found that a badge on his body began to tremble. Is this a prison alarm device? Hasward frowned. As the second in command of the Invisible Empire, Hasward holds many special powers. At this moment, the badge in his hand is among them. Its function is very simple, it is to prompt when Gremi activates his ability to trigger the alarm in the prison. At this moment, the badge began to tremble, which meant that Gremi had activated his ability in the prison. Is it a coincidence? Just now, an intruder sneaked into the Invisible Empire and killed members of the Star Cross Knights. Gremi, who was on the back foot, broke his usual peaceful life and suddenly mobilized his ability to do something. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit too fitting. After thinking for a while, Hasward picked up the walkie-talkie lying nearby and pressed a button on it. Hey! What's wrong? Soon, a female voice full of displeasure came from the intercom. Do you have any information about the intruder? Not yet, but Gremi has activated his ability. Hasward replied, this happened suddenly, and I doubt it may be related to the disappearing intruder. Bambietta, you guys are the closest to that side. Please take a detour to have a look. At least make sure that Gremi hasn't escaped from prison. I know. It's really troublesome. Click. Before Bambietta could finish speaking, Hasward hung up the contact, got up and walked outside. Bambietta and others are just an insurance policy. If the enemy really appears over there, Bambietta and others alone will not be enough. The most they can do is delay the attack. In order to prevent any accidents, he planned to go there in person. Invisible Empire Prison Area. The originally relatively empty cell of 280 was now shrouded in black mist, and it continued to exude an ominous aura. This process lasted for 3 minutes. When the black mist dissipated, Ye Chen's figure walked out again. Not bad. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The black mist just now was a new move he learned after the third enhancement of the 7 deadly sins, called 7 deadly sins devouring. Its effect is very similar to that of the bloodthirsty sword. It also integrates the power of plundering the target into the body. But the difference is that the effect of the 7 deadly sins devouring also has some effect on inanimate objects. In fact, the essence of devouring by the 7 deadly sins is the summary of Ye Chen's unused ideas when he developed the bloodthirsty sword. Because of this, the plundering effect of the 7 deadly sins can be superimposed and amplified by the plundering effect of the bloodthirsty sword. Not only can it absorb the target's power more fully, it can even greatly shorten the absorption time. For example, the Soul King's brain that was just absorbed would take at least half an hour to be fully absorbed without any loss if only the power of the bloodthirsty sword was used. But with the superposition of 7 deadly sins devouring, it only took Ye Chen 3 minutes to complete the process, and the effect was doubled tenfold. Since even the remains of the Spirit King can be quickly absorbed, there is no problem in devouring the biological parts in a short period of time. Recalling the feeling of activating 2 skills at the same time, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with thought. The next 2 skills that need to be improved and overcome are the devouring of non-living things. However, there is no need to worry about this. It requires some knowledge reserves and ability supplements to achieve it. As for before that, Ye Chen turned around and looked at the prison entrance not far away. Whoosh! 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 The waves of the spirit swayed slightly, and 5 figures appeared in front of Ye Chen one after another. Finally found it. A girl wearing a military cap and waist-long hair made an excited voice. Stepping forward with her calves wrapped in black stockings and boots, she summoned a spiritual bow and pointed it at Ye Chen. You are the intruder who killed Dolisk. Don't think about running away. I won't give you a chance. Bumby, calm down. Reaching out to hold the opponent's shoulders, Li Tochuo glanced around and looked at Ye Chen. Look carefully at his face, you should have an impression. Bambietta was stunned for a moment, and then she noticed that Litato and the others beside her had serious expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What's wrong with you? Isn't this guy very famous? I know you all by the look on your face. What were you doing when Hasward held an internal meeting of the Knights of the Star Cross 3 months ago? I was in a bad mood that day, so I showed up and left. What about the information sent to you afterwards? I didn't look at it, I lost it. What kind of pig teammate is this? Li Tochuo's eyes twitched, but she didn't continue to ask. Based on her understanding of Bambietta, if she continued to question him, the other party would get angry at her. Sighing helplessly, Litato gave the answer directly. That guy is Ye Chen, the new captain of Soul Society. He was the one who defeated Yamamoto Genrisai and Aizen with crushing power 3 months ago, causing Hasward to be wary. Don't act rashly. His strength is terrifying. Just the few of us, no, we will definitely not be able to defeat him. Wise judgment. Ye Chen's chuckle came from the front, but since you know you can't beat me, why don't you run away? Hey? Why are we running? Bambietta, who had just turned serious, became angry instantly after hearing Ye Chen's contemptuous words. Are you mistaken? This is the Invisible Empire, the territory of our Quincy. Even if you really want to run away, you will run away. That's hard to say. Ye Chen's voice came from behind. Bambietta and others subconsciously turned their heads to look, just in time to see Ye Chen appear in front of Giselle, poking him with her fingers. Bang! Without warning, Giselle's body flew out, hit the wall behind and turned into a ball of flesh, taking away her breath. Punch in mission, Giselle Jules through any method, make Giselle Jules lose 30% of her blood at one time. Successful check-in will reward zombie, can be turned on and off automatically, Giselle's Ryutsu, and Giselle's spiritual power. GG. Seeing that his team members were instantly killed, Bambietta showed a look of anger on his face. Boom! The huge Ryutsu rose from Bambietta's body, and a pair of spirit wings appeared behind her, instantly entering the state of the holy body. UBD! I'm going to kill you! Give up! Looking at Bambietta who was preparing to launch a large-scale attack, Ye Chen shook his head slightly towards her. You can't do it! Boom! The invisible voice turned into substance and fell on Bambietta. She didn't even have a chance to react. She had just entered the holy body state and was instantly knocked to the ground, creating a huge dent. Punch in mission, Bambietta and Basta's marriage let Bambietta experience the feeling of near-death through any method. Checking in successfully, reward critical hit, Bambietta's Quincy skills, Bambietta's Ryutsu. Okay, next it's you three. Ye Chen looked at Li Tochuo and the other three who had entered the holy body state and their auras had greatly increased. Do you still want to resist? If you just surrender and be captured, you will suffer less physical pain. Are you kidding? Facing Ye Chen's gaze, Jadis, whose body was flashing with lightning, took a step back subconsciously, with a look of fear on her face. How come this guy is scarier than what you see in the video? When Ye Chen dealt with Yamamoto, he opened Bankai after all. But now the opponent, let alone Bankai, didn't even use Shikai's power, and instantly killed Bambietta and the other two. What is the situation? Could it be that? Did your strength improve after that battle? To be precise, it has evolved 3 times. Boom! The lightning flashing with terrifying authority fell, instantly shrouding Jadis who was in fear. Punch in mission, Candy Catnip use any method to paralyze Candy's body for more than 3 seconds. Successful check-in will reward Thunder Jadis Ryutsu and Jadis physical fitness. Candice. Next to Jadis, Menina, who was still observing the situation, paused and disappeared in an instant before Ye Chen. Pushing all the strength in her body to ultimate, she put her hands together and raised them high above her head, then slammed them down towards Ye Chen. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the ground centered on Ye Chen began to rapidly sink downwards and collapse. In just a moment, most of the prison area was reduced to rubble. But, as the initiator of all this, Menina, who struck this terrifying blow, was not happy at all. Looking at Ye Chen who didn't move in front of her and resisted the blow with her body as if nothing happened, she became a little confused. Blocked by. The massage was quite strong and I felt a little bit better. After twisting his neck left and right, Ye Chen reached out and put his hand on Menina's shoulder. But if you want to hurt me, you have to at least increase your strength 10 times. Boom! The next moment, an even louder roar sounded, and Menina's body was pushed directly into the ground by Ye Chen, with only her head exposed. Check-in mission, Menina Macron obtain Menina's approval in the strength competition. Successful check-in will reward strength, Menina's physical fitness, and Nina's potential. Aren't you going to run away? After doing all this, Ye Chen looked at Li Tuochuo who had pushed back to 100 meters away, and asked with a smile. Your teammates bought you 10 seconds. If you want to run away, you should be able to reunite with the other Quincy who are coming. I'm not stupid enough to believe such a lie. A wisp of cold sweat ran across her forehead. Li Toto had never been so nervous since she was born. In fact, she had the idea of temporarily retreating to look for reinforcements as early as the moment Giselle was killed. But whenever Li Toto had this idea, a chilling feeling would appear in her heart. Li Toto knew very well what this meant. Ye Chen, who seemed not to pay much attention to them, actually paid a little attention to her. If she really takes advantage of the interval between Ye Chen's attacks to retreat, she will only look like. Just like Bambietta just now, she was severely injured by the invisible attack. Speaking of which, when you attacked just now, you were capable of killing Bumbai and the others. Li Toto glanced at the friends around her who were still breathing. Why did you kill Jiji but leave them alive? Because of the Jiji you mentioned, I don't like it. Like an invisible ghost, Ye Chen's voice sounded behind Li Toto. Since you don't like it, there's no need to keep it. Tisk. Successful check-in will reward gluttony, Litato's Ryatsu, and Litato's Quincy skills. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Ye Chen shook off the blood on the knife and turned to look behind him. Whoosh! 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 At the same time he cast his gaze, several figures appeared in the corners of the ruins from different directions. Finally here. Looking at Busby and others who were staring at him with fearful expressions, Ye Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chi. 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 A few minutes later. Hasward's figure appeared outside the prison. Is it over yet? Looking at the ruins of the prison area in front of him, he glanced around and landed on the group of people not far away. Li Toto, please report the situation. As you can see, we were taught a lesson by Wolf. After gesturing at the tattered clothes on her body, Li Tuochuo, who looked shabby, replied. It was a complete defeat. If Busby and the others hadn't heard the news and rushed over to help, none of us would have survived. What about the enemy? Ran. Hasward frowned and looked around again. Like Li Toto, the other people standing on the ruins also looked embarrassed, and their clothes had gaps and were covered with bloodline. It can be seen from this that after they rushed over to help, they still failed to gain an advantage and were injured. To be honest, this incident surprised Hasward. After all, there are fully 15 people standing on the ruins of this prison. Except for the 5 members of Bambietta who were originally sent by him, the remaining 10 members are also members of the Knights of the Star Cross. Among them, there are even top Quincies like Busby who are powerful and only inferior to the members of the guards. 15 members of the Star Cross Knights joined forces. Not only did they not annihilate the enemy, they also allowed the opponent to fight back and then ran away. No matter how good Hasward's psychological quality is, he still feels tremendous pressure at this moment. What is the identity of the enemy? Since he is so powerful, he must not be an ordinary person. Yes, you mentioned the other party before. Li Toto replied, the intruder is the captain of Godi I-13, Ye Chen. 3.1. It's actually that guy. Hasward's expression darkened. In which direction did the other party run? This, let Gigi tell you. Giselle. Hasward looked to the side at the strange figure that looked like a cockroach with 2 strange dull hairs on its head. Why did Li Toto ask you to report? Did you get any special information? Special information? That's understandable. Giselle waved her hand and replied in an indifferent tone. I know where Ye Chen is now. Where? In front of you. Hasward. Before? Hasward was stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly changed. Following his instinct, he drew out the sword from his waist and slashed at the companion in front of him. But just when his attack was about to fall, a cold light flashed across his eyes first. Tisk! Tisk! 2 arms flew through the air. Hasward, who lost his arms in an instant, suppressed the pain and activated his flying sickle to distance himself. Ahem, miscalculation. I should have thought of it when I heard that the intruder was you. You have the ability to control other people's bodies. Looking at Giselle in front of him, Hasward vomited out a large mouthful of blood, his expression full of regret. If he had this ability and had the upper hand in strength, he would not be able to escape no matter how hard he thought. Taking advantage of this opportunity to control all the star-crossed knights who are gradually arriving is what we should really do. Sorry, Your Majesty. Looking at Ye Chen walking in front of him, Hasward closed his eyes weakly. I may have to live up to your expectations. Tisk. Successful check-in will reward world harmony, power distribution, and Hasward's Quincy skills. Chapter 90. Current world, Karakura Town, Karakura General Hospital. After finishing his daily work as usual, Ishida returned to the office and prepared to pack up his belongings and go home for dinner. As soon as he entered the office, Ishida Longxian stopped and looked at the figure sitting in his seat. How did you come? Of course it's to close the deal. Ye Chen threw a bag over. Here the heads of the star-crossed knights you want are in here. Are we going to take action so soon? A flash of surprise flashed in Ishida Longxian's eyes. He is aware of Seoul society's recent trends. It was originally thought that Ye Chen would use the power of the void to target the invisible empire after ruling the real world and Hueco Mundo. But now it seems that the other party doesn't seem to care about this. Do you need my help? With a slight flick of his wrist, Ishida Longxian shook out an arrow from his cuff and threw it in front of Ye Chen. Although my strength is a bit lower than yours, I think it's okay to sneak into the invisible empire and do something. That's not necessary if you want to sneak in. After taking the arrow and looking at it twice, Ye Chen replied. I have eliminated Waiwak, and now he only has a personal guard. If you want to go in, I can take you through the main entrance. Ishida Ryasen. Being ignored? The wife he grew up with was killed by Shenbei, and there is no doubt that Ishida Ryasetsu's hatred for Waiwak. Although I don't quite understand what Ye Chen is talking about. But for his involvement in killing Waiwak, his mobility is always at max. After simply leaving a letter on his desk, he went straight into battle and followed Ye Chen to the invisible empire. Master Ye Chen. As soon as he passed through the Gate of the Sun, the orderly call of the Sun Array came from the side. Ishida Longxian looked closely and found that it was a group of guards guarding the Gate of the Sunday. This is my guest. When he passes through the Gate of the Sun in the future, he does not need to undergo any inspection. Ye Chen briefly introduced Ishida Longxian next to him. Receive. Okay, let's keep walking. Ye Chen gestured towards Ishida Longxian, asking him to follow him and continue to press forward towards the tunnel ahead. The two of them moved forward, passed through the tunnel, and soon arrived at the upper area of the invisible empire. Master Ye Chen. 25. Master Ye Chen. Master Ye Chen. A series of calls rang out, and a road suddenly branched out on the originally densely populated main street. The Quincy knelt down on both sides, looking at Ye Chen who was approaching with respect. I didn't expect that the first time I came to the invisible empire would be like this. Facing this bizarre scene, even Ishida Ryuuxian, who had always been expressionless, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Are you using your ability to control them all? Of course, after all, I am not so charming that I can conquer them all in just a few hours. I now somewhat understand why Urahara Kisuk calls you a monster in private. It's not bad, it's not a lot of effort. After the third enhancement of the 7 deadly sins, Ye Chen has completely integrated with Zanpakut. Although Zanpakut is often summoned for fun on weekdays, Zanpakut is no longer necessary for him to activate his abilities. As long as Ye Chen is willing, he can summon the original Sin world behind Bankai at any time and envelope the entire invisible empire. In fact, he did so. After controlling all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights except the 3 members of the guards, he directly spread the power of original Sin to the entire invisible empire. With the huge gap in strength, these ordinary Quincy, who were not even counted as Star-Crossed Knights, naturally had no power to fight back. In just a few minutes, the entire invisible empire fell completely and became a puppet in his hands. What's the next plan? Ishida Ryu's eager voice came from the side. Do you want to take direct action and kill Waiwak? Of course, I am not prepared to keep him in the process. The deepest part of the Invisible Empire, the headquarters of the Knights of the Star Cross. Hasward, you're back. Holding a sniper rifle, Ljibero, who was sitting in front of the palace looking at the gate as usual, raised his head and looked forward. What's the situation? Has it been resolved? It has been temporarily stabilized. Temporary. Yes, as long as the last dangerous elements are eliminated, the Invisible Empire will return to peace. Hasward looked at him calmly. Lj, could you please sacrifice your life? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, all this is for Lord Ye Chen. Ye Chen. Ljibero was stunned for a moment, and then reacted instantly. I see, the intruder is the captain of Soul Society. Like other members of the Star Cross Knights, Jabalo also obtained information about Ye Chen. So he knew very well that Ye Chen had an extremely tricky ability, which was to control the enemy's body. I didn't expect that even you, who has been given great hope by His Majesty, would be defeated. It seems that the opponent's strength is stronger than expected. It's good to be strong. A black shadow fell from above, creating a huge crater on the ground and kicking up a burst of dust. If possible, I hope Ye Chen is so powerful that it is impossible to defeat. The smoke dissipated, and Gerald's sturdy figure slowly appeared. After all, only defeating an impossible enemy can be called a miracle. I wish it could be easier. Ljibero raised his sniper rifle and pointed it at Hasward. Can you tell me where Ye Chen is currently? Madness. Even though he was facing two members of the guards, Hasward's expression remained unchanged and he stared at them calmly. Master Ye Chen has already arrived. Already arrived? Ljibero was stunned for a moment, and his eyes subconsciously glanced around. What caught his eyes was the scenery that had not changed at all as before. Then, before he could think further about the enemy's location, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Up there. Reacting belatedly, Ljibero looked up at the sky above. The next second, a huge fort that was 100 meters long and about 10 meters in diameter appeared in front of him. Hey, hello! Standing above the muzzle, Ye Chen waved towards him. I see you are also a sniper, right? Ljibero. You call this thing a sniper? Ljibero's eyes twitched, and he wanted to complain. But before that, a surging Ryotsu wave came from the sky first. In Ljibero's horrified eyes, the strange turret at Ye Chen's feet was actually activated by the opponent. The Ryotsu, which was so huge that it far exceeded Ljibalo's imagination, kept accumulating in the muzzle. In just the blink of an eye, the Ryotsu accumulated in the huge muzzle reached a scale that he could not imagine. Are you ready? Ye Chen smiled and waved to him, I'm going to shoot. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the square in front of the Star Cross Knights headquarters collapsed in an instant. Just like the end of the world, the pillar of judgment falling from the sky will continue to swallow up the surroundings and turn them into nothing. Amidst the deafening roar, the sound of a successful punch-in sounded in Ye Chen's ears. Check-in mission, Ljibero obtain the recognition of Ljibero in the sniper field. Successful check-in will reward all things connected, Ryjibaro's Ryotsu, and Ryjibaro's sniper skills 1. Punch-in mission, Gerald Valkyrie through any method, let Gerald activate a miracle. Successful check-in, reward miracle, Gerard's Ryotsu, Gerard's physical fitness. It's really messy. Behind Ye Chen, Ishida Longxian, who was standing with him on Fortress Mountain, broke through again, with a look of surprise on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the blow you just fired was Zero, right? Well, Hollow Ryotsu is extremely poisonous to Quincy. In this case, if you want to sniper with the Quincy, it is naturally better to choose to launch Zero. I see, using virtual attacks is indeed more effective. Ishida Longxian's gaze cast downwards, but now it seems that your plan has failed. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and a sturdy figure hundreds of meters high stood in the hole created by Ye Chen. That's right. That's how it should be. Putting Li Jibaro in his palm on his shoulder, Gerald, whose size had expanded hundreds of times, looked at the sky and roared excitedly. Only when we defeat such a powerful you can it be called a miracle. It seems to be a tricky ability. Ignoring Gerald's loud voice, Ishida asked. What's next? Of course the attack will continue. This may cause his strength to continue to expand. Of course I know this, but... Ye Chen glanced at Ishida Longxian, you just seemed to say that my attack failed. Didn't it fail? Of course there is no failure. This situation now is what I really want. The prerequisite for Gerard to activate a miracle is that the core in his body has not been broken. At full strength, Ye Kong can instantly crush the opponent's core. If it's not enough, it won't be in line with Ye Chen's ideas. Checking in to get rewards is just one of them. More importantly, Gerald is the heart of the Spirit King. If the opponent is completely blown away, he won't be able to devour it. Okay, game time is over. After cancelling the turret under his feet, Ye Chen looked down. During the brief exchange between him and Ishidarius, a cloaked figure quietly appeared at the edge of the huge hollow. The opponent was the last member of the Waiwak guards. The left arm of the spiritual king is Pinadapaka. In this way, all the actors will be present. Ye Chen's figure appeared above Pinada's head and stepped down. Boom! Punch in mission, Pinadapakaja contact Pinadapakaja's body for 1 second. Successfully punching in, the reward is enforcing the power of evolution, Pinada's Ryutsu. How can it be? Looking at Ye standing on Pinada. In the dust, Jibaro not far away looked shocked. As a member of the guards, he was well aware of the effect of Pinada's enforcement. It is the power to expose one's own nerves, twist the tangible objects it comes into contact with, and change their shape and movement trajectory. Even Jibaro himself has no power to fight back when faced with enforcement and must keep his distance. Day. At this moment, Ye Chen clearly stepped on Pinada, but was not affected in any way. What have you done? It's nothing, it just stopped his time. The black mist slowly drifted away from his body, and Ye Chen looked at Li Jibaro and Gerald. Although doing this will consume some Ryutsu, it's still fine if you stay still for 10 days and a half. Still time. Jibaro frowned, and an ominous premonition vaguely appeared in his heart. Could it be that you have the power of the Soul King's right arm? As expected of the captain of the guards, his head is indeed very good. But, in the face of absolute power, just using your brain is of no use. Boom! The black mist completely erupted, and the entire headquarters of the Star-Crossed Knights with Ye Chen as the center was enveloped. Enjoy the countdown to your final life. Looking at Li Ji and Barrow who were nailed to the spot in front of them, Ye Chen slowly spoke. You still have 3 minutes to live. At the moment when Ye Chen completely unfolded the world of original sin. In the deepest part of the invisible empire, Waiwak, who had fallen into a deep sleep, woke up from his sleep again. It is different from the previous death of members of the 913 Star-Crossed Knights. What Yōgyoku felt this time was a terrifying crisis that could threaten his own life. His eyes moved to the entrance not far away. Under the gaze of Yōgyoku, the huge iron door was slowly opened. The next second, all members of the Star-Crossed Knights except the personal guards walked in. Looking at the familiar figure walking at the front, Waiwak, whose eyes are still closed and unable to understand the situation immediately, asked. Hasward, what happened outside? Please don't mind, Faharbuk. Hasward slowly drew out his weapon. That's the sound Mr. Ye Chen made when he was cleaning up dangerous elements. It will be over soon. Waiwak narrowed his eyes. In just one sentence, he realized the truth. I see, the intruder is Ye Chen. It seems that the power given to you before was still too little, and it should be increased by a few %. There won't be any difference in terms of results. Hasward calmly replied, in front of Lord Ye Chen's absolute strength, your strength is just a drop in the ocean. Even if you give me all the power, the battle between me and Master Ye Jian will still end in an instant. It seems that after being controlled, your brain was damaged. Wei Wak stood up from the throne and suddenly erupted with riotsu that shook the entire invisible empire. Has sword. You won't forget, will you? Both you and the bunch of losers behind you have gotten where they are today with the help of my power. As long as I am willing, I can take back the power I gave you at any time. He raised his palm above his head, and a huge ring formed in friend Habich's hand, covering the entire hall. You are no longer useful, please become my nourishment in advance. Holy! Wei Wak swung down with force, decisively able to put away the emperor given to Hasward and others. Boom, boom, boom. Huge beams of light fell from the ring and rushed straight towards Hasward and others. In just a moment, all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights in the hall were hit by this blow, and their aura began to weaken. Instead, the aura on Wei Wak's body began to expand, and his eyes began to shake crazily. That was a sign that his omniscient and omnipotent power was about to be restored after he took back the power that had been scattered to the Knights of the Star Cross. But just when the pupils in his eyes began to slowly split and he regained his omniscience and omnipotence, a voice sounded in his ears. Too young, Wei Wak. Buzz. Invisible fluctuations passed through the palace, and Hōgyoku, whose aura was still expanding, fell back to his original state in an instant. At the same time, Ye Chen's smiling voice sounded in his ears again. Today, let me tell you something. With loan sharking, there is a risk that you won't be able to get your money back. Wei Wak. What's happening? Chapter 91. Confused. This is the only emotion in Hōgyoku's heart at this moment. As a person with a bad temper, he will forcefully collect money if he disagrees. After more than 1,000 years of loan sharking, Hōgyoku encountered a situation where he could not get his money back for the first time. Looking at the members of the Star-Crossed Knights in front of them whose auras were still weak and even many were on the verge of death. He was silent for a few seconds, looking at the figure that quietly appeared at the door. What have you done? It didn't do anything, it just tried to contrast our situation. Feeling the rising power in his body, Ye Chen replied with a smile. To be honest, this is the first time I have carried out such a large-scale conceptual swap, and it is quite expensive. If you recycle your power again, I might not be able to make the swap. I believe you. Wei Wak's eyes twitched, not believing Ye Chen's words at all. Even without regaining the power of omniscience and omnipotence, he could still see how intact Ye Chen's current condition was. Maybe it is really consumed, but it is definitely not impossible to perform a second status swap. If he really activates the Holy Spirit again, it will only further enhance Ye Chen's power and make him more passive. Finally we meet, Ye Chen. After another few seconds of silence, Hōgyoku slowly spoke. I have been watching you secretly since before the day you emerged in Godi 13. Obviously the initial qualifications are very average, but they can quickly improve their strength in a short period of time. Obviously I already have my own Zan Pakut, but I can still use other people's Pakut abilities. Your power, everything about you, is hitting the wall called common sense all the time. So what? Ye Chen asked, what do you want to express when you say so much? Am I just a lucky guy who grew up before you took action? No, what I want to ask is your identity. Boom! The surging riotsu soared into the sky, and blue textures spread under Wei Wak's feet, turning into a spirit barrier that enveloped the entire hall. Ye Chen, who are you? Sacred destruction exuding a terrifying aura appeared in this huge magic circle, aiming at Ye Chen below from all directions. Standing in the center of the magic circle, Hōgyoku stared at Ye Chen with a solemn expression and asked loudly. Why can you ignore the rules? Break the boundaries of various powers at will. Is it because you have abnormal characteristics that have not yet been exposed? Or, you are the source of all this power. That's why you can freely break boundaries. I see. You doubt that I can grow quickly because of the Spirit King's handiwork. Ye Chen smiled. To be honest, I don't know what the spiritual king who stays up there every day and doesn't care about me thinks. But as far as the current situation is concerned, he has not taken the initiative to provide me with any help. Bang! 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 The sacred loss that filled the sky continued to crack, and Ye Chen slowly walked towards Waiwak. Speaking of which, I have made many preparations to target you. Besides recycling the power of the Knights of the Star Cross, don't you have any other way to open your eyes in advance? The current strength is enough to deal with you. Okay, it seems there is no more. Ye Chen took another step forward, and his figure appeared in front of Hōgyoku. Since you have no more moves, I will take action directly. So fast. Facing Ye Chen's fist, Hōgyoku subconsciously raised his arms in front of him. The fists and arms touched, and the huge calendar fell on Waiwaka's torso in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar sounded, and Hōgyoku was directly knocked away by the blow, crashing through several walls and falling into ruins. Then, before Waiwaka could stand up, Ye Chen appeared in front of him again and stepped on him. Boom! Hey King of Quincy, be a little more serious. Ye Chen kicked Waiwaka's head twice and said jokingly. If you show your hips like this, it will look like my previous preparations were wasted. Don't underestimate people. The massive Ryotsu rises over Waiwaka again. The next moment, the ground under Ye Chen's feet began to crack, and huge sacred destructions rushed out one after another. The nearest one even penetrated directly through Hōgyoku's own body and came directly in front of Ye Chen. Suicide attack! Ye Chen showed no intention of dodging, and directly burst out with Ryotsu who had been restrained. Boom! The huge Ryotsu infusion soared into the sky, and the terrifying aftermath instantly shattered these sacred doctors who were close at hand. Standing in the center, Hōgyoku's body sank when he faced this situation, and he was directly pressed to the ground. Punch in mission, Hōgyoku make Hōgyoku angry and last for 10 seconds. Successful check-in will reward omniscience, Waiwaka's Ryotsu, and Waiwaka's Quincy skills. Click. 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 The sound of a successful punch-in sounded in Ye Chen's ears, and at the same time, the ground cracked again. Long spirit whips rushed out from Ye Chen's feet and wrapped around his legs and torso. At this point, don't you understand yet? Ye Chen shook his head slightly. There is an absolute difference in strength between us. Unless you can use other methods to open your eyes in advance, your attack will not be able to touch me. Buzz. 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 As if to verify that his words were not deceiving, Ye Chen just stood there calmly, letting the spirit whip wrap around him. The next second, as the Ryotsu on his body trembled slightly, these spirit whips began to break apart directly from the point of contact. Okay, game time is over. Ye Chen raised the solace of his feet and stepped downwards. Boom! The vast ground collapsed in an instant, and Waiwaka, who had just been shocked into the ground by Ye Chen's Ryotsu, reappeared in front of him. At the same time, a silver sword appeared directly above Hōgyoku and fell straight down. Chi! 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 Waiwaka, who had just reappeared, was instantly pierced by these long swords and nailed to the ground. The power is sealed. Feeling the suppressed power in his body, Hōgyoku widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Ye Chen. What are these swords? I made a fantasy imitation after taking reference from this thing. Take out the silver blood-clot arrow you got from Ishida Ryosen, and aim the dust at Waiwaka's heart. Goodbye, King of Quincy. Tisk. Complete the chat group mission The Strongest Quincy, and you will be rewarded with 150,000 point-based ability enhancement cards in group points. 1. At the edge of the battlefield, he looked at Ye Chen, who had just summoned the black mist and wrapped himself in Waiwaka's body. Ishida Ryuxian, who had been observing secretly, became a little confused. This battle process was really unexpected. Even if he had known that Ye Chen was very powerful, Ishida Ryu should not have expected that he could exaggerate to such an extent. Even the Quincy King had no power to fight back in front of the opponent and was killed as easily as a baby. This way, it's all over. After accepting the reality of Ye Chen's victory, Ishida let out a breath of relief and relaxed. It didn't matter whether he participated or not, as long as he could witness the death of Waiwak with his own eyes, it was enough for him. As for the rest, that's not what he should consider. Turning around silently, Ishida Longxian prepared to return to the Gate of the Sun area and return to the real world. Fig. Just when Ishida Ryusatsu was about to take action, several huge ryutsus suddenly appeared in his perception. Ishida Longxian frowned slightly and looked to his right. The next second, several figures in Death Tyrant costumes appeared on a huge stone. Ouch, it looks like the fight was very intense. Glancing at the ruins around him, Kurako Shunsui pulled down the hat on his head and asked Ishida Ryusan. Brother, can you please tell us what happened here? Soul Society's Shinigami. Ishida Longxian recognized the identities of the figures in front of him. Why are you here? It's not good practice to answer a question with a question. Glancing at Yamamoto, who was constantly exuding a strong murderous aura beside him, Kurako Shunsui said with a smile. The old man here doesn't have a very good attitude towards the Quincy. Could you please stop beating around the bush? Your commander-in-chief captured the Invisible Empire and then killed Waiwak. That's the answer you want? Ignoring the stunned Kurako Shunsui and others, after Ishida Longxian said this, he directly activated his flying legs and disappeared from the place. Hey! Just wait for me. Hitsuga Ichware saw this and was ready to catch up and save someone. But at this moment, Kurako Shunsui on the side reached out to catch him first. Captain Hitsugaya, calm down. If I guess correctly, the other party may be an acquaintance of Captain Ye Chen. Ha! Think about it, are the Quincy we met along the way just standing there in a daze like puppets? Yeah, so what? Wait a minute, you want to say that maybe the captain did it? It's not possible, it's absolute. A wry smile appeared on Kurako Shunsui's face. Captain Hitsugaya, you escaped a little bit, so you may not be clear. When we were controlled by Captain Ye Chen, our situation was exactly the same as those of the Quincy. I see. Hitsuga Ichware finally reacted. Now that Ye Chen has all those little Quincy under control, there is no reason to let go of the Quincy who just didn't look simple. Since the other party is not controlled, it only means that the other party is connected with Ye Chen, and there is no need to control him. Speaking of which, the Quincy who just walked away mentioned Waiwak. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Waiwak is the king of Quincy. Kurako Shunsui replied, thousands of years ago, the other party led the Quincy army to attack Soul Society. At that time, Mr. Shan founded Godi I-13 just to defeat the opponent. Hey! Hitsuga Ichware's expression became surprised. Since you were defeated, how come you are still alive? I don't know about that. Kurako Shunsui looks towards. The black fog slowly dissipated ahead. Perhaps our captain knows something. Do you still need to ask this question? Ye Chen's figure slowly walked out of the black mist. Compared with a few minutes ago, his aura has improved again, and he has become more conspicuous. Just standing there, he seemed to be the center of the world, constantly attracting the attention of everyone around him. Seemingly noticing this, Ye Chen suddenly gathered back the arrogant power he had just released to anger Waiwak, and looked at the silent Yamamoto in front of him. The reason why Waiwak did not die is simple. That's because our former captain was so useless that he didn't even kill a disabled person who was tricked by a certain monk and didn't open his eyes. Humph! That was just a mistake caused by asymmetric intelligence. Yamamoto snorted coldly and replied with a sullen face, I don't know what you mean by opening your eyes. But no matter how many times Wywak comes back, I will burn him to death. You're just talking about it, and when the time comes to fight you won't be cut into 2 pieces, which will be good. What did you say? You are indeed old, you can't even hear my words clearly. Ye Chen shook his head slightly and looked at Kurako Shunsui. It must be Kuratsuka Mayuri who opened the door to the Invisible Empire for you. Yes. Kurako Shunsui nodded and replied. Not long ago, Captain Nirvana suddenly detected that in the shadow of Soul Society, there was your Ryutsu, Captain. After he did some in-depth research, he discovered that there was a space hidden in the shadow of Soul Society. In order to determine the situation, we asked him to open the door to this spirit space and form the first team to come in and investigate. Then you came at the right time. Ye Chen gestured around. I have defeated the Invisible Empire, and I will leave it to you to clean it up. Is that okay? No problem at all. Kurako Shunsui, who understood that he had no right to refuse, responded immediately and then asked. Captain, do you have a specific management plan? No need to kill, the rest is optional. After thinking about it, Ye Chen added, I remember that there is a lack of managers in this world, so we can throw them into this world. Then the question of emptiness. I have given them a restraint. Unless it is a matter of life and death, they cannot take the initiative to attack Su. Ma Zhao. That's no problem. Kurako Shunsui immediately relaxed. In 3 days at most, I can allocate them all. After leaving all the finishing work to Kurako Shunsui and others, Ye Chen stayed where he was for too long. Through the channel opened by Kuratsuka Mayuri, Ye Chen returned directly to the first team building. I passed by the office and said hello to Hinamori Momo. After informing the other party about the Invisible Empire, I returned directly to the room. After receiving the reward for the mission he had just completed, a card exuding colorful light appeared in his hand. Ability Enhancement Card, strengthen any ability. Any ability. After checking the effect of the card, Ye Chen thought for a while and finally decided to strengthen the power area of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins are his most fundamental power and the core of all the powers he currently controls. Strengthening the 7 deadly sins is absolutely correct. Bang! The moment Ye Chen made his decision, the ability enhancement card exploded and turned into powder and merged into his body. The next second, Ye Chen felt that the power of original sin in his body seemed to be filtered and purified, and its quality began to slowly increase. The whole process lasted for a full minute, and the strengthening finally stopped after the quality of the power of original sin doubled. Not bad. Feeling that the power of original sin was more readily available in his body, Ye Chen, who also gained a lot of insights about the power of original sin in the process, had a look of satisfaction on his face. This strengthening effect was much better than he expected. Sure enough, the higher the difficulty of the group task, the better the rewards. With the problem of the Invisible Empire solved, we can speed up the progress of ruling the world in Hueco Mundo. Ye Chen set his sights on the 2 tasks of capture Hueco Mundo and rule the world. But just as Ye Chen was about to get up and set off, 2 prompts suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding, the weak are exempt from joining the chat group. Ding, the Ice Admiral Army joins the chat group.